call this meeting to order.
Yes, I'm muted.
I just heard Derek.
Yeah, they were saying that they couldn't unmute the broadcast, so I'm just waiting for the
Okay.
thumbs up. Okay, Madam Mayor, we're good to go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara joint meeting, virtual meeting of the City Council and the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Roll call vote, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to our public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on our closed session items? I don't see any from here. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any?
I don't see any hands and I do not have any e-comments or public comment emails on this.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now adjourn to closed session and we will be back at 5:30. Thank you. back and welcome everyone to the City Council and Stadium Authority meeting. Right now we have it's supposed to be 5:30. We're a little tiny bit off. A study session on the potential quiet zone and Vision Zero policy. City Manager. Can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, this is a study session following the
It was a quiet study session.
It was a quiet zone. This is a follow-up issue from the council's policy priority setting session where the council requested information through a study session to discuss and learn more about the potential for a quiet zone as well as the Vision Zero policy. We're bringing forward information to begin that dialogue for the council to decide whether it wants to entertain policy within these topics. And so we have a two-part presentation that we'll provide, and I'll hand it over to Craig or Mike. I see both faces. So Craig, yeah. Let's start with you. And then if Mike's going to do the presentation, that's fine too.
Sure. Yeah. Mike's going to do the presentation, but I just wanted to kick it off. It is two parts. So the first part, we're going to be covering the quiet zone. So we will go through the presentation and then we will pause for any questions, answer those. And then once we're good with the quiet zone, then we can move on to Vision Zero and we'll follow the same format for that. With that, I will turn it over to Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works, to go through the presentations. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Can everybody hear me fine? Great.
Yes.
Sounds great.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Honorable Mayor and Council. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So as Craig mentioned, for today's study session, we'll be covering two transportation-related topics. Quiet zones and Vision Zero. Both of these topics were discussed during the August check-in on 2021 City Council priorities. And if we can go to the presentation, let me make sure I can. Great, thank you. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is our agenda for today. As discussed, first part will be quiet zone. With that part, we will discuss what quiet zones are, their purpose, and how to establish a quiet zone, and also some considerations and cost and schedule. And then part two will cover Vision Zero. And then during this part, we'll talk about what the concept of Vision Zero is, typical steps that jurisdictions are taking to create Vision Zero policies and plans, and then cost and schedule as well. So we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So just a quick overview of what we will be discussing related to quiet zones. We'll discuss the background and some definitions, some key definitions that help to understand what a quiet zone is. We'll highlight the steps and process to establish these zones. There are some items that we think council might want to consider related to quiet zones. And then, as I mentioned earlier, cost and schedule. So if we can go to the next slide. Great. So before we discuss what a quiet zone is, I think it's important to give the council and the community some background on why trains use horns during their operation. The federal government, through the Federal Railway Administration, which is also called the FRA, requires that train operators sound horns 15 to 20 seconds before the train enters a crossing. This is known as the Federal Train Horn Rule and was established in 2005. Typically, the operator will sound the horn in a standardized pattern of 2 long horn bursts, then 1 short, and then 1 long. Additionally, the horn will sound until the lead train car occupies the grade crossing itself. The FRA does define a crossing as an at-grade intersection of a public roadway and railroad tracks. So this is a situation when the roadway and the rail line are at the same elevation. These crossings will typically have gate arms that deploy before the train crosses the roadway. And additionally, our research has led us to the conclusion that the FRA doesn't have jurisdiction over the VTA's Tasman line, which does run through our city. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So with this slide, I'd like to explain what a quiet zone is. Included in that 2005 legislation that I mentioned, the FRA also created a process in which local agencies can establish quiet zones. So a quiet zone is basically a section of the railroad where trains are not required to follow the train horn rule. It only applies to the use of horns for at-grade crossings and does not include train stations. Operators can still use horns in the case of an emergency, like say a vehicle enters the track without permission. Additionally, the section of railroad within a quiet zone must be at least a half a mile in length and must contain one crossing. The next slide, please. So in terms of establishing a quiet zone, what's very important is to study the FRA's risk index. And this helps with the feasibility of actually creating a quiet zone. So the FRA, which is once again is the Federal Railway Administration, uses a risk index for each at-grade crossing. They develop this risk index to assist agencies for possible creation of quiet zones. The risk index is based on vehicle count data, train counts, how many lanes are crossing the rail line, the number of rail tracks, and collision history. The FRA does routinely update the risk index itself. Ultimately, the public agency wanting to create a quiet zone must conduct a study to ensure that the risk index for these crossings is not increased without the use of horns. Oftentimes, capital improvements are necessary to help mitigate the absence of train horns. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in establishing a quiet zone, there are several main steps that I'd like to highlight here. So first is agencies will typically hire a consultant with expertise in studying and helping to create quiet zones. The study process does include public outreach, coordination with stakeholders such as the rail operators themselves, the FRA, and the California Public Utilities Commission. There are diagnostic meetings that are held with stakeholders and then comments are received. And then we also need to evaluate each crossing for feasibility of establishing a quiet zone. This includes analyzing and proposing improvements to address the FRA's risk index criteria. This will also include conceptual plans and cost estimates. At this point, the bulk of the study is done, and then we would be wanting to bring that study to council for consideration of the study results, which, as I mentioned earlier, could include the need for capital improvements. If the study is approved by the council, we would then file a notice of intent or NOI to the rail operators, FRA, and the CPUC on our plan to establish a quiet zone. This is the opportunity for these stakeholders to formally comment on the proposed quiet zone. We would look to resolve any outstanding comments that they may bring up. Assuming all goes well and we have the budget to complete the necessary capital improvements, the public agency would move to the design and construction phase, build the improvements. As many of these improvements will either involve or be within railroad property, we would need permits from them and have to pay for their time on working on those projects. After the improvements are complete, we can then file a notice of establishment, and then that would in effect establish the quiet zone. Next slide, please. So quiet zone eligibility. So in Santa Clara, we do have 3 rail lines that cross our city. As you can see on the map on the right, we have 2 red highlighted areas and 1 green highlighted area. The first red highlighted area I'd like to cover is the VTA's Tasman Light Rail, which is at the top of the exhibit and basically going east to west. We then have the second red highlighted area in the central part of the city, which is the Caltrain corridor. And last but not least, we have the Union Pacific Railroad, also ACE, as well as Capital Corridor alignment, which is north-south, highlighted in green. On this slide, we listed the light rail and Caltrain is not eligible for quiet zones. As I mentioned earlier, the Tasman Light Rail is not under the FRA jurisdiction, and the Caltrain corridor in Santa Clara doesn't have any at-grade crossings. So we do have the benefit of not having the at-grade crossings, which obviously assists with train horn noise, but also with high-speed rail coming at some point in the near future. This leaves the green area, which is basically a UPR corridor shared with ACE and Capital Corridor. On this corridor, we do have 5 at-grade crossings, 1 at Yerba Buena Way, 1 at Agnew Road, Norman Avenue, Martin Avenue, and Reach Street. Next slide, please. So here's some examples of some of the improvements that jurisdictions are that are necessary to improve crossings in order to qualify for quiet zones. You may need to install new railroad gates. They call it a 4-quad gate. You may need to improve signal systems themselves. There may be some hardscapes such as curb medians as well as sidewalk. Signage and striping is often part of the discussion. And occasionally there's discussion of road closures and grade separation. Obviously road closures are more controversial. I found information regarding road closures at different times of the day, or grade separation, which is obviously a larger effort. The study that we would look to do with this, if the council wishes, would to look at all viable options and produce cost ranges for consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, some quiet zone considerations I'd like to bring up. So as mentioned earlier, there are additional costs that are likely to be needed or necessary to construct and maintain new safety measures that may be required with a quiet zone. San Jose just recently completed a study, and it's the Warm Springs corridor for them. And in the study, it did estimate roughly 19 to 32 million to construct improvements for 14 crossings. It is important to note that San Jose did recently receive a state grant of $8 million to fund some of the work. The city's contributing $5 million. San Jose city's contributing $5 million. So at this point, it looks like they're moving forward with $12 million worth of work. Also, staff is looking further into this, but we did want to let the council know that there is a possibility of additional risk mitigation that the city may want to consider with the creation of a quiet zone. This could include options for additional insurance and coverage. So next slide, please. So quiet zone costs and schedule. So this is actually our last main slide on quiet zones and and at this point, we would want to inform the council that currently quiet zones are not a part of our current work plan. We would want to look at the priorities we have as well as the council's priorities, and then also evaluate overall workload and staffing. We do want to note that with the current budget, with our transportation division, we did cut and freeze one position, so we're down a person there. And then we're also working on several unplanned items, such as trying to support the VTA and the BARTS to Santa Clara project, as well as the Valley Waters Purified Pipeline project. We are estimating about $300,000 of funding is needed for the study, which includes consultant costs, Union Pacific Railroad engineering costs, and data collection needs. As there are other unfunded priorities for the city, council could consider funding if they chose to during the upcoming priority setting session with the council in February of next year. We are also estimating it will take approximately 2 years to complete, and this includes steps to get a qualified consultant, complete the study, which includes meetings with the operators, FRA, and CPUC, lots of field meetings, as well as council consideration. As far as implementation of improvements, we don't have that information at this time, as we do not know the extent of which the improvements will be needed, as that will be produced by the study itself. So that concludes my short presentation on quiet zones, and I'm available for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It did fill in a lot of blanks for me, so I appreciate it. Council, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I mean, I live about a mile from the Caltrain station at Santa Clara University, and I hear a lot of train horns. Do we know where all of these horns are? Are those Caltrain horns or are those UP horns? I mean, some are 3 in the morning. They're not, I imagine they're not Caltrain. Do we have any idea where all this noise is coming from? I mean, given that we've been doing all of these studies on data center noise in the city, it's a real concern for our residents. And then the other question I had was, did San Jose decide to move forward? I mean, they voted unanimously to approve their Warm Springs. Do you know if they did it for, what was the main motivation for their doing it?
I can address those questions, if that's okay, Mayor, at this time. So with regards to train noise, if the train noise is occurring in the wee hours or the 3 a.m., it's likely the UPR or railway coming down the corridor. Caltrain does have horns that they use when they do approach stations. Part of the study would include, really looking into the train horns that are being used in the community. So that way we have a good basis for trying to understand what we're trying to achieve with the quiet zone. Additionally, with San Jose, my understanding is they're moving forward with a partial quiet zone at this time, which is basically looking at reducing train horn noise in the evening, but they're also looking to do long-term improvements, because one of the key things with quiet zones is you do establish it at a given point in time, but as I mentioned earlier, the FRA risk index does change over time. It can go up and it can go down. So if you're not employing permanent physical measures, like you say you're doing enforcement or other things, then that may cause a quiet zone to be removed at some point by the FRA. So right now, from what I understand, San Jose is moving forward with the partial zone, and they look to be in some good shape. Some of their crossings were in areas where there's really not a lot of activity, so they were looking to close some areas as well as really not do much in some of those areas because the risk index for those particular crossings were low. In Santa Clara, we'd have to look at our crossings to see what is feasible and what makes sense relative to, how do we improve the risk index if the train's horn are not being used for each and every crossing.
But my main question was why is San Jose doing it? What's the
Yeah,
main
they were
motivation?
doing it because the trains do go through the Japantown, and it was basically the noise. There was a discussion in one of their staff reports that the UPRR, Union Pacific Railroad, they did change how they were operating trains and were increasing some of the frequency. So you imagine being a resident and you had train horns that you're hearing for quite some time, and then as more trains were coming down, you would hear it more often. So it's really a community-driven issue, from what I understand,
But
in terms of the noise itself. So,
but aren't our UP trains the same as the Japantown trains?
they operate the same track. I think the issue is that they, like for instance, as these trains go through, like if you've seen the ones in San Jose, they literally go right diagonally through the Japantown. So it's you could live within 100 or so feet from the actual train itself. So I think that's one of the main drivers. From what I understand, and I'd worked in San Jose previously, it was always a point of contention for the community in terms of really they came together and wanted it to be done. So
Do you see this as an environmental justice issue for the people that live near the train tracks?
that's a good question. I don't have a great answer for that at this time. Environmental justice, as I understand it, is really looking at trying to make sure that things are people are treated fairly based on demographic and socioeconomic profile. I know that with the high-speed rail, they are looking at environmental justice. We're involved in some of that information. It could potentially be part of the study in terms of what we're looking at in terms of trying to understand like what the benefits are and whether we're going to meet certain targets. But at this time, I don't have a great answer. Well, whether it's a truly an environmental justice issue. The train horns they've been operating for a long time, and typically environmental justice, when it's analyzed, from what I've seen, is when new projects come along, new environmental impact reports, things like that, where it's a key topic that people want to study, and then they produce information about the changes that are going to occur related to environmental justice for those projects that are being proposed. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Michael, for the presentation. I am glad to see Lafayette Street on that map there. I've heard the noise for quite a while, trains coming down Lafayette Street, and we have the Great America Station. We've got several of the crossings that you mentioned are right there along Lafayette. But it seems like during COVID, I'm hearing more complaints about the train noise. And it seems like there are more freight trains traveling using Union Pacific. But even prior to that, it seems that when the train comes in the station in the morning at 6:15 and even 6:10 sometimes, they like to blare their horns, even though they're sitting there in the station. And some people use it as their alarm clock from talking to some residents. So I understand that this is not something that has been it hasn't been a priority right now. We don't have the funding and something that we can look at down the road, maybe in the next priority session. But I was wondering that, with the president signing the infrastructure bill, if there are some ways that Santa Clara can access some of that funding, maybe we can use our congressional representative to help us in that respect, to see maybe we can accelerate this work that needs to be done. I mean, like I said, it has increased during COVID, but even prior to that, it seems that the train sitting in the station at Great America definitely blares its horn a lot more than, and it should be. And I know it's sitting there in the station. I don't understand why it's blaring its horn. But I've talked to residents recently who will not open up their windows at 2:30 because they know 2:30 in the morning they're going to get woke up by a freight train coming through. So I appreciate this and hope that there's some way we can explore the quiet zone without going to the expense. I know it was very expensive what San Jose did, but look at ways that we can do it with not as high of a cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have been advised by the Assistant City Attorney that that we should take a brief break in order to determine whether there exists a conflict of interest. And
Okay.
so if we can just break for about 3 minutes and allow for the Assistant City Attorney to call the council member
Okay.
to get clarification, and then we can decide whether to proceed or not.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Let's come back at 6:05. Okay? Thank you. 6:05.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. And I do have a question. Like if we compare our crossings, like 4 crossings with the San Jose, and because the same Union Pacific is going through the Japantown, and if we compare, what would be our expense, like rough numbers, if you have right now, or maybe later on we can budget, find out what would be our number for all these crossings to make noise free. And second question is, you did mention that San Jose got $5 million state grant, right? Can we look at like what was the basis of getting those grants? Can Santa Clara explore those state grants or county grants, or as mentioned by Council Member Watanabe about the this new infrastructure bill, it might have something in it, basically. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. So it's hard to do a actual comparison because each and every crossing has its own individual risk index. I did do a quick look at some of the information relative to our crossings versus San Jose's, and our risk index for some of our crossings is a little bit higher in terms of what we're seeing today. Our consultant would help confirm that, and typically with a higher risk index to start with, that would mean you would be, it might be a little more difficult or more costly to improve those. So really hard to say. The consultant study would really give that information that I believe you're looking for, which is the cost estimate. As mentioned earlier, we don't have that information at this time. That's the purpose of the study, is to bring in an expert, somebody with expertise in this. They can help us work through the Union Pacific Railroad and the FRA process, make sure we get the right audience with right folks. And because really part of this discussion is going to include analyzing the crossings, but really meeting with the stakeholders, the operators, because they will come forward with recommendations to do all sorts of things. And the consultant's going to help us kind of weed out what we think is necessary, what's not. And then ultimately, we do want to work with those entities in order to make sure that we're not going to have an issue with the zone in the long term. In terms of the grant opportunities, yes, we can certainly look for grant opportunities for the establishment, for either the establishment of a zone, which I don't know if there are any at this time. The grant that San Jose did acquire or funding did acquire was specific to construction. So they were able to get that. But at that time, I believe they actually had the projects in mind. So grant opportunities tend to be more favorable when you actually have a project in front of you and you can speak to the benefits of it. And that's typically part of the application process, or even working through your legislative advocate, is to say, hey, we have these great projects, it's going to do these things, have these benefits. And then with that information in hand, typically, that your legislative advocacy or a state rep that we're in contact with can promote the project and look to fund those efforts over when the next funding cycle is available.
Oh.
So that's what I'd like to offer for those two questions.
Okay, and do they have was any grant provided to San Jose for the cost of the study, like consultant study before the construction for the project?
No, from what I understand, they funded that with their own city funding, and I believe there was also there are also other quiet zones being considered, like in Milpitas, and they were asking their council to fund the study as well. So I so far I haven't seen any grant opportunities for that, for the study itself, right? Typically, once again, the grant opportunities are for construction projects, and usually that's where I wouldn't say it's worth it, because that's probably not the right term, but that's really where typically agencies want to focus, because that's where a lot of the heavy dollars are needed. And then, as mentioned earlier, there is a need for matching funds. So in the case of San Jose, $8 million of state funding with $5 million of local match. So it's not 100% grant. They typically want the city to commit dollars in order to make sure that the project's viable. So.
Okay. I would request city manager if she can find out from our consultant in Sacramento if they have some grant program for study or whatever in this whole project. Basically, if we can explore that would be nice.
We were thinking of perhaps the infrastructure bill has an opportunity for us to look into.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, just very quickly. Thank you, Michael, for your expertise. my question is, when I looked at that, you said that our Caltrain did not have didn't have the ability to even be looked at for a quiet zone because we don't have the crossings. But what you showed when you showed the crossing is, I saw signage and I saw the arm that comes down over the side. On just the crossings you were talking about that go parallel to Lafayette, I'm trying to think, one of them goes from a residential to a residential area, that's at Agnew's. The other ones are residential on one side and commercial on the other, but don't most of them have arms, if I remember right?
Yes, so most of our, I believe all our crossings have gate arms. Those are
Yeah.
kind of like minimum requirements. What, these studies will do is they will look at those again and see if they need to be upgraded, because that's considered an existing situation. So you have the gate arm kind of set up today. The train comes through it, it sounds the horn. As far as I believe the FRA and the operators are concerned, that's what they deemed allowable at this time. If you're going to remove the train horn noise from the equation, they're going to want to look at additional safety measures at each of these crossings in order to try to mitigate the fact that the train horn is no longer going to be used. So what I've seen is quad gates. So basically, instead of two gates coming down blocking oncoming traffic, there's gates on all four legs of not all four legs of the intersection, but on both sides of the road. So that way you couldn't just drive around the gate as you could in some of these situations today. So there's those types of things. There's improvements necessary relative to like putting in median islands to prohibit people from moving in certain directions. There may be the need for sidewalk improvements and things like that. For Caltrain in particular, in Santa Clara, we have the benefit of not having at-grade crossings, which as I mentioned earlier was really one of the great things. We were dealing with high-speed rail, in that they could come through our corridor without us having to deal with the construction of an at-grade undercrossing, which can be very expensive and it takes a long time. So hopefully that addresses your question.
Yeah. So your point is, even though we have the arms there already, we would possibly have to do infrastructure to make that more robust.
Correct. Yeah, they may, ultimately you may have to do more gates, you may have to do more signal preemption, you may need to put in, hardscape, like I mentioned, more signing and striping. It'll all be evaluated if the study moves forward, in order to really see what improvements are needed, what the cost is, and ultimately that cost can be weighed against the benefit for a decision to be made whether to move forward or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. And I understand that the problem that we're looking at is train horns, but in general, if I go to other countries, if I go to other places where they have trains, I see a lot of sound walls and sound barriers. And I generally don't see those in the United States except next to freeways. Is it possible that we could even look into some sound abatement solutions? And again, I think that the railroad noise would be easier to dampen or to mitigate, but train horns, I mean, they're meant to be heard. Is there anything that we can do short of a quiet zone that would help to, at least shorten the distance that the train horns are heard? Meaning you don't need to hear a train horn a mile from the tracks. Is there any way that we can reduce that sound noise? Thank you.
So thank you, Councilmember Park. To address your question, I think would involve a different type of study, and really it's noise reduction, not from quiet zones, but from other measures, and whether that is something that the council is interested in. I think you'd have to look at the benefits of the construction and whether that's actually going to provide what everybody's interested in. Because one of the things to keep in mind is you often hear comments from people that live pretty far from the tracks. And I think ultimately it goes back to the point you're trying to make, is would a sound wall or some type of dampening alleviate the noise traveling as far as it does today? It may benefit the property owners adjacent, but at that point you're looking at dealing with private property in terms of walls, maintenance. I'm pretty sure Union Pacific will not want to maintain those walls. So in my mind, it's a different type of study. It's basically that would be a noise study outside with, you know, not considering a quiet zone, which, you know, I think it could be considered ultimately, but it's really more about, you know, whether that's going to be considered ultimately a very expensive project with, you know, with an undetermined benefit at this point. So
Understood. I mean,
no, yeah, from what I've seen is in doing the research, when the trained horn noise comes up, the quiet zones are really the first effort that communities want to deal with, because, you know, they want to look at those crossings and deal with the crossings that are causing the train horns to be needing to be raised. I mean, to be bursted to begin with. So it's trying to get at the source versus trying to leave the source alone and then try to dampen the sound.
Understood. I just remember going to the Ray Gamma dog park opening, and I remember going talking to the Memorex data center, talking at the site, and we weren't anywhere as close to the train track as the residents were, and we had to stop in some cases because our conversations were, you know, and again, a train is going very fast, but you can hear the noise for quite a ways, so it's a couple of seconds, you know, if not more, that you have to stop your conversation because you literally cannot be heard. And again, we weren't even as close as some of the residents on the other side of the tracks. And is there a way that we could get perhaps railroads to contribute or subsidize some of these sound mitigation or abatement solutions? I mean, I understand that we'd have to do a different study, but I mean, do we know, is there a way that we can get subsidies from the people causing the noise or from the entities causing the noise to help reduce the noises that are being generated?
You know, not unfortunately, I'm not in a great position to speak for Union Pacific, but, you know, I would imagine their initial position or the position would be that if they fund that type of improvement for Santa Clara, they would have to do it nationwide, and that would, you know, obviously cost them significant amounts of lost revenue and funding. You know, and then the other point maybe I failed to mention earlier is that the quiet zone, people, from what I understand, communities strive for that because what that does is it actually eliminates the horn in its entirety. So there's no horn to be heard for, you know, versus, you know, with, you know, the dampening, you would still hear something, right? Assuming you could even mitigate the noise to a level that is worth the money being spent. So I just wanted to offer those last comments.
Yeah, understood. And I understand that the primary concern was the train horn, but what I was saying with the Ray Gamma dog park and the data center is that's not the only noise that trains make. And I think that would be useful to look at that. And I understand the comment about if they did it here, they would have to do it everywhere. And I don't know, maybe that's a movement for people who live next to train tracks to start. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, you know, looking at this entire situation, how do we balance the need for safety and the horns that provide safety? I know Santa Clara is not the only city that has had, you know, injuries or fatalities on the tracks. So how do we balance that with the tremendous cost of improvements that are going to be necessary if we create these quiet zones and then the trains are quiet and, you know, potentially more dangerous, and so we have to add other improvements to these crossings? How do we balance that? I'm still trying to think about the pros and cons of each side. Director Liu.
Ultimately, it's a council decision in terms of how to balance that. You know, what I could offer in terms of, you know, things to consider is that, you know, there is the concept that, you know, the FRA did create this process in order for communities to alleviate noise concerns. And, you know, they created this somewhat rigorous process in order for jurisdictions to go through it. You know, as mentioned earlier, ultimately is a city decision whether to move forward with the zone. There is a potential for additional risk and liability. I think that, you know, if the funding were available and the council wants to move forward with these types of improvements, I think improvements are always beneficial. It's a question of whether or not the fact that the trains are no longer using their horns and they're going through, whether that's an issue. I would imagine that the FRA and the rail operators are not going to want to increase their own risk as well. So, you know, they're going to be looking at all the information we provide and providing comments that probably throw a lot at these crossings in order to make sure that, they don't, find themselves in, in some kind of dire situation. Like and looking at the San Jose report, literally they were it seemed like they were suggesting that they should upgrade the entire crossing, all the equipment, everything. So, there is definitely something to be said for the comments that come in from either the CPUC, the FRA, and the operators, because ultimately they carry a lot. I wouldn't say they carry more risk than us, but they carry a significant amount of risk if something does occur. So, but it would ultimately be a city council decision. And even our consultant would not be able to weigh that for us. It would have to be something that is considered, once the information is presented in terms of cost and whether or not we believe that the cost is the cost benefit makes sense or in the grand scheme of things. So.
And maybe it's a more regional issue. I'm on the Caltrain Joint Powers Board, and we talk about this all the time, safety, system wide, and noise, and there's just vigorous debates on it, whether or not the train or the horns, provide enough safety and value enough to try to, do something else. And, people's safety are always number one that they care about. So anyways, all right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for answering all our questions. I'm going to go to the public now. Are you finished with your presentation on this?
Yes.
Or, okay. All right.
Yes,
I'm going to go to the public now to see if there's any member of the public that has a question or a comment they would like to make on this study session.
I don't see any hands, Mayor.
Okay.
And I have no written communication either.
No written communication. Okay. All right. So let me come back to the council. And city manager, what are you looking for? Because it's a study session, so.
We're looking for information as to how you would like to proceed. You can provide that at the end of the presentations. Yes, and I have texted Councilmember Jane that for this Vision Zero policy, he can participate. So he should be logging on soon.
Okay, so should we deal with this now before he comes back?
Sure, if that's how you'd like to proceed. So obviously the interest is this something, an area of policy that the council wants to begin to establish with, and then also do you direct us to bring forward the budget amendment? And I see Councilmember Jane is on. Councilmember Jane, my apologies. We are taking up the action from the in study session to provide input.
Okay.
Yes, I would suggest we refer this to our goal setting session. Because I know we voted on, this came up at our budget in June, and the item came up for us to fund the study for 300,000, and it didn't pass. So I would suggest now that we have more information on this, that we refer this to our budget study to our study session in, is it January or February? Which is
February 8th, yes.
Which is really right around the corner. It's only in a couple months anyway, which is probably, if we brought anything back, would be at that time anyway. So I'm looking for a motion for that. Councilmember Watanabe.
And thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you for stating that. Yes, I was going to go ahead and make a motion then that to direct this topic to the priority setting session, and also explore the infrastructure, any funding from the infrastructure bill that may be able to assist.
Oh, yes, that's a lot of money. Okay. Yes, very good. Is there a second on that?
I'll second that. And in addition, as mentioned earlier, let's explore also any other grant programs available from the state, county, or whatever avenues we can get.
Okay.
And those can be until the time in January. I know very short period, we will be hitting February pretty soon, but if we can have some information, that would be great. If we can get some information by that time. Thank you.
So this is to defer this, refer this to the goal setting session in beginning of February with any potential funding sources if we can get it before February 8th. Okay, motion second. Any discussion on that by the council members? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, let's take a roll call vote on this, and then we're clear to go through the Vision Zero.
Just a moment, I'm just plugging this in. Okay. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously by those present 6-0. Okay, that leads us to the Vision Zero. Would you like to call Councilmember
Yes, I'll do.
Jane back? Thank you.
And if we could get the presentation pulled back
Yes.
up too.
Councilmember Jane has joined us.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Just waiting for the presentation. Perfect, thank you. So on to part 2 of our study session. This is Vision Zero. And with this slide is a quick overview of what we'll cover related to Vision Zero. We'd like to discuss the background and concepts and approach to doing a Vision Zero policy and plan. We're going to go over potential work plan for Vision Zero in terms of some key steps. We'll discuss some considerations when working on Vision Zero and some information coming from other jurisdictions. And then lastly, we'd like to cover some cost and schedule information. So with that, could we move to the next slide? Great, thank you. So Vision Zero began in Sweden in 1997, as listed as a slide, as part of their national transportation long-term policy goal to reduce and eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries. Sweden's initial goal was to eliminate fatalities by 2020 and has since been adjusted to have a 50% reduction by 2020 and 0 deaths by 2050. As far as Santa Clara, it's worthwhile to note that included within our recent bicycle plan update 2018 and our pedestrian master plan that were both approved by the council is a goal to study implementing a Vision Zero policy before 2024. Vision Zero was included as a project within the biennial capital budget, but was unfunded. Staff has looked for grant opportunities, but we have not found anything yet. But we continue to look for those opportunities. That being said, in the upcoming budget, staff will be proposing a Vision Zero project as we did in the previous budget. Next slide, please. So Vision Zero concepts. So what's important to note is Vision Zero is an effort to really look at traffic safety from a different lens. And really the focus would be that besides the long-term goal to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries, it's basically a new way to look at how to manage traffic and deal with safety. First is a recognition that people or users of the public roadway system will make mistakes and that errors are inevitable. Once this is acknowledged by stakeholders, a Vision Zero policy and plan will review policies and roadway designs and then try to minimize the consequences of such mistakes that users will make. Vision Zero would be based on the data-driven analysis and includes very much a lot of active community engagement. Most Vision Zero efforts, we do see education and traffic enforcement as essential tools to meeting goals. And additionally, Vision Zero is often based on making safety the highest priority. This may lead to situations where decisions need to be made to focus on safety over convenience. Those are typically policy decisions, and that can affect how roadway systems operate. Finally, it is important to note that this is an ongoing effort that requires continuous monitoring and active management by the city. Next slide, please. So here is a graphic that we sourced from the Vision Zero network. The Vision Zero network provides useful information for cities with Vision Zero policies or those who want to get started on them. It was established as a nonprofit, and there's a lot of information that cities use in order to really try to understand the concept and kind of get their efforts going. The graphic that's shown in front of you contrasts the traditional approach to traffic safety as compared to a Vision Zero focused approach. And ultimately, each city is going to look at Vision Zero and create their own policies. But these are kind of some of the key 5 items that most Vision Zeros that I've seen try to challenge agencies to understand. First is that traffic deaths are preventable versus being inevitable, right, with the traditional approach. The second is that with Vision Zero, human failing should be integrated into decision-making versus assuming that humans are perfect in their actions. The third item is really trying to have a focus on preventing fatal and severe crashes versus just looking at preventing collisions in general. Another item to consider is the systems approach versus focusing on individual responsibility for drivers and users. And then last, that's I think the Vision Zero network wanted to put out there that there are options for quick build projects, and that saving lives doesn't always have to be very expensive in terms of large, big projects. That being said, one of the other key items of Vision Zero is to not call them accidents and really focus on the word collision, because people believe that when the term accident is used, is that it's considered just really nobody's fault, right? So ultimately, there is a desire to focus on the fact that things can be done, hopefully to alleviate the fatalities and severe injuries. Next slide, please. So locally, we wanted to mention that there are 8 jurisdictions that have adopted Vision Zero. As you can see on the slide here, we have Alameda, Berkeley, Daly City and Fremont, Menlo Park, up the peninsula, San Jose, obviously very close to Santa Clara, as well as Sunnyvale just recently adopted a Vision Zero plan and policy, and then San Francisco as well. I believe San Francisco is one of the early adopters. Next slide, please. So here's a map that was once again provided by the Vision Zero network, and really wanted to show the council and the community that Vision Zero is more than just a local effort. It's nationwide. According to the Vision Zero network, there are about 40 communities that are committed to Vision Zero, and there are more that are on their way. You can see that you can see on the slide there that I'll just name a couple cities. So on the West Coast, you have Seattle, Oregon, Portland, Sacramento, Monterey, LA, and San Diego. In the central part of the United States, we focus on Denver, Albuquerque, Minneapolis, Chicago, and Houston. And then on the East Coast, we do have Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, DC, Charlotte, and Orlando. Obviously, there are many more. I just wanted to focus on kind of some of the more common cities that people are familiar with in terms of what Vision Zero, who have adopted Vision Zero. Next slide, please. So here's a potential work plan for Vision Zero. We believe this should be a consultant-led initiative. We would want to hire a consultant that has expertise in developing these plans. Community engagement has to be a key focus and is a big part of the process. We might want to consider creating a task force or an advisory group to help with this effort, and ultimately this would result in a draft action plan that we be accompanied by an implementation strategy. We would want to have priority projects kind of earmarked from the get-go, and then obviously that would include conceptual designs as well, that includes scope and cost. And then finally, as mentioned earlier, this is a continuous effort, so progress updates are vital to meet the goals we set. In the next couple of slides, I'll be providing a little bit more information on some of these items that I'm talking about here in the potential work plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so some cities have decided to establish task force or advisory groups to help either oversee the plan creation or implementation, ongoing implementation. This can typically be interdisciplinary group, often comprised of city departments, elected officials, community groups, other agencies, and of course, city committees such as the city's BPAC and Senior Advisory Commission. Next slide. Action plan. One of the key items besides community engagement is the creation of the action plan. This is vital to the success of a Vision Zero from what I've seen. It would help us focus on goals and guiding principles. It would help it would be based on data collection, analyzing roadways. We would want to include public outreach and potential media campaigns, as education should be a priority. And ultimately, all stakeholders, whether it's residents, employees, or employers, should be aware of the city's Vision Zero goals, as their role in making it a reality is very important. Next slide, please. So as far as implementation, there are various solutions that the city can look at to achieve Vision Zero goals. We do have listed on the slide about 13 options, which are pretty common from some of the plans we've looked at. They're focused on engineering, education, and at the end of the day, city policies. So I won't go through all of these, but I'll highlight some of the notable ones. Education is mentioned. We do have green bike lanes, intersection bulb outs and lighting, signal operations, reducing speed limits if possible, more bikeway improvements, a safe routes to school program, speed feedback signs, narrowing lanes and potential road diets. And then last but not least is targeted and increased enforcement. Next slide, please. So it's noteworthy that most Vision Zero plans focus on vehicle speed as a major factor in collisions with fatalities and severe injuries. Here are some examples of physical improvements that can help with Vision Zero. On the top left is a speed radar feedback sign, and on the right is an example of where a city can set up a school 15-mile-an-hour speed zone when school is in session. As you know, we do have these speed feedback signs in the city already, and they're being used today. And the city is also in the process of trying to establish the 15-mile-an-hour school zones, as that's currently part of our bike plan and PED master plans in terms of it being a goal. So these are some tools that cities are using when trying to, deal with speed as well as traffic calming to some degree. Next slide, please. Some more implementation options. This is really focused on the left. You can see a bulb out there. That's really to reduce the pedestrian crossing in the paved area, and it helps to narrow the lanes a little bit to slow traffic down. Sorry, my light went off. The picture on the right is a protected bike lane, and you can see that the bicyclist has a pretty healthy area to travel in. There's green bike lanes coming up as he is entering the street crossing, as well as there is delineators in the street to provide some protection and notification to drivers that they shouldn't be entering those areas. Next slide, please. So while the long-term goal of Vision Zero is often to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries, cities that have adopted Vision Zero have recorded some mixed results. So this is a graph of traffic fatalities that we found from 2012 to 2018 for 5 major cities that have adopted Vision Zero as city policies. We have Los Angeles, DC, Chicago, San Francisco, and New York. In some of these cities, traffic fatalities are up and down, while some cities like New York are showing consistent improvement in this important metric. The graph does support the notion that Vision Zero is an effort that needs to be continuously monitored and studied to see if additional changes need to be made over time. Next slide, please. So more locally, we do have information coming out of San Jose as they had established their Vision Zero goals and policies in 2015. This is a graph of fatalities and severe injury from 2016 to 2020. Although there was some improvement in the early years, there was a slight increase in the more recent years. So as part of a Vision Zero plan in Santa Clara, one of the things I would be looking for is to check in with San Jose and try to understand what's going on there in order to see if there's any adjustments they're going to make, as well as if there's any lessons learned from kind of what they've encountered so far. Next slide, please. So Vision Zero funding. So it's very important to note that additional funding will be needed to construct and maintain Vision Zero improvements. While some of these may be included as part of our bike plan and pedestrian master plans as goals, they're also mostly not funded as well. And there may also be other improvements that really are focused on drivers versus just bike and ped. That being said, here are some examples of costs spent on Vision Zero improvements or related to Vision Zero improvements in Fremont, San Jose, and San Francisco. So Fremont's constructed 5 protected intersections at a cost of about $6 million. San Jose's estimating to spend about $20 million to improve 14 corridors related to Vision Zero, And then San Francisco's got a Lombard Street Vision Zero project to improve 1.5 miles and 13 intersections at a cost of 19 million. So as far as cost and schedule, we do want to once again confirm priorities and evaluate workload as discussed earlier to see when a Vision Zero effort can start. We are estimating a $315,000 cost and about 2 years to complete. The schedule does include the RFP award process, the plan completion and council approval. The 2 years doesn't also include community outreach, workshops, and city committee meetings such as BPAC and Senior Advisory Commission. And as I mentioned earlier, it's very important to get community feedback, and because we do want this, although it's data driven, it does need to be community endorsed and driven, because ultimately these are the people that are using the roadways, and we're looking for them to help us in terms of what they see, as well as trying to help implement some of the programs and behavior modification that's going to be likely be a part of this. Finally, we don't know the final implementation schedule or cost yet, as because the plan, obviously the plan's hasn't been done yet, but that information would be developed when the plan is brought forward and presented to council for consideration if the effort is funded. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with our questions. I'm going to take all the questions at once since we're a little bit behind schedule. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Michael. My biggest question is, what did New York do and what did San Francisco do at the beginning that LA and the other cities did not do? Because obviously New York is showing that it's going down, and San Francisco did have a drop and it shows it going up. And what did those other ones do that didn't work, obviously? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is on the same lines as Councilmember Hardy. Like, what do we learn from other cities, even smaller cities like Menlo Park, Berkeley? How did they come up with those plans, and what can we learn from those, basically?
Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I was wondering, we're doing a number of road improvements, pavement improvements and such. And of course, any type of construction is extremely expensive. Can we get cost savings if we try to couple, say, narrowing or embedding, lights in the streetway with some of the existing road improvements that we're already doing?
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for the presentation. My two things are regarding whether or not, as we look at doing a study, include a traffic analysis, a study. We are going to have an increase in residents in the north side over the next couple of years. And I was wondering when the last traffic analysis was done in that area, thinking about like Rivermark, which was probably like the last big project in that area, but also, as we develop Tasman East, the related project and several other projects that are going in. Some of our, like Agnew, for instance, is becoming a cut through. And so I'd like to see what we can do about a traffic analysis in the study, as we look at this, and also all over the city as well, of course. But being that the north side is probably the most impacted area and for future development, I'd like to find out about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I have a concern about speed limits and road diets and bulb outs, because near my neighborhood, we have all of those things. And what I've seen is bulb outs don't actually slow people who are intent on speeding, because they'll just go right in the middle. And it's very dangerous for people who are waiting or coming to the intersection in the other direction. So, I mean, I feel that like the speed limits, road diets, the bulb outs aren't very effective without enforcement. Do we take into account things like enforcement or additional personnel or additional technology to help with this, cameras or besides just the speed limits and road diets? That said, I do like protected bike lanes as well. I do walk with my daughter, do other things with bicycles and scooters and things like that. There are just lots of places that I thought would be safe that aren't really safe because even though it seems like there's a lot of space, there really isn't a lot of space when you're walking with a child or even two children that are not necessarily going to ride in single file. Thank you.
Okay, I think those are the questions. I'll save my comments for the end because I support all the issues and the solutions, even some of the less expensive solutions for traffic calming. I think anything we can do to calm traffic is important and good. So Michael, would you like to, Mr. Liu, would you like to answer those questions now before we go to the public?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So there was a question from Councilmember Hardy regarding New York and San Francisco in terms of the progress they made in the early days. And our understanding is that's because they took pretty bold moves to allocate vehicle lanes to become part of bike lanes. So basically road diets to some degree. So I think, that's part of the discussion that needs to occur is that, what level of consideration should be given to, reducing lanes in order to, basically, reduce the potential for collisions. Part of the study would be looking at other jurisdictions and trying to understand what they're doing. We don't want to do this in a vacuum. We want to make sure that we're learning as much as we can from other cities and making sure that we can, take hopefully their best foot, their best products and then use them to our advantage. That would be my proposal. There was a question from Councilmember Chahal in terms of, what we can learn from other jurisdictions. So once again, in looking at the Sunnyvale, the recently adopted Sunnyvale Vision Zero plan, there's heavily included a community outreach process. And so I think that's definitely going to be beneficial because once again, buy-in is important and making sure that we do hear the voice of the community relative to this issue that seems to be very near and dear to them. Councilmember Jane had a question regarding potential cost savings from combining efforts. So like if you're paving the street and you want to incorporate some of these efforts, certainly that's always something that we look at whenever we can. I think when it comes to certain situations where we do need to remove a lane in order to accomplish something or remove parking, that does tend to be a community concern and that can take a little bit longer. But any opportunity the city has in order to combine projects and not have two contractors come out to the same area in a short amount of time is really what we're looking to do there. A lot of cities have done that in order to really capitalize on the fact that they're already out in the street doing some work. But it will depend on what the improvement is. I think that's really key here. Councilmember Watanabe had a question related to polling data, about traffic on the north side with the anticipated growth coming from and traffic coming from related, as well as some of the other planning efforts. So each and every one of those projects does do a traffic study, but that traffic study is really more about congestion. And so each one of those is independently done, and they do take each one into consideration. But once again, it's focused on traffic congestion. Vision Zero is different than that, from what I understand. It's really focusing on design and looking at data in terms of collisions, and then trying to anticipate what types of collisions may be more predictable to some degree, and then trying to deal with design to alleviate the fatalities and serious injuries. Once again, it was an effort to really try to change how traffic engineers and cities look at traffic safety, instead of trying to assume that every driver is perfect and that if they make a mistake, it's it's not the city's fault. Ultimately, there are going to be some situations where things happen, and we do want to try to get ahead of that relative in terms of Vision Zero. It is important to note that in terms of looking at your corridors, recently we had brought to council traffic data collection services. So part of that is looking at data collection throughout the city and then kind of analyzing corridors on our own absent Vision Zero. That's something we like to look at annually. With currently, there hasn't been a lot of activity there because of COVID, but we do anticipate that traffic will come back once everything's hopefully back to normal as much as we can make it. And then Councilmember Park had a question regarding comments regarding enforcement and being needed, and that, as I mentioned during the presentation, that is one of the vital pieces. You could build a lot of improvements, but if people don't want to follow them, that's where, in my mind, enforcement comes into play. That is, to some degree, the final step in trying to make sure that people either behave better or to really try to reduce the risk that they're taking overall. Because ultimately someone's going to want to take whatever risk they want. And I think Vision Zero is trying to assume that some risk will be taken as a part of the inevitable error that people make. And then in doing so and trying to take that into consideration is really looking to try to alleviate that through design. Like a perfect example is narrowing lanes. So, the classic travel lane is a 12-foot lane. It's very comfortable to drive in, and there's a lot of room for movement, but people tend to speed when they feel comfortable. So when you narrow lanes, what that does, obviously it helps with trying to build bike projects, but it does create that kind of environment where you're feeling like, hey, it's a little tighter, I should drive a little bit slower. And in theory, that does help a little bit, but it is a convenience. It does take away from the convenience of being able to drive at your leisure. So those are important factors that are part of Vision Zero. Is once again, not necessarily just looking at each mode separately, looking at it from a systems approach, but also really just making sure that you're focused on the data, right, as well. Community engagement in data. Where are the heavy collisions? Where are the high risk intersections? And what can we do to make those not as high risk ultimately, knowing that some people are still gonna get into collisions. So I believe I covered all the questions. If I missed anything, I apologize, and I can always jump back in with more responses.
Very good job. Very good job. Thank you for reporting all those. Oh, Vice Mayor, did you miss your question?
No question. I just want to make a comment when appropriate.
Okay, I'm going to the public now. So let's go to the public now on the Vision Zero policy. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. Mayor and Council, thank you so much for letting me speak on this item. I think it's great that you're looking at a Vision Zero policy. I think most cities should be looking at that if they're not already. The thing that I guess what I heard is might be in conflict. You want to get community engagement, which I think is always a priority, get community involved. But what I didn't hear is how you're going to weigh the community requirements of, I've heard people say, let's open up the lanes and get them to, keep 2 lanes in each direction rather than narrowing it down to 1 in each direction with a center turn lane. So you could have bike capacity. People don't want that because they want their lanes because they don't want to be in traffic. So the next door things that I monitor that I'm part of, that's what I see. And most of those are Santa Clara residents that are speaking like that, especially on Prune Ridge. I know this is a citywide thing, but how are you going to balance the community need for not wanting to see any change, keeping their lanes because they think that's the right approach, and weighing that against, well, we actually have a policy that we're trying to create safety, and that conflicts with your desire to want to have more traffic capacity on your streets. So how are you, that's already been stated as a problem. How are you going to address that? How are you going to approach and balance? How are you going to prioritize what the city is trying to do in terms of growth for the future, but also from a safety perspective? How is the city going to balance that priority with community input, which is probably going to conflict with that because they're going to say, we don't see anybody using the stuff that's there. Why should we sacrifice 20% of our auto lanes for something that doesn't exist? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kurt. Gabby, go ahead, Gabby.
Hi there. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak and also for reviewing this very important item. There's a lot I can say, and I'll keep it short. I appreciate the public's input, and I appreciate community input. It's definitely very important. And I understand sometimes when terms are used like road diet and bicycle lanes, removal of parking, it really gets sometimes people are against that, right? But I think, as, community input is gathered and as we're looking at it, it really needs to be framed at, from a safety perspective, and it's not just about bike lanes, it's about creating safer roads, safer streets for everybody, no matter how you decide to use it. People have spoken up on these meetings saying, hey, I drive a mile, I drive half a mile because I don't feel safe walking. That's a problem, right? So, and it compounds a problem where I don't feel safe walking, regardless if it's a bike, people don't even have to take a bike, right? I don't want to walk because it's not safe. Then therefore I drive, therefore there's more traffic, right? So, I think for the most part, you'd probably be hard pressed to find anyone that wants more car traffic. So I hope that, this can be framed and really shown as this is going to be a good way to reduce the number of vehicles on the road. So it's safer for people that do decide to drive, but then also people, of all ages and abilities, right? Folks that have, that can't walk too much or have problems walking, kids who, who are also some of our more vulnerable folks because they're too small and people can't always see them. I hope it's framed in that way, because that's really what this is after. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabby. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie.
Oh, okay. I unmuted. Thank you so very much. I wasn't really prepared to talk on this topic, but first of all, I just want to say I kind of agree with what Parks was saying, which is interesting because I don't normally agree with them, but good comments. But I've been working on traffic issues in the Mission Park area for years, and actually met with the traffic or the engineering department this summer and spent a better of 2 hours talking to them about traffic issues in Mission Parks. Stop signs don't work, never have. People ignore them, go right through them. Speed limits do nothing. And so we continue to see issues, but the problem I see is that our rules are so stringent within the city that we can't get anything done. And we really need to work at getting things done. I talked to them about Bassett, I talked to them about Cheney, I talked to them about Fuller, and Bassett was actually related to the train issue because of the traffic going straight across. I've only seen one of the things that we discussed in that 2 hours that had been taken care of, or partially taken care of, and that was on Fuller where the park is. So I think it's really important that we kind of streamline these things. Getting speed bumps is, I think, an absolute necessity in Mission Park because somebody is going to get hit, and homeowners complain constantly about the problems we have. So we really need to get it together. It's a bigger picture, I think, that we need to work on in the city and change the rules and get some things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Jeff, go ahead, Jeff. You're muted. Jeff?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. People sometimes oppose bicycle lanes, arguing that if nobody is biking on the street now, why are bike lanes necessary? Another way to look at this is if you were to propose building a bridge across the river, would you listen to those that argue nobody is currently swimming across that river? Why do we need a bridge? Thank you. That is all.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Diane, go ahead, Diane.
Sorry, I was looking for my unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to agree, first of all, with everything that Gabby just said. All her points were excellent. And also to other people have talked about traffic calming. For example, the speed humps, roundabouts, which we have a subcommittee on in the BPAC, narrower lanes, which Michael talked about, which make people feel a little less comfortable, but go a little slower, planting more trees in the right of way that sort of help to slow anything that will slow people down. I think is going to make things safer. I think the person that mentioned, I think it was Debbie, I was thinking about that stop signs frequently don't work. Neither do speed limit signs. I mean, it's unfortunate. A lot of people do ignore the rules. So the traffic calming actually works better because it feels more comfortable to go slower. And that and everything, if when speeds are slower, accidents are fewer. And I think that that is the key to all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Is there anyone else from the public? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any comments?
None, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go back to the council. Thank you, public, for that. I'm going to go back to the council. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Michael, for the presentation, and thanks for residents' comments on this thing. I fully support the initiative of Vision Zero. Basically, no loss of life is acceptable, and not only cities, but even the countries like European countries, Sweden and Finland, they have shown this thing. It has to work not at a micro level, but at the macro level too. And I always take example of some of these countries like Berlin, Stockholm, Oslo. Oslo actually, with a population of almost 700K, had a 0 fatality in 2019. I don't know the numbers in 2020. So it comes with the initiative, it comes with the leadership, and it comes with the, I know the community will have some pains and some people will say, oh, why we are slowing down. But at the end of a day, if we save a single life, it means a lot. And if we can make our roads more safe, I think we'll see more bicyclists on the road. I know Such Jain, Councilmember Jain is very brave and he always bikes. But I think people like me would be on the road if we can have a more safer roads, basically. And as mentioned by Michael, education, engineering, and enforcement, these are the three approaches, three fundamental things which can really bring us to at par with other cities which are doing well in this thing as a systems approach. And I would say put it on priority and let's find out a budget. And we already have it in our pedestrian, bicycle pedestrian goal plan that we will be doing this thing by 2024. But keeping in view, like especially the related development which is coming up, and if we can do it right away, maybe that has they can make some modification and that can be implemented while they're building all that city within the city. So that can be one good initiative to start it over there. And I do agree with some of the comments, especially Gabby mentioned that people are not biking because they don't think it's safe. But if we can make these safe environment, people will be more biking on that. And I give an example like within my district on Monroe, and several complaints have been received by the residents on dangerous driving situations and the road situation on Monroe. And even to name an example like Bray Street, it's a pretty small inner road. And I see like I have myself seen pretty scary scenes on that. And a fire hydrant on that street, a fire hydrant was blown away by one accident, like driving by a car. So I know many of you mentioned that some of these things don't work, and that may require like more enforcement, although we cannot stop putting stop signs and other mitigation factors, but putting on more enforcement may be helpful, and to take care of the safety of our residents and in totality, basically. So I'll be more than happy to make a motion when you're ready to do that.
Go ahead. Now's the time. This is.
I would say let's find a budget for $315,000 and put it on priority to get this thing rolling.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Any other comments on this? On the motion before we take a vote? Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I gotta say that everyone who commented tonight was spot on, so I appreciate their comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I just wanted to say that now's the time for us as we see things that are happening in the city. People are getting hurt either on their bikes or walking, or pedestrians just crossing the street. Some people are losing their lives. We have drivers that are distracted constantly distracted. So any of our traffic calming measures that we can do, I think they're all good. I was visiting my son in Washington a couple of years ago, and they took the middle of their busy street and they put plantings down the middle. I know that's expensive, but they put plantings down the middle, and they slightly curved the street to go around, so it wasn't a straight shot. And it was amazing how that slowed down the traffic. It was just incredible. Even with the bulb outs, if you're like on El Camino trying to turn right on Monroe Street, there's a bulb out there. You can't whip around the corner in front of the senior center now. You have to take it slow. I mean, so I think anything that the narrowing of the lanes, anything that's going to get the driver's attention is important, especially around our schools. I know we're going to be talking about a slower speed limit at our city school liaison committee meeting in December, as well as other issues and walk to school programs and some other things we're going to talk about, but anything we can do. So I'm fully in favor of sending this to our priority setting session, but at the priority setting session, making this a priority, because this is something we can't ignore. There's too many people getting hurt, or potentially there's a lot of near misses out there because of this distracted driving, people being in a hurry. And now that we're coming hopefully out of COVID, I know we're going to hear another report about how our numbers are, but as we come out of COVID and people are getting back in the cars and going to work again, and dropping their kids off at school and other things, the distractions are just going to continue. So I know I don't want to sound like we're just sending it to goal setting. At goal setting, I want to make this a priority. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, please.
Yes, may I repeat the motion to the maker of the motion? This is to refer this item to priority setting session in February 2022 and find a funding source in the amount of $315,000. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was the amount requested. But my point, if I may, Mayor, my point is we already thinking this is a priority. Why wait for 2 more months to put it again on the priority? And why don't we let it move forward right away, basically?
Well, by the time it comes back with a report, it'll be our priority setting session date. So we only have 2 more meetings.
That's what I'm saying.
December. We only have 2 more meetings in December.
Yeah.
Do we have, well, we'd have to bring back an action item to fund this.
Yes, that's the motion, basically bring back as soon
Okay,
as
that wasn't your motion. So I guess you'd like to change your motion now?
I would like to say let's find a funding for $315K to start this thing rolling. That's my motion.
City Manager, could you help us with this?
Yes.
If you don't mind.
So what we could do is before the priority setting session, bring forward the funding request.
Okay.
And then with that, we can come back as part of the priority session and just give a verbal update on the timeline or a time frame of what milestones we could reach next year, so that we can further advance this referral.
So the motion then is to refer to City Manager to bring back a funding request.
The funding request we could bring forward. I think that's what I'm hearing Vice Mayor Shahal say, that doesn't need to wait until February. And then in February, we can just continue to provide a verbal update of any new information, as well as any timeline that we're able to provide.
Okay, and we expect that funding request to come, and well, I guess I'm not going to put you on the spot right now.
January.
Okay, January. Very good for our session in February. Okay, very good. A motion. Who did we have a second on that motion?
Councilmember Becker.
I'll accept.
Okay. All right. So do you have that, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and I'm pleased to say that passes unanimously. Wonderful. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we are going to start our regular council meeting. So it's 7:11. Let's take 4 minutes, 7:15. Thank you. Everyone, and we are now going to start our joint City Council Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people, with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read my announcements?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that are speaking in a lobbyist capacity, are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the clients and or organizations that he or she represents at any meeting held with city officials or at a public meeting pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome. For today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow the public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you are seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on to the council agenda. All right. First, we have reports of action taken in closed session. Assistant City Attorney, Deputy City Attorney. I forget, Sue.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good, great. We have no reportable action in closed session, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Does anybody have any of that? City Manager, I don't know if you have any items.
I do, if there's no one else that needs to speak. I just want to inform the council and the public of the items that need to be heard this evening for continuity of city services. Item 4E, 4G, 4H, 4I, 4J, 4K, and item number 5.
Okay, thank you for that. Any member of the public? All right, that leads us to our special order of business. The first special order of business we have is a verbal report from City Manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa is going to do the COVID update and I'll do the drought update. So Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. The status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review for Government Code Section 8630. Beginning with COVID data, the CDC still categorizes Santa Clara County as having substantial COVID transmission rates among the categories of high, substantial, moderate, and low. Today, the 7-day rolling average of COVID cases was 178. 1 month ago, the 7-day average was 133. The COVID test positivity rate today was 1.3%. It's been going back and forth between 1.3 and 1.4 for a few days. 1 month ago, it was 1%. Hospitals currently have sufficient capacity to treat all patients. Despite excellent vaccination rates, with 85.9% of residents 12 and older having completed vaccinations, County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody has acknowledged that COVID cases have started to increase gradually and unfortunately, and immunity is waning for those who were vaccinated over 6 months ago. The county and the state are now encouraging everyone 18 and older to receive a booster shot before the holidays because of this waning immunity. For those that received the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, the booster would be 6 months after their last dose. And for those who received the 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine, this would be 2 months after their dose. So that's a very familiar slide to many of us on the screen. Same-day appointments for the unvaccinated or for boosters and third doses are still available at sccfreevax.org or by calling 211, where help is available for those without internet access or who need assistance in multiple languages. Moving on to the state proclamation. Last Wednesday, November 10th, Governor Newsom extended the state proclamation of emergency for COVID-19 in California through March 31st, 2022, due to the continued threat that COVID poses. The governor noted that it was around this time last year that case rates, positivity rates, hospitalization rates, and ICU numbers started to increase, and similar trends are now being seen in portions of the state. He also warned of the potential threat from flu season and his desire to avoid a, quote, twindemic. So moving on to Assembly Bill 361, the agenda for this meeting includes a recommendation to adopt a resolution for legislative bodies subject to the Brown Act to continue meeting remotely in accordance with AB 361 and the County Public Health Officer's recommendation. Valid reasons remain to make no changes and continue remote meetings during this vulnerable time of entering the winter and the holiday season. As I shared, cases, positivity rates are increasing and immunity from vaccination is waning as the county still has substantial community transmission of COVID. Anecdotally, experts cite one reason for the surges in the UK and Europe is because of a lessening of public health protective measures. Our hospitals are stable now, but state epidemiologist Dr. Erica Pon has stated flu is a, quote, wild card, end quote, meaning we don't know how adversely this will impact our hospitals. We also don't know the full impact of indoor gatherings during this holiday season. The wild card of flu is concerning because a typical flu season can overwhelm hospital emergency departments. I participate in the California Medical Association's Grand Rounds for COVID via webinar, and physicians were expressing concern about this flu season over the summer before the Delta variant was even an issue. Doctors widely believe a winter surge is coming. Dr. Peter Chin Hong from UCSF stated it well, I believed, in saying that it is the severity of the surge that is just uncertain. We have been among the local jurisdictions that have followed the county's lead in conducting meetings remotely since just before last winter's surge. That was a very significant change for us last year that proved to be very prudent with the unprecedented surge that ensued. Other localities continuing remote meetings, to our knowledge, include Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and Mountain View. The Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution to continue remote meetings today, and we have been told the county expects to meet remotely until at least January 2022. In consideration of what we do know about the current status of COVID and the uncertainty of the impacts from the tenuous season we are entering, it seems prudent to make no changes at this time to how council, board, and commission meetings are held. I recommend we continue with remote meetings until at least January 2022, or until such time the county health officer rescinds her recommendation. I suggest we discuss this in January. So we have another slide that is familiar to many of us. COVID testing returns to the Central Park Library Wednesday, November 24th from 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Appointments may be made at scfreetest.org, where information on other testing opportunities is also available. And COVID testing is also confirmed for December 8th and 22nd. And this concludes my comments.
Thank you, Lisa. Councilmember Jane, you have a question for Ms. Schoenthal?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. I am very concerned about COVID, especially considering what happened to the UC Berkeley football team. Do you have any information on that? Can you explain sort of what happened? I mean, it certainly indicates that we should remain masked when there are breakthrough cases like that.
I thank you, Councilmember Jane, for that question. I would be remiss to try to comment on what happened with that particular incident because I am not familiar with all of the facts. I do know it has certainly been a topic of great comment between the public health officer in Berkeley and an infectious disease doctor from UCSF, Dr. Monica Gandhi. What I can say is that there were breakthrough infections, there were symptomatic infections, and apparently initially there was a lot of misinformation in the news, which is what makes me not want to say anything more, not being fully familiar with all of the facts. But I would have to agree with your observation that it's not a time to relax.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa, for bringing up about the boosters. And if you could just clarify, because I was under the impression that I had to wait my turn again. And you mentioned the county encouraging 18 and over to get their booster shot. So can I go ahead and get my booster shot?
Yes, you may, but I would like to, and thank you very much, Councilmember Watanabe, for that question. Yes, you may get your booster shot. There, just in the news today, there's been concern for people who go to the state website, myturn.ca.gov, that the state website is not quite caught up with the state's recommendation for everyone 18 and older to get their booster shot. So it really, for our community in Santa Clara County, to make it very simple, if you do go to the link that we posted, sccfreevax.org, there should not be a problem with you being told you're not eligible. Our county was among the very first, if not the first, to be very liberal in opening up the boosters for everyone 18 and older. It seemed California as a state came along after our county had made that decision initially. So we have ample vaccine doses for both, for Pfizer and Moderna, for the mRNA vaccines, as well as for Johnson & Johnson. SCCFreevax.org should not, I'm told anecdotally, should not prevent a problem with anybody registering to get their booster. I can't comment on the health systems yet because I don't know for certain they should be scheduling their patients, but I know for certain the county will.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So do you know what cities have gone back into council chamber? I know Milpitas and San Jose were. Are they back home again because of the recent turn of events? Or are they still in chambers? And considering that this is kind of moving a goalpost again, when would we be coming back to council chambers expectedly? Because I know it's been moving every so often. So I'm just wondering if, kind of comparing to other cities as well and see if maybe we're on the same page. And considering if we're all vaxxed as well, would that be any issue?
Thank you, Councilmember Becker, for the question. I have been told that Milpitas is doing a hybrid approach to their council meetings. There have been, meaning they have just a few council members in the council chambers with some plexiglass. They've made some modifications. I don't know if they'll continue that during this, this winter season, but I've been told as of very recently that was the case with Milpitas. I really hesitate to comment on any other jurisdictions right now, just because everyone is concerned, or there appears to be wide concern about a winter surge. So I'm not sure what the other jurisdictions are doing other than the ones that I cited today. What a wonderful question. When will we be able to really just return to more of a sense of normalcy with our meetings? I can say.
Could I just add, Lisa, that Councilmember Becker, under AB 361, the law requires that we revisit the question every 30 days. And so as Lisa mentioned, that we would be able to, again, discuss this and check in January to see where we're at, what new known information is available. Our practice has been pretty much to align to the county's practices, because obviously they're the holders of information and receiving it directly from medical professionals that have guided the county. And so that has been our practice. Some cities have departed, but as Lisa mentioned, for the most part, the larger cities are adhering to, the larger cities surrounding Santa Clara are adhering to much of what the county's practicing, with, of course, the exception of San Jose. So our next opportunity would be in January, where we would represent data, known information as to how we may proceed safely, and then we'll go from there. And likely, as we had prepared, we had already started to scope out plexiglass for installation on the dais, and to present a reopening similar to what Milpitas. In fact, Milpitas called us to find out what we were trying to do, and obviously they accelerated their actions.
Cool, sounds good.
The idea would be to begin to install plexiglass, as well as look at other procedures. And earlier today, Nadine and I were talking about getting the council and getting the public some information about when we do return, what would boards and commissions be able to expect, because there's a lot new logistics and resource requirements based on AB 361 that we really have to look at how we can meet those resource demand needs. So we'll want to have a more thorough discussion, even at our February session.
Cool, that'd be great.
Great question.
That'd be great, because I know the mayor's brought it up in the past, when are we coming back? I know we were all anxiously ready to go back. And I know a lot of residents were really kind of asking those similar questions to me. And I said, well, we're going to get an update on Tuesday, so stay tuned. So thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. I do think Palo Alto has been back as well, and they give options like Milpitas if their council members do not want to participate in person, that they don't have to participate in person. So they do a hybrid, and I think we're probably going to see councils going back. I think we're fortunate in Santa Clara. We have the physical space there. Our old style city council chambers allows us not to be right on top of each other. So I'm sure we have the space, available there, and our council chambers are big enough that we can separate people and make sure they're vaccinated and everything before they come in. I'm really, really anxious to get back. So I can't tell you how anxious I am to get back and to get the public back in our city council chambers, because I think it helps with our governance to be there in person. So anyways, okay, let's see, you have let me go to the public to see if the public has any questions or comments about this. Do we have any public members on this item? We have one hand up. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that update. It's great to hear that we're so on top of that. You guys are always so consistently reporting on this. And I just, for someone that's trying to monitor this as a business owner, business manager, to try and keep up with what my city is doing and how they're approaching it, I just really appreciate that. One thing I just ask is, why are cities like San Jose comfortable being in person when there's more of them, frankly, on the dais at all times? There's 11 of them, plus the attorney and plus the city manager and all the other folks around them. Is it a ventilation thing? Can Santa Clara again do that, where they can just get more ventilation systems or more scrubbers or air filters or whatever, so that, I think it would send a big strong message to have the council in chambers during these meetings so that we can see people again. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Okay, city managers, can anybody say anything about that, or?
I can offer some comments. I don't know the procedures that the city of San Jose is using, although we know that they were one of the first cities to require mandated vaccines and have a higher rate of vaccination than we have here amongst our city staff population. The other is, I can't attribute it to whether this is Los Gatos or Palo Alto. I just remember talking with some of the city managers, and there's practices of checking vaccine cards before the community is let in, putting bracelets on people to monitor who has a bracelet on and who's been cleared for entering the chambers. And so that requires a lot of staffing as well as advanced preparation. And so I'll know this Thursday how it's working for them as they've reopened since we've last talked about it. But the concern was in terms of having staff resources available to make all of those protocols and sustain them over time. So that was one way of how the community was able to enter the chambers and have in-person meetings through those protocols.
Okay, thank you for that. City manager, would you like to go into the report regarding our drought emergency?
Sure. So this status update on the state of the extreme drought emergency is provided for council review per government code section 8630. The Santa Clara Valley Water District, along with the Santa Clara County, previously declared a drought emergency. Additionally, we've learned that the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is expected to declare a water shortage emergency at their November 23rd commission meeting, which will require additional conservation of up to 32% needed on the commission's water supplies. City staff continues to coordinate drought efforts and attend regular meetings at a regional level with staff with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. California reservoirs remain well below historical averages due to the recent even with the recent rains, and climate change will continue to put pressure on our water supplies. I do want to acknowledge that at our next meeting, December 7th, the Valley Water will come to present an update on their purification project as well as the drought conditions. And you'll be able to ask questions at the time. The city continues to message water use prohibitions and conservation methods through communication channels. Articles promoting water conservation advantages for our fall planting have resulted in increased request for rain barrel water harvesting. And so far we have released nearly 22,000 to our residents via 3 newsletters over the past 6 weeks. In September 2021, Santa Clara's water use was reduced by 7.5% when compared to September 2019. And in October 2021, our water demand was reduced by 15.9% when compared to October 2019. Overall, our water demand has been reduced by approximately 28.8% when compared to 2013 levels. Santa Clarans have done very well in responding to this emergency drought, but we can do more with conserving water, and we continue to try to reach our goal of 15% and encourage all customers to conserve water to the maximum extent possible. Residents and businesses can reduce water use during the day by routinely reducing irrigation time, frequency of irrigation days to 3 per week, fixing leaks, and addressing irrigation problems like overspray. There is a slide on the screen here where you can go to santaclara.gov, save our water for additional information of how you can conserve water. And we encourage our residents and businesses to visit this water conservation webpage for effective tips as well as indoor and outdoor conservation measures. We have our Director of Water and Sewer, Gary Welling, who is available to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. I just want to say it's santaclaraca.gov.
Oh, yes, yes.
That's all right. Save our water. santaclaraca.gov, save our water. All right. Is there questions or comments from the council? I know Director Welling's here too. I don't see any from the public. Do we have any questions or comments from the public on this?
There are
Okay.
no hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, City Manager, on that, and for keeping us informed. And I'm sure that won't be the last report on our water conservation issues. All right, we're going to move on then. We have our next special order of business is proclaim Native American Heritage Month. So as a special order of business this evening, the City Council and I would like to announce that November 2021 is Native American Heritage Month. During this month, we recognize the significant contributions that the first Americans to the establishment and growth of the United States. Native American Heritage Month provides an excellent opportunity to demonstrate support in recognizing Native American cultures and educate the public about their heritage, history, art, and service in the United States Armed Forces. Native Americans have inhabited the Bay Area region for many millennia and have contributed significantly to the growth, prosperity, and identity of our country from before its inception to the present day. The 2020 United States Census reports that 9.7 million people throughout the United States identify as American Indian and Alaska Native. And according to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there are currently 574 federally recognized American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and villages. All tribes have a rich culture, whether founded in language or ceremony, which strengthen America as a nation today. Though Native American cultures have struggled to survive tribes' ever-changing relationship between self-determination and self-preservation, they remain vibrant and resilient as ever. In honor of Native American Heritage Month, I have signed this city proclamation proclaiming the month of November 2021 as Native American Heritage Month in the city of Santa Clara. So let me show this here. Here it is. I now would like to invite Monica Ariano, Vice Chairwoman of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area, to accept this proclamation. Monica, are you with us? Oh, there you are. Yay, it worked. Welcome, Monica.
So much. Hoshituhi, Kanakraka, Monica Villariano, Wetchescuchu, Shmowakwa Bululam, San Francisco Bay Area Talk. Good evening, and I greet you in our native Chochenyo language. I'm Monica Villariano. I'm the Vice Chairwoman for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. On behalf of our people, Muwekma La Gente, I would like to thank Mayor Lisa Gilmore and the entire Santa Clara City Council for presenting the Muwekma Ohlone tribe with a proclamation for Native American Heritage Month. I would also like to take this opportunity to share a brief historical background on the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay region. The Muwekma Ohlone tribe is comprised of all known surviving American Indian lineages aboriginal to the San Francisco Bay region. All members trace their ethno-historic origins from the indigenous tribes of the San Francisco Bay Area who were living on the land that they had continuously occupied since before the mission period. Upon arrival of the Spanish in the late 1700s, all Muwekma Ohlone members who were involuntarily confined to 3 Bay Area missions, Mission San Jose, Santa Clara, and Dolores. After the secularization of the missions in 1834, most of the mission Indians who were rounded up from outside the Ohlone-speaking territories left the area, returning to their non-Ohlone villages. But those who remained in the former Ohlone-speaking territories coalesced into a distinct community, living on 2 Indian rancherias in Pleasanton and Niles, where they were able to revive indigenous cultural practices, such as the sweat lodge and ceremonial dances. They were comprised of those who came from Ohlone-speaking villages. These 2 rancherias were very close to each other and formed a single distinct community that was known locally. In 1906, Muwekma Ohlone ancestors were included in the congressionally mandated Kelsey Census of landless California bands in need of land. Although our tribe was referred to locally by many names, like Mission San Jose Indians, Pleasanton Indians, or just Ohlone Indians, it was evident that no one from the Indian agency did any research or interviewed any of the members, since without informing the tribe or anyone else, in 1914, they labeled our tribe Brona Band after a nearby railroad station. The tribe was listed in 1914 and again in 1927 on the list of tribes to receive land. However, after 1927, without the benefit of a site visit, an Indian agent reported the tribe was not in need of land and removed Verona Band from the list of tribes to receive land. These two departmental errors of mislabeling the tribe as Verona Band and refusing to buy us a land base that was mandated by Congress was the beginning of our political erasure. Moekma Ohlone, like many tribes, have struggled to keep from being marginalized, forgotten, and culturally erased. This was not an accident of history. Extermination of our language, cultural practices, and religious rights was governmental policy for decades. We have just begun the healing of generations of trauma and are just now finding our voice in the conversation of where and how we fit in the diverse communities surrounding us. Proclamations and land acknowledgements are so important for the healing process. They recognize the existence of our people, not only that we were here in some distant past, but that we are still here today, stewarding our ancestral lands and preserving our connections from past to future generations. Proclamations and land acknowledgements also recognize and show appreciation for the contributions our people have made to our shared history. I would like to again thank Mayor Gilmore and the Santa Clara City Council members for recognizing the Moekma Ohlone tribe tonight and opening space to hear our story. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you so much for the history, telling us the story and the history as well. That is so important. So we'll make sure that you get this somehow. I wish we were in person and we could have you and hand it to you, but we'll make sure you get that, and please share it with your tribe. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you
for joining us this evening. We appreciate it.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night. All right, next action we have is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless someone pulls it for discussion. Is there any member of the council that wants to pull an item for discussion? Any Councilmember Becker?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can I go? I need to go to the public first.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Any member of the public? Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that 4I be pulled.
4I, okay. And 4I is, what is 4I?
AB.
Action on resolution extended AB 361 implementation to allow city legislative bodies to hold public meetings solely by teleconference or otherwise electronically during the governor's proclaimed COVID state of emergency. Okay, that is pulled. Nora, Assistant City Clerk, did you have your hand up? No, I don't know why I saw it there for a moment, or did you?
No,
Okay.
Mayor.
Oh,
Did you
I'm
need a
seeing
second?
things on my screen. Okay.
Did you need a second?
We have a, with the exception of item 4I, Councilmember Becker, you had a motion.
Sure, I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 4I.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Jane. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that'll take us to public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda this evening? I don't see any hands. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any comments?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Consent item. This was quick. Consent items pulled for discussion. Mr. Vartan, we have item 4I, action on resolution extending AB 361. Are you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi. Yes, thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. So first, I'd like to, I know this was probably going to pass anyways on the consent level because it was almost motion to approve all of it. But One thing I'd like to ask, if maybe there'd be consideration to add to this as a friendly amendment or just an addition to it, is that, you know, the spirit of the Brown Act is to be in the presence of lawmakers. They used to use that you could go to their house if they were taking it from their house. That's obviously been suspended given everybody's at their house. And but the goal is so that there's transparency and you see the people making laws and policies in their presence. And while in the presence of lawmakers is not possible with COVID, we can still get a feeling for what's happening with the lawmakers via video. Now's the time to require that all lawmakers be on video as they would be visible in normal session during a meeting. It's very easy to get distracted and not focus on the meeting if video is off. But being this is a public meeting paid for with public money, doing the public's business, the public has a right to see their lawmakers do the public's business. And while I did see some members, I think all the members today were actually on video, I'd like it to be, or at least I'd like you to consider to codify that. So there's kind of a gentle person's agreement that everybody will participate visually so that the public can actually see their lawmakers in the meetings as if they were sitting on the dais, which we would be able to do if we were sitting there. But since we can't sit there, this is now the time, since you're actually approving the bill, the governor's bill that talks about allowing for this type of technology to be used in meetings, to kind of reinforce it and take it one step further to be more transparent with the public and to allow the public to see you as well as hear you during the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public testimony on this item? Okay, council, we have the item and we had a request from a public member to be visible. Councilmember Watanabe.
I'd like to go ahead and move staff recommendation for item number 4I.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I just wanted to say I'll approve the motion. I know that I think I was one of the members that brought it to the city council that I wanted all of us to have, or no, it was actually Mr. Vartan that brought it as a written petition that all the council members should have their cameras on, and the council voted against it. I believe Councilmember Watanabe and I supported it. The council voted against it. I'm just going to make a public statement, and probably you already know that. I always have my camera on unless I have to take a comfort break, but I, for the most part, always have my camera on. So I think it's important that the public knows that we're listening to them, just like if we were on the dais. And I'm making a pledge for the future. I've already made that my policy already. Other council members can feel free to say whether they will do that or not, but I do want to say that I keep my camera on for the most part. Anybody want to say anything? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
May I confirm the seconder? I heard two voices. I think it was Vice Mayor Shahal.
I did. I think Councilman Becker also. You can put any name. That's fine.
Okay, I put you down.
Okay.
You can't speak for anyone else. You have to say whether.
I'll accept it. I'll accept as a second.
All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Okay, going on to public hearing general business. Number 5, action on all electric reach code items. So the first is public hearing to waive second reading and take action on the adoption of an all electric reach code ordinance number 2034, including electric vehicle EV charging, that amends chapter 15.36 energy code and chapter 15.38 green building code of title 15 buildings and construction of the Santa Clara City Code. City manager.
So this is both Andrew and Michelle.
Okay. Do we have them on?
Yes, thank you,
There you go.
Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development. And this item is a public hearing on the proposed adoption of an all-electric reach code, ordinance number 2034, which includes electric vehicle charging and amends Chapter 1536, the Energy Code, as well as Chapter 1538, Green Building Code of Title 15, which is the city's building and construction code. The all-electric reach code ordinance was unanimously introduced by the City Council on October 19th. And as it was drafted, it does not allow the use of natural gas in most circumstances. However, the ordinance contains exceptions for select building types. And if an applicant can establish that an all-electric facility is not feasible, for the second reading today, the proposed ordinance is modified. It includes modification as directed by the City Council at the October 19th meeting to add that if an all-electric option is not feasible, the applicant must secondarily show that the use of propane is not a feasible option either before the use of natural gas would be permitted. I would also note that the ordinance before you includes correction of a clerical error. One of the sections was incorrectly titled, there's a typo to say electric vehicle charging space, when it should have in fact said single EV space required, and that has been corrected. That's in section 4106423. So with that, staff is recommending that council go forward with waiving the second reading and adopting the ordinance to amend the building code as stated. And staff is available for any questions.
All right. Do we have any questions of the city council members? No? Okay, I'm going to go to the public. Dashiell, go ahead. Dashiell? Hello? You're muted.
Okay, there we go. Awesome. Thank you. Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. You've got an amazing reach code here. We hope you move forward with the second reading and adopt it. We really look forward to the city of Santa Clara exploring further decarbonization actions in its ongoing climate action plan update. And so now that you've got this great ordinance for new buildings, it's time to look at existing infrastructure and other sources of greenhouse gas emissions. So thanks for all of your hard work on this. Really appreciate staff's time on this. And yeah, let's move it forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Alexis. Go ahead. Followed by Daniel. Alexis?
Hello, my name is Alexis Tan, and I'm a junior at Santa Clara High School. I'm here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. Like many of the other youth here, I support Santa Clara's proposed all-electric reach code. And gas pipelines leak harmful greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. Implementing this reach code will help prevent future gas lines and make a huge influence on the amount of greenhouse gases Santa Clara emits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daniel, followed by Sindhu. Go ahead, Daniel. Daniel? Okay, Daniel's off. Sindhu, go ahead. Sindhu?
Madam Mayor, I needed to promote him as a panelist. He wasn't being allowed to just speak. So let's see. If
oh, I see. Over. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Daniel is right there.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Hello, my name is Dino Martinez, and I am a sophomore at Santa Clara High School, and I am here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I am speaking in support of the proposed all-electric. California has experienced many negative consequences of climate change, such as the increase in scale of our wildfires. There are many steps that we need to take in order to reduce the negative impact of climate change. We need to pass the electric reach code as our peer cities have, and we could significantly cut emissions resulting from energy production, which currently make up 69% of our greenhouse gas profile. Despite a possible short-term financial loss resulting from this measure, we would save money in the long run by reducing disaster relief costs, which is very important. I urge the City Council to pass this bill. This proposed all-electric reach code. And thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you consider what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie, go ahead, Rosie. Oh, Sinhu. Did I do Sinhu? No, Sinhu, go ahead. I'm sorry. I almost skipped you.
Hello, my name is Cindy Sagiri and I'm a senior at Santa Clara High School. I'm here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and like the others before
From
me.
the panelists. Please.
Nora, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Go. I'm sorry, Cindy. Why don't you start all over again? Go ahead.
Okay, hello, I'm Cindy Sagiri. I'm a senior at Santa Clara High School, and I'm here today with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'd just like to echo what others before me were saying about how we have a really strong draft read code, and I would love to see it implemented as soon as possible. So thank you everyone who's worked on it, and yeah, it would be a really great step forward.
Thank you. Rosie, go ahead, Rosie.
Hello, my name is Rosie and I'm a sophomore attending Wilcox High School. And I'm here, like many others, with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action to support the proposed all-electric reach code as it is. Climate change is a very real problem in our world today, and the aggressive reach codes we have here today will serve as a great step towards helping the fight against climate change. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments?
I do not have any, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Going back to the council now, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's pretty unanimous from the public, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance number 2034 to amend. Do I need to read the whole thing? Is it necessary? Okay.
No.
Staff recommendation.
Okay, adopts staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second on this?
I'll second with the changes suggested by Director Crabtree for the typo.
Okay. Is that part of the motion, the main motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Staff recommendation.
Okay, that's staff recommendation. So that's why there's no changes to staff recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Motion and a second for staff recommendation. Any other comments from the City Council? Okay, roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. All right, our next item is resolution establishing an effective date of January 1st, 2022 for ordinance number 2034, all electric building electrification reach codes, including EV charging, period. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. This is a companion act to the ordinance on which you just voted, and this is a resolution that would establish its effective dates. The ordinance would generally become effective on January 1st, 2022, the beginning of the coming year. And as was previously discussed with the City Council, there are some provisions in it for projects that are already through permitting processes or well into the design process. So as noted, it would apply to all new building permit applications filed with the city on January 1st, except that projects which have already received planning permit applications prior to January 1st would be considered pipeline projects. Also for single family projects that apply for building permits or receive planning permits prior to April 1st, 2022, those are also considered to be exempted from the ordinance. And that's in recognition that those projects have already been designed, often have already ordered the appliances and so forth that would be included in their construction. And so it would just, since this is a new ordinance, as is typical with the city, these are sort of pipeline provisions for its rollout. And with that, staff is recommending council adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you. So council questions, Councilmember Jane?
Yes, Director Crabtree. It wasn't clear to me when I read the packet, it said permits. And now you're talking about permit applications. So can you clarify the difference between a granted permit and a permit application?
So the exemption is for projects that have already received a planning permit. They've been granted a planning permit, granted a planning permit prior to January 1st. It's applicable to new applications that come in after January 1st. And then for single family residents, it's applicable to new applications that come in after April 1st.
So if you're saying that a new application comes in between now and the 1st, if it's not granted, it would not be susceptible. I mean, it would be subject to the REACH code.
If a planning permit application came in prior to January 1st, it was not granted, then that project would be subject to the new requirements. If a building permit application comes in prior to January 1st, we would process it under the current building code.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the council? All right, let's go to the public. Is there any member of the public that wants to speak on this item? All right, I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, any e-comments?
None, Mayor.
Okay, so let me go back to the council for a motion. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Jane and a second by Councilmember Park for staff recommendation. Councilmember Park, your hand is up. Is that just for your second, or would you like to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that for this motion and the previous motion for the all electric reach codes, I want to thank the public. I think that the Youth Climate Action has been here at almost every single meeting where we've discussed this. In some cases, they've stayed well past the time that they said they could stay up. And I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate their effort, as well as Mr. Dashley. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Very good. Thank you. All right, our next item is item number 6, which is council discussion and potential action on Levi Stadium condition of approval, which was P22C regarding nighttime outdoor non-NFL events. So now we are Stadium Authority.
No, City Council.
We still are.
It's,
oh, yes.
It's under land use.
This
Yes.
is a condition of development.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Then City Manager. Thank you, City
So
Manager.
if we can pull the presentation up, Andrew and I are going to be tag teaming this item here.
All right, thank you.
Can we go to the next slide? So this is another item that's coming back after the earlier January policy priority setting session, where a majority of the City Council expressed an interest in revisiting the council's policy on a Levi Stadium curfew to do 2 things. One was to attract more non-NFL events as well as generate more revenue. The Levi Stadium curfew is a term that is commonly used to refer to the condition of approval P22, and we'll go into that later, for the 49ers Santa Clara Stadium project, which the 49ers agreed to. I want to mention, I know there is some confusion, but the direction for the Levi Stadium curfew actually precedes me. The action was taken in early 2017, where before the council there was study and review with the former acting city manager. Next slide, please. So P22 is in the conditions of approval. It's actually item C. And there's a couple of provisions that we want to highlight tonight for tonight's discussion. The first is that it provides restrictions for outdoor non-NFL events. It states 2 key items in that the night outdoor non-NFL events shall be scheduled to end not later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, unless otherwise approved by the city manager or their designee. Also, the speaker sound system shall be operated not more than 1/2 hour following conclusion of a non-NFL event. Let's go to the next slide. So with that in mind, just want to add additional background in that it's important to note that this policy topic is being presented within the context of a terminated management agreement. And the council can take action certainly to establish parameters for extending the curfew, rescinding the former council action, but ultimately the success of council's action tonight rests with the stadium's manager's ability to comply and implement it as the council has put forward, and to achieve performance in the 2 areas where the council has sought improvement, and that's the number of events and particularly to generate more revenue. I've already mentioned in the report that the council should review actions with respect to the stadium manager's compliance with legal obligations in the management agreement, and we'll go into some specifically that speak to financial performance, as well as demonstrate an ability to work with the city on the ability to mitigate community impacts when stadium events are held, and whether the stadium manager can produce money-making events, and we can talk a little bit about that, as well as the stadium managers to whether they're in compliance with all legal requirements for non-NFL events. So let's go to the next slide. In terms of overview, during the policy setting discussion, the council asked for staff to come back with 7 areas of categories that it sought more information for policy consideration. The first was the mechanics of extending the curfew for summer and weekend events only. Also whether the curfew should be lifted once or twice a year. Examining whether increasing the curfew violation fee would create higher levels of compliance, presenting the 2018 community survey results on noise and the curfew, engaging the community to determine how many times the curfew should be extended, and learning more about Great America's noise curfew, as well as what other cities are doing both regionally as well as throughout the state. Let's go to the next slide. So we've broken our agenda down today in 4 different categories that we'll present. We'll go through ultimately, as earlier mentioned, this is a land use action that's anchored to conditions of approval. And so we'll just review through the EIR what our findings are with respect to adding additional events, information on items 1 through 7. We have had several conversations with the council regarding the noise monitoring program, and certainly if the council acts on changes to the curfew or changes to non-NFL events, we would want to make sure that we have the noise monitoring program buttoned up the way that the council had wanted, particularly with what you want to see with respect to the reports that consultants would issue. So we'll want to get some input on that tonight, as well as some policy alternative options for a pilot program for extending the number of events or the curfew or actions that fall within that category. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll pass it over to Andrew to go through the EIR.
Thank you. So as the city manager noted, the operations at the stadium are regulated by a permit that was issued by the city. And with all land use entitlements, the city goes through an environmental review process, which is regulated by CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. And in this case, CEQA requirements were that the city prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, for the project that analyzes all the potential environmental impacts that the development of the stadium could have, and also looks at ways to try to mitigate those impacts. So within the EIR, there are standards that are described for future operations, including noise and potential mitigation measures that were then incorporated into the project. So as we continue to have discussions around the curfew and what the city's implementation of the permit will be, they must occur within the parameters of the EIR, be consistent with the EIR. The EIR includes a description of the project that's developed by the proponents of the project. And so they in that description, they describe the stadium as having a total of 22 NFL games per year. That was based on the potential for there to be 2 NFL professional football teams at the stadium. The EIR also considered in the description of the project impacts of approximately 26 days of large-scale non-NFL events, and those are further defined in the EIR. Noise impacts from the NFL and the non-NFL events are identified in the EIR as impacts NOI 4, 5, 6, and 7, and all 4 were determined to be significant unavoidable impacts, meaning that the operation of the stadium as described would result in impacts in the area of noise that would exceed the city's standards otherwise. But in the EIR process, there's a way then for the city council to go ahead and make a determination that in this case, those impacts are acceptable and move forward with the granting of the entitlement. Next slide, please. So just further background on the EIR. The EIR anticipated noise impacts from NFL events and non-NFL sporting events would be generally equivalent, and at the near and describe those in terms of what noise levels they would result in at the nearest neighborhood, which is generally to the south and the east of the stadium. It describes the impacts in terms of decibel levels, dBA, LEQ, and we would have to go into fairly extensive to explain what that means, but there's an averaging process. When we look at nighttime and daytime, there's a penalty for nighttime noise and so forth built into the way that noise is typically analyzed. There are also different methodologies and use technically around those noise levels, but this is what's in the EIR. And it's noted that NFL games generally would be expected to have noise levels, result in noise levels within the neighborhood in the 61 to 66 dBA range. Non-NFL events would also be in the same range, with concerts are expected to produce noise levels of 66 dBA or less as well. So there's a consistency between the concerts and the NFL games in terms of the noise levels that result in the neighborhood nearby. The EIR looked at 26 days of non-NFL events and then the 22 days of NFL games based on the 2 teams occupying the stadium. So as a result, it assumed 48 large-scale events per year in terms of the noise impacts that could result for that. As we know, there only is 1 team that is occupying the stadium. So, and they would have a maximum of 12 games for that 1 team. So that means that there are at least 36 days of additional noise impacts that were analyzed in the EIR. And based on that fact, no additional sequence analysis is necessary around potential noise impacts for an increased number of concerts or other large non-NFL events, as long as they fall within the characteristics that were described in the EIR, as they would be expected to do in this case. Next slide, please.
So the next categories are the 7 areas that the council asked us to bring back information on. And we'll take the first 2 together since they pretty much fall within the same category of extending the curfew and frequency and during what part of the year. As mentioned, the condition of approval allows the city manager to approve exemptions for events that plan to exceed established time limits. I have already mentioned that in 2017, the council directed the council directed the former acting city manager to not provide exemptions under COA. And that's really the issue at hand as to what the council is reconsidering whether to uphold that council direction. It's important to look at the past council direction within a couple of topics that we've put forward. And let's go to the next slide and we'll start with the naming rights agreement. We've talked about the naming rights agreement before this council and the contract thresholds that are required. Through the agreement, the stadium is required to have 36 non-NFL major events with 25,000 attendees every 3 contract years. And over the last 3 years, we're showing that there have been 5 events. And of course, we all know COVID has been a major impact for our ability to have large gatherings. But clearly, this is a stadium that needs more events, and that also that has to meet contract thresholds with respect to our naming rights agreement. The Second Amendment to the management agreement provides for the stadium manager to be responsible for the liquidated damages if less than 36 events are held. In terms of noise and other event-related impacts, we've talked with the council before as part of the consultant work on community engagement that there was generally a finding that North Santa Clara was noisy or louder based on other factors such as the airport and traffic, and we will certainly see that come up as part of the community input that we have received. But we also know that what's unique to this area is that stadium events do have an impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, and the community had expressed a concern for that, where they were largely centered around traffic, parking, and disruptive attendee behavior, both before and after events. Recently, the city of San Jose issued a letter regarding this Levi Stadium events and the adverse impacts that they were having or experiencing within their city boundaries. And staff and the stadium manager have continued to work to mitigate impacts. We do have Assistant Police Chief Derek Rush on the line who can go through recent efforts to work with setting a baseline of data of before and after and during events so that we can work on mitigating impacts to the city of San Jose. Next slide. So the council, as part of its policy making, has expressed interest in making sure that we generate more revenue for the stadium by way of both to the stadium authority as well as to the general fund. This is our net revenue for non-NFL events chart that we've been showing over the past years that dates back to fiscal year 2014-15 that shows the performance of the stadium as well as the stadium manager. You can extract a lot of information from this chart in that there have been years where there has been profit both to the stadium authority as well as to the general fund, as well as there have been down years that look like most in 2018 through Concurrent, where there has been no profit either for the stadium authority or for the general fund. There's a lot of factors that we've discussed in various public settings, but what is also of concern is that the council had expressed an interest in generating more revenue. And so we know that it can be done. There is a record I mentioned as part of the context for the stadium manager of questions that the council should consider while looking at its 2 priorities. We know that it can be done. The numbers clearly show it. Interestingly enough, these numbers are based on the existing conditions of approval, but we just need to get into some of the issues that allow for us to make sure that going forward, as the council considers policy around this matter, that we lean more towards the left side of the chart than the right side. I also want to get into a conversation as part of the next slide around staffing resources. So let's go to the next slide. So, well, let me finish this topic. I'm got my memory wrong on slides. So as we know, the stadium manager is responsible for negotiating the terms on behalf of the stadium authority for non-NFL events. And these negotiations do impact how much revenue is generated. It goes to either the commitments that are made for payments, for other cost assignments or commitments or obligations. And generally through the discussions, there is an opportunity to learn some financial performance and what the expectations are through the management agreement. The stadium manager, however, has not complied with either COA 23, which does require an annual events program, as well as the management agreement 3.3, where there is included some language in there that on a quarterly basis we should receive updates, and that's a minimum. I think there's the language in the report even states that no less than quarterly, that the stadium authority should be able to receive information about even events that are under negotiations, and particularly regarding their financial performance. And so that's important for the board and the council as you consider this policy, in that if you're wanting to have events and expressing that you have an interest in them generating revenue, then this is the most earliest opportunity is when contracts are being negotiated of what the anticipated financial performance would be. I just want to say that also, while there have been discussions from our stadium manager as to whether we are entitled to this information or not, it's clearly articulated in P23 as well as in the management agreement. And this is important because, and we can go now to the next slide, we have experienced a lot of resource reductions. You've heard this earlier as part of the study session with respect to staff resources and the need for additional resources for consultant and studies. Throughout the city and its departments, we have, as part of our budget process, talked about a 26% resource reduction, and that's all departments, not just public safety. Our public safety departments are in large part those that deploy out to the stadium, but we do have other city departments such as CDD, Department of Public Works, SVP staff that regularly provide support to the stadium. So what's important to know in advance of when there are scheduled events is because the stadium manager is engaging in a process of booking the events that then commit city resources without any advance coordination or notice of other local events. And this is important because we are a city that loves events. We know that, and that's a good thing, but we want to make sure that we have staff resources to cover the events, both for our community as well as the stadium. It's not been unusual for us to work diligently to look for resources through our many tools that we have so that we can cover both community events as well as stadium and assemble the deployment numbers that we need for stadium. We've had to do this by most recently putting in place mandatory overtime. In the past, we've required double time overpay for securing resources and creating some enticement for staff to work at the events, as well as we went so far as one time formally contracting out with the city of San Jose for law enforcement services to cover the streets of Santa Clara because of our stretched resources. And so the advanced planning of understanding when events are planned or being considered helps us with understanding when there's going to be peak demand for limited city resources and look at how we examine requests for vacation or time off or any other types of leaves and allow for us to begin to work in advance to put those resources in place, as well as look at other community event demands and measure them against what's happening and how we resource these events. Next slide. The council also asked about increasing curfew violations as a way to induce compliance. And we've put forward in the report the different code violations that have been issued in the past, as well as what the current violation fee is. But we also just want to share that it really shouldn't be looked at as a tool for inducing compliance. The violations and the payment of fee are paid for by the stadium authority. And so it really is not to be seen as a tool for purposes of achieving compliance or achieving per event adherence to the council direction. And so I think we should look at other measures, and clearly they're articulated in the policy alternatives. Next slide. So in terms of community survey results, I have a couple of slides and I can go through them quickly if you'd like. I've already mentioned that through previous studies, we did find in June 2018, when the consultants came to report out, North Santa Clara was tended to be louder and experiencing a lot more impacts, and that was documented and presented. But with respect to the stadium, residents were dissatisfied with the level of traffic, parking, and disruptive behavior. In general, stadium-related issues were not top of mind concerns in relation to other issues such as traffic concerns or the high cost of living. And the closer you got to the stadium, our consultants found that the intensity level of issues relevant to stadium impacts was more important, particularly in neighborhoods near the stadium. Let's go to the next slide. As part of the May 2018 solutions, the consultants found that for specific solutions to community concerns, they wanted more focus on parking, neighborhood security, and stadium-related issues. Residents strongly supported services that would mitigate event-related issues following stadium events, and of course, it restates here the disruptive behavior, traffic, parking, and noise, and security and loitering, where there was an area of interest, and also as well as more communication from the stadium and the city with respect to events that are taking place at the stadium. In terms of the curfew, residents were satisfied with the existing curfew system, but were open to changes and they asked for additional community engagement on this issue if there was going to be changes. So next slide. So the consultants did provide some solutions and items for further consideration to address the issues. In terms of solutions, they suggested that the partnerships continue with VTA for traffic and parking issues, as well as the stadium manager, that we engage in proactive in-house solutions. I can speak to some of them, but we've already had a closed session discussion surrounding public safety at the stadium. And in particular, it was recommended that we look at targeted policies designed to mitigate disruptive behavior before and after events. The city and stadium authority have implemented various efforts to mitigate neighborhood impacts. We have staff here that can speak to those and the protocols and procedures that they put in place, as well as traffic and parking and disruptive behavior. It's a continuous improvement effort. We learn new things with almost every deployment and debrief on a after event basis during our regular weekly meeting, and sometimes via email, just to see what we've learned and what new approaches we can try. Next slide. So several years have passed since 2018's community survey. As mentioned in 2018, the community did express an interest of being engaged if there were changes to the existing curfew system, as it was referred to. The council, the board earlier this year set aside some funds for community engagement for this effort. If this is a direction that the council wants to go in before taking any action on setting policy, then certainly that would be an opportunity for us to put an RFQ process in place and hire consultants to help us with community engagement to solicit input on the parameters of a curfew or a draft policy and receive their input and return to council. We recognize that that is something that had already surfaced, and the council is certainly prepared to go in that direction if that's the direction that it wants to go in this evening. Next slide. For Great America's noise curfew, there is information in the report around the planned development zoning for Great America. As you know, Great America is authorized to operate from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. And what we found through our review of the development zoning is that it's really the amphitheater, which is that most resembles the Levi Stadium conditions of approval for operating, where there's no amplified music after 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and 10 p.m. for Sunday through Thursday. Fireworks and pyrotechnics are only allowed between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. at Great America. Next slide. So in terms of other cities, we did state in the report that for Southern California venues, we have not heard from all of the venues, and so we presented the information that we had readily available. However, we did hear from our regional outdoor venues, and it shows that generally speaking, the weekday curfews range from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. from Sunday through Thursday, as well as from Friday through Saturday from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. And Oakland did take an emergency order, and this does not include that action because it's COVID related. And then for what we've received to date for Southern California venues is for weekdays, the curfew ranges from 11 p.m. to no restrictions, as well as on weekends, Friday and Saturday from 11 p.m. to no restrictions, noting that on Sundays, curfews can go from 10:30 p.m. to no restrictions. So next slide. We also asked for information about where language about the curfew existed, and it ranged from anywhere between various legal sources, such as lease agreements, as well as the city code. And in general, when we look at the conditions of approval P22, it is pretty aligned and benchmarked to our regional venues with respect to being within the range of the 10 to 12 p.m. timeframe. Next slide. So this is the noise monitoring slides, and I'll pass it back to Andrew.
Thank you. So as discussed earlier, the EIR for the stadium looked at the noise impacts and found that they could be significant, and came up with mitigation in terms of setting maximums around what the noise levels would be in the adjacent neighborhood, sort of at a target level. So the city has engaged in noise monitoring program to make sure that the permit is being followed, and that is something that should be considered in the policy alternatives for the council consideration. And then the permit condition specifically, as stated here, says that for sound system installations and modifications within the stadium site, the target for maximum sound level exposure in residential areas to the east and south shall be 60 decibels in order to minimize noise impacts to sensitive receptors. Next slide, please. So while the EIR mentioned anticipated higher noise impacts from non-NFL events, we're still using the 60 decibel threshold to make sure that the neighborhoods are not overly impacted by noise events. We've engaged with a consultant, a noise acoustical engineer, or noise engineer, monitoring engineer, to monitor events at the stadium. We had some live monitoring that was done in 2017 in the summer. And then since that time, per the city's direction, we installed noise monitors in the neighborhood so that we're collecting data and able to do ongoing monitoring of noise levels in those neighborhoods. Council members have expressed an interest in making improvements to the data that's being collected from those noise monitors in the way that they're reported out through the city's website. So today is an opportunity for the council to provide direction and suggestions on specific details or data that the council would like to see in future noise monitoring reports. And I want to note that our current contract, as it was last extended by the council, extends through March. There is some lead time to take down the equipment should we not extend the contract beyond March. So we are looking for feedback at this point to help us understand if we should work with our current consultant to make changes to the scope of work and return with that proposal, or if we should undertake a new procurement process for a new consultant, including the council's feedback for those reports. And I just want to emphasize that our current consultant is following the direction that the city and this council have previously given to the consultant in terms of what our expectations were for that noise monitoring, but there are certainly other possible things that we could undertake, and would like to hear further from the council on what the council's goals are for that. Next slide, please.
So in terms of policy alternatives, the report outlines a couple of alternatives that the council can consider. One is maintain status quo and continue with the direction. The second is just to remove the former council direction that was put in place for condition of approval P22. But it really sounded like the previous discussions wanted some sort of a pilot program to observe how the two goals for the council from the council would be we put into place. And that was, of course, more NFL events as well as generating more revenue. And so some of the parameters that we just are presenting to the council for consideration to achieve your goal are in the report under policy alternatives 3. One, it is obviously that the stadium manager cure its breach of violations by providing quarterly updates. We've talked about the value and where they are legally required, as well as the annual events program, and adhering to all terms put forth in the stadium management agreement, as well as with the development permit, including condition of approval 19 and 22. And that is, the goal here is to generate revenue, and those are measures that are put in place in the legal agreements that help understand the revenue and the financial performance while negotiations with contracts for events are taking place. That the stadium manager ensure noise levels do not exceed the targeted noise levels and thresholds that are placed in condition of approval P23. Next slide. That the pilot program is established for the summer 22. That conversation has already come up by the council. And at the time there was discussion about sleep deprivation for youth during the school year. And then there's obviously an opportunity to determine next steps for summer 2023 based on information of check-in point, if you will, of how the pilot program is being implemented and what are some issues that the stadium manager is raising, as well as city or stadium authority staff. That no weekday event should exceed the 11 p.m. curfew, as well as pyrotechnics should be planned no later than 11 p.m. And that any events booked in terms of a pipeline, if there's any events booked for 2023 or any years out, that those would follow the pilot program terms and would be deemed authorized until there's further action by the council on developing this pilot program, as well as the financial feasibility of the event, including but not limited to generating revenue for the stadium authority and falling under the category of profitable non-NFL events. I showed the data before. It's clear that the stadium manager is capable of putting together profitable events. And clearly we have been asking for a change strategy over a couple of years. And so here's an opportunity for them to demonstrate that with this willingness, that additional resources as deployed would be for purposes of generating revenue, not losing money. I also want to make sure that as we go forward, given the reduced staff, and they're real, I mean, 26% is a large chunk of resource capacity to remove from an organization. We're certainly feeling it as a city staff, that there are sufficient public safety resources to accommodate the extended hours and the proposed dates. And that happens through collaboration from the stadium manager, and that we also work together to continue to mitigate any additional traffic, parking, pre and post event disruptive behavior that has been expressed over the time, and that continues with the continuous improvement of just needing to address issues as they come forward. There are other options that the council can direct, of course, and I forgot to include on this slide here that still the issue of community engagement hangs out there as an area that the council had once discussed. So with that, we can take questions. We have a recommendation slide that says, we understand that you want to take some sort of an action. We've put some policy alternatives forward, as well as a recommendation. If we can go to the next slide, that we need tonight input on the noise monitoring program, as Andrew has already mentioned, as well as you set your goal on revisiting the curfew for purposes of generating more revenue for the stadium authority and city, as well as more events, that you look at it through the lens of course, achieving higher levels of compliance with our legal agreements, and that any draft policy should improve compliance, financial performance, improve neighborhood mitigations, and coordination with the stadium authority. So we can take questions or comments and go from there.
Okay, City Manager, thank you very much. I'll go to the council for questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. My first question is that the original EIR looked at 22 NFL events. How many of those were anticipated to be on weekdays? And then my next question is, let's say, what is sort of the difference in approvals between booking events that would be scheduled to end before the curfew or scheduled to end after the curfew? Let's say stadium manager decided to book Coldplay or BTS, and they, for whatever reason, were going to end before 9 p.m. What kinds of approvals would the stadium manager need in that case to do a weekday event that beyond what they already have authority for? And then it seems like from the surveys, parking and traffic were more of a concern than noise for most people. Would it be reasonable to consider reducing the cost of parking, what's charged for weekday events, if that were somehow a consideration? And then what I wanted to know was if the EIR suggested a 66 dB threshold, and then the COA P23 set the target at 60 decibels in consideration of the residents. Do loud cars and motorcycles exceed 60 decibels? And how often do they do that? And then, yeah, and then I have some direction on noise monitoring, but we can do that later or now. Would you like it now?
You can provide your input.
Okay, so my concern with the current noise monitoring is we just get a data dump of huge Excel spreadsheets, and there is no identification of what time periods have events and the size of those events. So it's very difficult for anybody to look at that and compare the noise generated before, during, and after an event. And so my recommendation is that we we continue to do at least the same level of noise monitoring, but we get better analysis of the data that would actually have some sort of narrative or some indication of when the events are and the size of those events, like if it was a 50,000 person concert. I know that's more work, but that would be more useful than what we get in these current data dumps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Deanna and Andrew, for the presentation. My first question is, today we are talking about condition of approval, basically P23C, right, which is related to curfew and noise. So I want to find out, has there been any event which violated the curfew or gone into the curfew range which has made a loss? Any loss-making event which violated curfew, or all the events were profit-making? That's my first question. And noise monitoring question, how many times have the concerts gone above 66 dB level? We have our noise monitoring devices since 2018, I think. So has any concert violated the EIR level of 66 dB, the way we measure, like average, hourly average? Second question, how many times a concert during this period of curfew violated the 60 dB level since we started monitoring, noise monitoring? And these questions I'm asking without taking off the airplane, aircraft noises, because there are some studies which was provided, we got an email which provided that if you superimpose the aircraft, even the curfew, like concert noise doesn't make any impact, doesn't matter at all. So let's take out even the aircraft out of context, how many times those things. And even on those contexts, when there was aircraft noise, does it matter? The noise of the concert, does it matter at all? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. The reality is when you start a concert, when it gets dark, that's around 9 o'clock in the summer or spring and winter, spring or fall, sorry. And to say that has to end at 10 p.m. doesn't make sense to me. Our airport has the ability to land and take off until 11 p.m. And the airport noise is much louder to an extreme. When we talked about school, something has happened statewide. Wilcox, where I teach, has already implemented it, but all schools will need to implement this by next fall, and that is school cannot start any earlier than 8:30 a.m. With the recognition that students are staying up later. So looking at what other cities are doing, looking at what other stadiums, at 11 p.m., I could, especially since we are way below the number of events that the EIR even looked at, I would love to come up with a number, say, I don't know, 5, and give a waiver for that for 5 a year up until 11 p.m. for a curfew with pyrotechnics, and then we'll be able to monitor it and see how it goes. Thank you.
Did you have a question or no question? Okay, no question. All right, Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, sure, Mike. Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, my question comes down to noise. Biggest concern I've heard from residents in the north side from whenever I talk to them is airport noise. It's never been stadium noise. So my question is I think it's kind of been beat around the bush a lot here tonight too, which is it that we are getting more airport noise than any stadium concert noise? Isn't it, would you say it's more airport rather than concert noise? So the biggest factor in the north side would be airports. So I would like to know if that is what you would think as well. And then my second question comes down to the city of San Jose, I guess, recently had concern about noise or the impacts on their city. Well, it's kind of funny, that they're worried about that. I think 2018. Just recently, I met with them up in San Francisco to talk about FIFA, and they're really excited. So I guess, we can use our stadium for FIFA, but you don't want it for this? No, I don't know if that's how they feel today. So maybe they've changed since 2018, but would you say that is there still concerns since, I don't know how long it's been since that last letter? And those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe. This is your district.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Deanna and Andrew for the report. Let's see, so many things that I'd like to say. Where do I start? Councilmember Becker, just so you know, SJC has increased takeoffs about 50% in the last 5 years. So there has been a great impact on air traffic in the north side. However, you can't control airplanes. You can't control, you cannot control the noise. There have been efforts to try and mitigate noise, and it's unfortunately not a process that can happen overnight. Regarding the neighborhood survey and getting an update on it, I would strongly recommend that being done, because the survey that was done previously, a lot has happened in the north side since that survey was done. Just in this short period of time, we've approved several projects, and which will include a lot of residents. And how is that residents going to be impacted by stadium events? And I would like to know how long it would take to get an updated survey done. When the conditions of approval were done back in 2010, it was done with neighborhood input. And I think it's all the more important to have neighborhood input in any considerations of changing the conditions of approval. And I will tell you right now, I've heard from enough residents that are not in favor of changing the conditions of approval. People work at all hours. We're not just talking about students, we're talking about people that work night, noon, and morning. And I can tell you too, that I've talked to enough people who are impacted that have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and weren't able to get to sleep at night because of stadium events. Just for the record, Councilmember Jane asked a question about weekday NFL events. I was at the game last night. My husband and I were out of there, I think by 8:30 last night. So they don't go late. So they're cleared out of there well before a weekday curfew. Let me see. That's like I said, I have so much that I'd like to say, but I'm just going to leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at flysanjose.com and I see airplanes arriving about 10 per hour until just past 11. I mean, this is for many hours in a row. Interspersed with additional departures, some also at 10 per hour until about 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. And these aren't just small planes, they're also coming from Hawaii. I see quite a few coming from Hawaii, some coming from across the nation. And, you know, I feel for the residents out there because this is every day, regardless of if there's an event in the stadium or not, right? And I look at some of the remedies, and I think that curfew violation fees, I mean, I feel like curfew violation fees are like speed limit signs in my neighborhood, which is like a lot of people just don't care. Like they're, you know, that isn't going to stop people who are making millions of dollars, you know, $1,000, even $10,000 isn't going to stop people who are making millions of dollars from breaking curfew. But I do feel that good city relationships that make handling of curfews a minor issue, that's the thing that's going to make events successful. I mean, when the major issues that we're dealing with aren't the curfews, but they're the traffic, the parking, the effect on the neighborhoods, right? Instead of, you know, limiting events and scaring away potential event organizers, then we're going to have a benefit to the city that residents can actually, you know, be happy with, right? And it'll help during non-NFL events as well, because even though events may end before 9 p.m., that doesn't stop. That doesn't get rid of the parking issues or the traffic issues or the other issues, because I was there last night and I left early because I could not actually do a lot of things that, you know, around that area because, you know, all of the direction that was taking place due to the stadium event, right? And I understand that if we have to, you know, make a choice between making money or we're doing the right thing, I'm going to try to vote for the right thing, even if that means taking the hits to our revenue, right? But if you tell me that the right thing can only be accomplished by mandating and never breaking curfews, that doesn't seem to make sense either, right? I mean, I'd like to start ideating maybe shuttles that will take people from the stadium to Caltrain and parking areas away from the stadium and maybe closer to restaurants and commercial areas that are open late. Right, but I would like to see the stadium, as somebody who opposed the stadium because of the parking and because it was so close to the residents and because of all the issues that I think the residents are experiencing. I can say I'm really sorry that this happened. And now I think that we need to look from the citywide perspective, which is we have a stadium here, we have a debt, we have a resource, and we have commitments through naming rights that we need to uphold. And I think at some point, from an engineering standpoint, the question is, how do we get this done? Like, what can we do? And I think that community engagement, residential feedback is very important in this. I mean, again, I feel for all the residents out there because I don't even live there and it affects me because I drive through. But again, I don't know that limiting the events, I mean, I hear 48 events per year and we're doing, 5 in the last 3 years. That doesn't make any sense to me as a taxpayer, as somebody who, depends on the city doing well. So I want to know if we can look at other things, like how do we solve the traffic and the parking issues? Because I think those are the things that I read the letters from San Jose. Those are the things that even our neighbors are comparing about people who live outside the city. And again, I think everyone, even the people that are complaining, would like to see more events that they can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, you have additional questions?
Yes, I was hoping you could put slide 11 up.
Well, just ask the question because I haven't had a chance to ask my questions. I wanted to, you've already been through, so.
You can ask your questions and then when
No,
we get slide up.
What,
I have a
question on slide 11?
Relates to the slide, yeah.
Okay, what's your question on slide 11? We all have the PowerPoint, so.
The public doesn't.
Why don't you ask the question and then they'll know?
Okay, so here, if you look at 2014-15, the stadium made from non-NFL events 2.5 million. In 15-16, it made 2.9 million for the general fund. 16-17, it made 2.5 million for the general fund. In 17-18, it made 2.5 million, 2.4 million. And it was in 2017 that this council directive on the curfew went into place. And I'm wondering if that had any impact. But I do notice that soccer went down substantially in 2018-19. Now, 19-20 and 2021 aren't really relevant because those are COVID years where we didn't really have any events. And we still have, expenses to maintain the stadium. So I'm trying to understand how we can get back to that 2.5 million from non-NFL events. And considering that we just heard a number of presentations talking about a shortage of staff, it seems like that 2.5 million to the general fund would allow us to hire more policemen, hire more staff in the clerk's office, in the city manager's office, in Parks and Rec. So how do we get that 2.5 back?
Okay, is that your question?
That is my question.
Okay, thank you. All right, I just want to say that 19-20, these are my comments and questions. 19-20 was not a COVID year. So remember, our year for the Stadium Authority is April through March of the year. So that was not a COVID year, and we lost 2,700,000 that year, just to put everything in perspective. So I just wanted to say that the conditions of development that were approved back in 2010 at the Planning Commission and City Council level for this project was the result of a negotiated conditions between the community and the 49ers, because we were placing a stadium in a residential area. And so that was the compromise for the community, and that's why that was approved. But I noticed we received a long packet of information from the 49ers late today, and I've noticed that the 49ers love to call this the mayor's music ban. I think that's the term that they coined that sounds good in the newspapers. But for the sake of clarification and honesty, I'd like to ask the city staff some questions. And the first is, did the 49ers agree to the curfew when the stadium, as a condition of development in 2010 for the construction of the stadium? First of all, did they agree to it? And that, I want to point out, is a year that I was not on the city council, and I certainly was not serving as mayor. My second question is, has the city attempted to ban anything since 2010, whether it be music or concerts or anything. And the city changed the conditions of development for the stadium. So I wanted that. And most importantly, because a lot of people seem to be using this because it was provided by the 49ers as facts. They perceive them to be facts because they were presented to them. Do we have any evidence validated by an independent third party, not the 49ers or their concert promoters that they have financial stake in, that we're losing money because of the curfew? Do we have any independent evidence? Because I think that's really important. They're telling us because it's that, and people are buying it, but there is the fact that we terminated the management agreement for very good reasons. They're not good managers. They're not capable of booking money making events at the stadium, as is evidenced by the fact that, you know, not the events that they're booking, especially the sports events, the non-NFL sports events, are losing money dramatically. And even there's concerts losing money. We had a Taylor Swift concert that lost $1.7 million. Who could imagine that a Taylor Swift concert would lose $1.7 million? As popular, she's one of the most popular artists in the world. But our managers have, you know, they lost $1.7 million on that. So I would like to get independent verification that the curfew had anything to do with that. In all the years that from the time the stadium opened until 2017-18, they were booking weekday concerts that made money, weekend concerts that made money. In fact, they say, oh, no one's going to book Santa Clara. Well, no one booked in the last year because they weren't able to manage it well and book anything. Other venues have booked concerts, but they have 2 coming up next year, and they happen to book them, and they're on the weekends, which is great that they're on the weekends. So the fact is there's still an ability to book concerts. It's just that they don't have the professional management skills to do that. And ergo, we terminated the management agreement, but plus for a bunch of other reasons as well. So I think that the facts need to be out there, and I would like my questions answered. Kevin, you've been through already. Do you have an additional question?
No, but I did want to.
I'm going to go to the public if you don't have
that.
Thank you. All right. So, city manager, would you like to answer those questions, and then we'll go to the public?
I can.
Yes.
All right. So
there's a lot of them. So some.
Yeah, we'll start with Councilmember Jane's questions. In terms of the EIR, there isn't assumptions with respect to weekdays and weekend events. And with respect to the 22 NFL games, it really depends on the annual NFL schedule. It's generally released at the beginning part of the year. And then from there, staff is able to schedule those events and put them on calendar and begin resources. For parking, traffic, and cost of parking, this is an area that the council has already tried to study. If you look at the regular council referral reports that we publish, there is an outstanding April 30th, 2019 council referral where the council had asked for the number of public transit riders for large stadium events to understand how to improve relationships with VTA and usage of VTA and create incentives for more increased transit, as well as there's another referral that asks the stadium manager for analysis to support the position that reducing the cost of parking would likely adverse the impact of public transit ridership, resulting in more cars on the roads. The theory was, again, that the high cost of parking is impacting traffic as well as neighborhood impacts for parking, and whether there were any reduced parking opportunities. I think what's important here is these referrals reflect a council that has tried to study these issues and get information from the stadium manager. But as I mentioned earlier, the programs and the ability to establish policy are as good as the stadium manager is able to implement and provide response to council or board directions. And these are now almost 3 or 3.5 years old. In terms of booking for approvals, the issue becomes on for what's the difference. Obviously, there's the regular packages of approvals for structures and fire inspections and building permit codes and building inspection stuff that always happens for these events. If events go after the curfew, we want to make sure that we have staff available. I can remember a couple years ago for our street traffic and public works, we just ran out of staff and we had to go back the next day early in the morning after staff had gotten legal required rest to go back and start cleaning up trash. And so the trash had to sit out and we had to wait for the crew to rest up and go back out. And so those are the real types of impacts that we face with respect to reduced staffing. And we want to make sure that as we go in this direction, that if the concerns, as was raised already, if it's about neighborhood impacts and loitering and traffic and trash pickup, then we have to be mindful that the people that do that are our staff. And it comes a point when, as evidence, we run out of our staff resources and they are legally required to be allowed to rest. And that's what we want to make sure that we can do is schedule them and keep them doing the excellent work that they do. In terms of, I'll let Andrew get to the noise. I think you hit it right where the analysis should be had, Councilmember Jane, with respect to the years. If you look at the years 2017 and 18 and 18-19, the prior years, obviously the council direction was already in place and there was profitability. But 2017 and 18 and 2018 and 19 are the years that most are akin to each other, if you will. When you look at the number of concert events, there's 2 to 3. If you look just generally, football events, there's 4. For soccer games, there's both 3. There is some deviation with miscellaneous events, but by only 2. In terms of ticketed events, there's 13 in 1 year and 12. And so along the line, they tend to mirror each other. But when you look at the financial performance, that's where they don't. They drastically differ in that for the non-NFL revenue for 17-18, there was 5.16 million. And then for 18-19, there was, I think that says 19,000 or about 19,000. And so that goes back to the quality of the negotiated contract, what expenses, what obligations are being committed. We've already been before the council around diversion of marketing profits from the stadium authority to the 49ers and redacted information that we've never been able to see. And so that's why understanding the negotiations early on for events is important, particularly if you look at the the non-NFL football, where there was a decision made on the part of the stadium manager for multi-years of multi-million-dollar losses. Those are a result of contracts that were negotiated. And so a decision like that, there should be disclosure, because something like that should be before the board to understand that there is a strategy, if that's the case, of what they're employing, and it's going to cost money over multiple years. That's never disclosed. But if in a more ideal working relationship, that should be disclosed to the board. That's something that a public agency has the right to know, that their agent is making a decision for financial performance. Something has happened. I should say that if you ask us for the analysis, as Councilmember Shahal has asked for previous years, you have to remember that in those years, we had no access to documents, the Stadium Authority's documents. They were being withheld. So it was only in table 2 and 3, as shown in the report, where we were able to access documents and create that analysis. And so I have a challenge in responding to those questions for lack of time to go back and research it, but not necessarily having entire documents to present the information. So that's a question for the stadium manager to get into greater detail. Of course, there's been cost escalation on staffing cost as well as other market costs. It's the reality of the Bay Area. I think everyone acknowledges that there's just been cost in a lot of different other areas. For purposes of Council Member or Vice Mayor Shahal's questions in terms of large events and losses, I'm afraid to just say that some of the questions would require us to go back and do the research and bring back the responses in terms of noise concerts above 66 dBA, how many concerts violated the dBA, and large events that have lost, were money losers. We don't have a lot of the, we have not analyzed the documents because we didn't have the documents for previous years, for multiple years. I think recent, maybe 2017, 18, we started getting information. So it would be a real challenge to go back and put that information together. I think council member is correct with respect to airport noise and traffic noise. We've acknowledged that North Santa Clara in general is a louder part of the city. And I think that's why the intensity of noise impacts has surfaced through the community engagement process. The cities of San Jose, their letter is dated October 5th. There were some events that because of weather, we had less attendees. And so we have only at this last couple of games been able to establish baselines of where cars are parked, the activity that we've observed during regular hours when there's no events, as well as when the stadium is activated. And so we are assembling that information, but we are also communicating with San Jose to share with them the efforts that we are putting in place and to strike a better balance to address any neighborhood impacts that they have. I'm looking for any other question. I think that's it. It's just the noise monitoring and the data dump and the information regarding COA P23 that Andrew will answer. And then Mayor, I can get to your questions. Let me deal with the mayor's questions first, Andrew, and then we can get to the noise questions. With respect to the conditions of approval, that yes, the 49ers did agree as part of the approval of the project. The curfew, when the council put the direction in place, I recall a letter from Mr. Alguido that he also recognized the council's direction and had agreed to adhere to it. I also want to make reference in terms of whether there's been a ban or no ban. There's just reality. And I think this came up as part of the Rolling Stones, where they were very clear they were going to blow the curfew, and we assembled resources for that purpose. Because of course, you know, as they mentioned in some of their letters, you just can't pull your staff resources out, right? We know that, and staff has to, it would be impolite to staff to not give them the reality of what the 49ers had already projected doing. And so it's not fair when you can plan on only working till 11 or 10 o'clock, but someone else has a plan for you to stay till midnight. And so staff deserves to know because they have families and commitments as well. We don't have any evidence of validating the curfew from a third party, nor has it ever been studied by a consultant in terms of the relationship between curfew and the market and things of that sort, Mayor. Certainly there's an opportunity to have that reviewed, but not sure how much value it would add here with respect to policy making. That's it. The last is just on condition of approval P23. So I'll hand it over to Andrew. Thank you.
So I'll start by saying that it's important to understand that the noise, you call it industry, acoustic monitoring industry, and the permit and the EIR rely on sort of hourly averages of noise levels. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about 60 dBA or 55 dBA is the average noise level over an hour. And there are certainly fluctuations within that hour that can be much higher than that. And our noise monitors report data out in those hourly averages, which gives you a fairly flat graph. And then we also give it in smaller increments just so that we can identify specific instances where there are noise level exceedances. So that the question about, could we include in our reporting identification of specific events at the stadium, like NFL games and large events, non-NFL events, and highlight where those are and what the noise levels were monitored for that time. We could do that. That would be something, we could certainly go back and do that. We've done that on a sort of ad hoc basis at times where we've pulled up the data for a specific date and looked at what it is. So we could look at providing that in some fashion if that's something that the council wants us to include in our consultant contract. When you look at the data that we have, it also makes recordings when noise levels are a single event exceeds the higher decibel levels. So for example, like during a 49ers game, you can hear that, there's a recording of the foghorn that's sounded when they scored. You can see that as like a peak event, or when we've had an event where there's like an airplane flyover for the stadium, that's a loud event. If you look at non-stadium noise, there are loud events related to the garbage truck coming down the street or someone doing yard work. And there was a question about truck levels. I mean, truck levels, trucks as they drive by can generate noise levels between 70 and 90 decibels, or like a motorcycle or something that can be quite loud. We've all experienced that probably in our neighborhood. So there are individual events that can go quite high in terms of decibel levels, much higher than 60 decibels. A person talking loudly can exceed 60 decibels. And so the hourly approach in terms of measurement sort of takes that into consideration. And it's really looking at like, what are the noise levels over a period of time that someone is experiencing that we're trying to address through the EIR and the permit conditions. The EIR discussion looks at sort of the cumulative effects of noise levels too, and we talk about ambient noise, existing background conditions. And so there was a question about nighttime, weekday versus weekend. And really those two are lumped together because the weekday events are occurring in the evening when the ambient noise levels are low, as they are on the weekends. And it's really during the daytime that the ambient noise levels are higher. A lot of that is related to traffic in general, just when there's a high volume of traffic, there's a higher ambient noise level. And so that's addressed in the EIR. And let's see. We did have our consultant initially go out and perform live monitoring, which can be advantageous because then they can, as they stand there, they can make observations, sort of like, wow, it's not loud. I can hear every word that's being performed at the concert, for example. That might be something that is a concern for the community. They can filter out noise that's not related to the activity and sort of give us a more precise noise account. I would say though, we have on the monitors incorporated an algorithm that filters out almost all the airplane noise so that we can look at data with and without the result of the airport related noise levels. And so the two concerts that were monitored, I believe, were U2 and Coldplay concerts, and one came in just under the 60 average over the hour, and one was just over at like 61. But I would note that the language says to achieve a target of the noise systems within the stadium should be operated at a level to achieve a target of 60. So, you're a little bit off target at 61, but you're below there was a question about have we gone over the 66? So the concerts, the two that we've measured did not go over the 66 or hour average within the neighborhood. So, and just in general, as we know too, we've discussed in other things that noise can travel very differently depending on weather conditions and other factors that can affect it. But that's the information we have around noise. I think that addresses the questions that I captured.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Hardy, your hand is up for now.
It's just a really quick question to
answer. Go ahead. I have one comment too, since I gave Councilmember Jane and now I'm going to give you. I have a comment as well. So go
OSHA 8-hour limitations. Is that, or is that not 90 decibels for an 8-hour day?
So I would have to look into that. We don't really use the OSHA standards when we do our environmental analysis. So I would have to go look in what the OSHA standards are. I'm not versed in that.
Okay, I just looked it up. It is.
Oh, and I'll save mine. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, staff. I'm going to go now to the public. Anybody from the public that would like to make a comment? Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple comments. You're talking about EIR a little bit, which I appreciate that you did. And one of the things, if you're going to talk about EIR impacts, why aren't we talking about trail usage and opening up trails and roads and things that were part of the EIR that have clearly never been met? And not just cherry pick the things that you want to look at just to create revenue. Look at it holistically. That'd be my first thing to mention. While noise is one thing, disruption to the communities, I think, is really the large part, which I think a couple of council members mentioned. So I hope that's really something that you focus on. But this is all predicated if you're dealing in good faith. And the 49ers have demonstrated consistently they do not operate in good faith. So to think that you can operate in good faith without having serious remedies or serious penalties to the 49ers if they violate, or the managers that are now have been suing the city 10 different times, I think is naive to think that that would be successful. I would also ask that if you're going to look at a solution here, get some practical examples. Get the music or get audio going inside the stadium and just start cranking it up and start measuring stuff on the outside and see where it goes. And then maybe even do a fun interactive thing at, say, the next large concert, like the Coldplay one that's coming up next year, where you have a full stadium, and have the crowd roar and measure that. So you actually know what a peak is when the crowd is actually going wild. And then lastly, you might want to think about, you talk about noise being moving. It bounces. So why not look at maybe having potential deflectors that can be raised during concerts that would basically deflect sound vertically into the air. Maybe even let the planes and the passengers on the planes hear what's going on down in Santa Clara as they pass overhead. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ravinder, go ahead, Ravinder.
Hi, my name is Ravinder Lal. I'm a local business owner. And the reason I'm here is because I really do believe that the curfew does need to be lifted in certain circumstances. As somebody who attends lots of concerts, most of them, even on weeknights, don't end by 10 o'clock. The business community has just gone through something very traumatic with COVID, and especially our hospitality community. And when we're talking about the hotels and the restaurants, and when people spend money in those venues, they trickle down into businesses like mine. So since we've had no events, nothing going on, and for various reasons, obviously, I just feel like we're at a point that, sometimes we need to make some sacrifices. And we're talking about how many hours per year to possibly generate multi-millions of dollars. So to me, I do understand that some of the residents will have to sacrifice some as far as maybe being a little bit inconvenienced. But I think for the greater good, the need for the businesses, the need for the city to generate revenue, sales tax and everything else, it just really makes sense to give it a shot. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Somebody's upset for one night. I mean, I just think we need to get this thing going again. And it's really time to start ramping up what we're doing for businesses in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Anyone? Assistant City Clerk, do you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do have some comments here. I have about 4 of them. I'll begin with the first one. It's from Michael Greco. It says, as an SBL holder and Bay Area resident, I'm writing to urge the city of Santa Clara to alter its strict curfew. In the past, I have attended many events at Levi Stadium, in addition to the 49er games, and have always been impressed by the high-profile artists and other sporting events that have been booked at our home stadium. I've enjoyed using my seats for a number of these events that normally would be too difficult for me to attend in other cities. These events are part of the reason why I chose to purchase my SBL. Now it has becoming increasingly clear that because of the city's 10 p.m. curfew mandate, I and so many other SBL holders have lost our having seats at these potential events. It's frustrating to see Levi Stadium lose out on acts because the city has been unwilling to accommodate later curfews just a handful of times a year. It doesn't make sense financially, and it makes me and so many others feel shortchanged on our licenses. Levi Stadium should be booked on concerts throughout the year, especially in the next year as more major tours are announced. I was very pleased to see that concerts have already been announced for 2022, but Santa Clara needs to take action now to amend the curfew and make sure that Levi Stadium once again becomes a competitive venue that it is. Thank you for your consideration. End of comment. The next one is from Christopher Sullivan. And it says the following. When Levi Stadium first opened, we were incredibly excited about the new venue that would attract hundreds of thousands of guests to Santa Clara each year. Initially, that was the case. High-profile sporting events and concerts came to Levi Stadium in its first year, along with football games. Premier acts such as Beyonce, YouTube, and Coldplay all performed at Levi Stadium, and with them, thousands of fans who came to watch their shows. Many of those same fans stayed at our hotel following those events. However, the frequency in which these concerts came to Santa Clara abruptly changed in 2017, when the city began restricting weeknight shows. Unfortunately, we've seen high-profile artists such as Ed Sheeran publicly state that they do not wish to perform in Santa Clara as a result of the 10 p.m. curfew. Hotels such as Santa Clara Marriott have now missed out on millions in revenue from these types of events, in particular the big concerts that bring tens of thousands of new customers into our market. These concerts drive our room night revenue and support the hundreds of local workers that we employ. Not only do these events benefit the businesses and workers here in Santa Clara, they contribute significantly to the city's general fund through the additional hotel and sales tax they generate for the city. Board members are well aware that the pandemic has impacted all aspects of the tourism industry, including our local hotels. Now that California has reopened, Santa Clara has a tremendous opportunity to once again host these premier events at our home stadium. We were thrilled to see the announcement of the Coldplay and Red Hot Chili Peppers concerts in 2022, and it's our hope that the city will facilitate more of these types of events in the upcoming year. We are respectfully asking board members to reserve its policy on weeknight concerts so that Levi's Stadium can once again host these high-profile artists. As the Santa Clara Marriott bounces from the pandemic, the support of the city is necessary. Adopting policies that can bring world-class events to our home stadium will actively support hotels such as ours. We hope that the board will take action to invest in Santa Clara's hotel industry and bring concerts back to our city. End of comment. Our next public comment is from Linda Sellers. Santa Clara claims to be business friendly, but seeing how they've dealt with concerts at Levi's Stadium is appalling. I was shocked when I saw the Rolling Stones state that they will never come back to our city because of our city policies, and when Ed Sheeran stated that he wouldn't be coming to Santa Clara because of the curfew. Clearly, this does not fall in line with Santa Clara's goals to be business friendly. It's time for this council to bring concerts back to Santa Clara and grant curfew exceptions for these major events. Thank you. End of comment. And our last one is from Jody. My comment below should be read during agenda item number 6. Levi Stadium is a top-tiered venue. So many of us were excited to get the stadium built because of the promise of events headlined by mega stars such as U2, Coldplay, and Rolling Stones. In the past several years, Santa Clara has been forfeiting these types of events to surrounding cities because of their unwillingness to adopt curfew policies that will attract these events. The board should extend the city's curfew so that our home stadium can once again host premier sold-out concerts. Thank you. End of comment. That's it, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Okay, back to the council then. Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Madam,
so
there were other 11 comments which were to be read by, which were requested to be read. I think I got an email at least.
Do you have any other additional comments, Assistant City Clerk?
I apologize for that. Those were the ones we forwarded to the council. Let me open these up and begin to read them. And I am setting a timer of 2 minutes, so you all know.
Thank you.
This one is from Pat Lemucci, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. When we purchased our SBLs for Levi Stadium, we expected to use our seats not only for 49ers games, but also for other big events like concerts, college football, and soccer. But in recent years, we've grown increasingly concerned over the decline in the number of events offered to us. In the early years, we received regular offers for tickets to great shows at our stadium, such as Beyonce, Coldplay, the Grateful Dead, and the college football playoffs. I expect many of my fellow SBL members feel the same way. We became SBL holders not only as 49er fans, but because we wanted the opportunity to attend other world-class concerts in our stadium, rather than having to drive to places like Oakland and San Francisco, or fly down to Las Vegas or LA. I have seen in the media that the decline in big events is because of some battles between the 49ers and Santa Clara City Hall, and there is a new curfew that causes our stadium to miss out on big concert tours. That makes no sense. We spent $1 billion to build a stadium, and we want it to host as many big shows as possible. It's been disappointing to see artists like the Rolling Stones, which brought impressive crowds to Santa Clara in 2019, that state it's no longer worth the effort to play at Levi's Stadium due to the micromanagement from the city. Santa Clara even lost out to San Francisco when Ed Sheeran bypassed Levi's Stadium in 2018 due to the city's 10 p.m. curfew. As the state reopens, we are looking forward to attending more events at our stadium. We paid to build it and we want to use it. We urge the Santa Clara Stadium Authority Board to push back the curfew to help make the city a more competitive location for these events and to deliver the value that we were promised when we purchased our SBLs. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from Joe Prowse. I was hopeful to see the Stadium Authority Board is revisiting the Santa Clara's 10 p.m. curfew for Levi's Stadium events. When I initially bought my SBL for Levi's Stadium, it was because I was expecting a first-class venue that would transform Santa Clara into a local entertainment hub. For years, Levi's Stadium was hosting high-profile acts such as Coldplay, U2, Beyonce, One Direction, and Luke Bryan. As a SBL holder, my family and I were excited to be able to receive offers for these shows along with soccer and college football games. However, this ended abruptly in 2017 as Santa Clara began imposing a strict 10 p.m. curfew for these events. It's shocking and unprofessional to see how the city managed the Rolling Stones concert in 2019, with concert professionals stating that the city pushed for outlandish and frankly unsafe changes when working with city staff. It's also worrisome that artists are specifically routing their tours away from Santa Clara because of the issues at 10 p.m. curfew poses to artists. We invested in this stadium with the expectation that in addition to having the 49ers playing in our own backyard, we would be able to have popular events like concerts. What we found is that petty political fights, as detailed in the local papers, have prevented Levi's Stadium from booking major concerts. We are tired of having an empty stadium when football is not in season. Now that California has reopened, we are hopeful that Levi's Stadium can return to hosting high-profile concerts, but in order to do so, Santa Clara must end the mayor's music ban and be able to offer a competitive curfew time so that Levi's Stadium does not lose out to concerts over San Francisco, Oakland, Mountain View, and Los Angeles. It's time for Santa Clara to alter the curfew to 11 p.m. so that Levi's Stadium can host events that we as SBL holders can attend. End of comment. Our next comment is from Mindy Moss. I'm writing regarding the Santa Clara strict curfew. As an SBL holder, I was initially impressed with the number of high-profile concerts and other sporting events beyond 49er games that were being hosted at Levi's Stadium. It was a clear sign that Levi's Stadium was a desirable first-class stadium and Santa Clara was becoming a competitive market for these events. However, I have grown increasingly concerned since 2017 as the media has reported on curfew issues regarding the stadium. I, like many others, saw the articles in 2018 that stated that Ed Sheeran was not going to be playing as a result of the strict 10 p.m. curfew. It seems foolish that Santa Clara would miss out on top-tier artists simply because it was unwilling to make exceptions to its curfew a few times a year. This is not only a priority to current SBL holders like myself, but also to future potential SBL holders who may be deterred from purchasing the licenses as a result of the strict curfew. Simply put, I'm tired of seeing Santa Clara being left behind as artists choose other venues across the area. Santa Clara is a great city that has maintained competitive schools, housing, and businesses. Having a competitive stadium should follow suit. Thank you. Next comment is from Axel Sang. Levi Stadium has hosted some of the Bay Area's most premier events. The stadium saw world-class artists such as Beyonce, U2, and Coldplay, and has had a number of sold-out shows since it first opened. For the first few years following the opening of Levi Stadium, I was excited to have invested in my SBL. I was able to have seats to 49ers games, soccer games, and incredible concerts. But in the last few years, I've noticed an abrupt change in the frequency of these events due to the city's 10 p.m. curfew. Artists have publicly clear that they will not reroute their entire tour just to accommodate Santa Clara's rigid curfew. This has led to our city losing out on countless concerts such as Ed Sheeran's 2018 show. It's disappointing to see our city be passed up because artists simply do not want to deal with the logistics of having to play around Santa Clara's curfew. SBL holders like myself want to be able to have access to premier events throughout the year, but because of the city policy, we've been left without that option. I hope that the Santa Clara board, the stadium board, will rethink this policy and allow for curfew waivers so that Levi Stadium can once again host these concerts. End of comment. Next comment is from Sean Truesdale. I'm writing as a concerned resident and SBL holder regarding Santa Clara's music ban. SBL holders like myself invested in our $1 billion stadium. To see it sitting empty 6 months out of the year when NFL games aren't being played is disappointing to say the least. Levi Stadium is top-tier venue and Santa Clara is an incredible city that should be drawing the best talent, just as we have in so many other sectors. But because of the city's rigid curfew order, our city is losing out on high-profile concerts to other Bay Area cities. I purchased my SBL not just as a football fan, but as someone who wanted to be able to get seats at premier events right here in my own community. SBL holders have already lost our seats at many potential events. As California continues to reopen and artists begin to tour again, I hope that the board will extend the 10 p.m. curfew so that we can attract more artists to Levi Stadium. Thank you. Next comment is from Sylvia Kahn. When Levi Stadium first opened, I was incredibly excited to see the big crowds at a number of successful sold-out shows like Grateful Dead and Coldplay. However, these big ticket events have been dramatically decreasing in the last few years. I and many other SBL holders have followed the news and saw the headlines where the Rolling Stones and Ed Sheeran cited the city's curfew as the reason behind not wanting to host future concerts at our venue. This was extremely disappointing to see. Santa Clara should not be forfeiting events to other Bay Area cities because of an unwillingness to extend the curfew by an hour just a few times a year. The economic impact from these events alone should be a reminder as to why Santa Clarans want to build a stadium in the first place. I'm respectfully urging the board to consider extending the city's curfew so that Levi Stadium can stay competitive against venues across the state. End of comment. Next comment is from Armando Muela. I'm urging the board to reconsider their strict 10 p.m. curfew for live events at Levi Stadium. As an SBL holder, I chose to invest in Levi Stadium because I wanted to be able to have a seat at the Bay Area's most sought after events. For a handful of years after the stadium opened, that was the case. We had several soccer games, college football championships, and amazing concerts such as Coldplay and Taylor Swift. However, since 2017, it has become clear that Santa Clara's curfew issues have deterred artists from playing at our stadium. It's embarrassing to see artists publicly dismiss bringing their acts to Santa Clara due to our curfew and statements that coming to our stadium isn't worth the effort. We should not be known by artists as being difficult to work with. As California has reopened, I have been excited to get back to live events and have enjoyed attending games at Levi Stadium. People are ready to go to concerts, and there's no reason why our stadium should be sitting empty half of the year. I'm hopeful that Santa Clara will support hosting live events to help our city come back even stronger by extending the 10 p.m. curfew. Thank you. Next public comment is from Tom Gallant. I'm writing to encourage you to extend the city's 10 p.m. curfew for live events. As an SBL holder, I'm excited to invest in one of the country's most impressive stadiums and be able to attend high-profile events, in addition to our football games. Santa Clara has been known as business-friendly city. It's something that we pride ourselves on, but the way that Santa Clara has approached live events and the strict curfew has given the opposite impression. I was very concerned to see that the Rolling Stones stated in local press that dealing with the city was not worth the trouble of coming to Santa Clara for future concerts. This is not the reputation that the city should have. These types of events are important for Santa Clara. They create revenue and help draw more people to live and work in our beautiful city. I hope the board will extend the city's curfew to keep major events in Santa Clara. Thank you. Next comment is from Ralph Sands. Like many other SBL holders, I purchased my SBL because I was excited to have seats at high-profile events in my own city. Going to Levi's Stadium wasn't only an exciting experience for me and my loved ones, it was also incredibly easy and convenient. That's why I was so enthusiastic about investing in the stadium. It is certainly disappointing to see that the Santa Clara's curfew has prevented the city from hosting major events such as Ed Sheeran's 2018 concert. We need to remain competitive, and if the board is unwilling to make an exception just a few times a year for concerts, top-selling artists will pick other cities over Santa Clara. Booking this event is not only a top priority for SBL holders like myself, but should be for the city as we bounce back from COVID. I'm excited for the concerts that have already been booked for 2022, and I hope that with this board's action to extend the curfew, many concerts will be added for the future. Thank you. Next comment is from Andre Glanville. I wanted to start by thanking you for bringing this important item to the agenda. It is long overdue. Ever since 2017, the abrupt change in Santa Clara's approach to the 10 p.m. curfew has led to a decline in events. Now our stadium that we paid for is sitting empty for months out of the year because the city has been unwilling to extend the curfew just a few times a year. It's ridiculous. Santa Clara is losing out on major events, and SBL holders have been left feeling shortchanged by the city after investing in our $1 billion stadium. I purchased my SBL with the expectation that I would be able to attend major events throughout the year, but instead artists are choosing to skip our city and instead perform at other venues without the same limitations. I hope that this board reconsiders the 10 p.m. curfew so that we can once again attract major artists to perform at our home stadium. Thank you. And our last comment is from Dean Hayes. I am writing in hope that Santa Clara will reconsider its current curfew policy. Levi's Stadium has been an incredible asset for Santa Clara. As one of the quickly growing cities in the region, the investment in a hometown stadium helps solidify Santa Clara's status as a premier city in the Bay Area. SBL holders like myself were excited to be able to have tickets to world-class events right here in Santa Clara. Not only were we thrilled to have seats at 49er games, but we've been able to sit at international soccer games and some of the country's most notable concerts, such as Beyonce, U2, and Coldplay. However, we've all noticed the stark change in recent years. Artists are no longer coming to Santa Clara because of the city's 10 p.m. curfew. I chose to invest in our stadium because of the promise of these types of major events. Now I see concerts routinely choosing San Francisco or Oakland over Levi's Stadium. It's disappointing to say the least. This board should recognize the importance of these events and should adopt policies that can help attract major talent to Santa Clara, not deter it. Respectfully. And we just received another comment, so let me pull that one up. This is from James Williams. We live in District 1 and the stadium was welcome when it was first built as we were promised a noise reducing wall and security. We were also given resident stickers that reserved us special access to our own neighborhood, which now mean nothing since anyone without a sticker can come into our neighborhoods. Secure our neighborhoods and prevent the non-residents from creating more noise than the events already caused. Have the events, host the sporting events, but take care of the longtime Santa Clara residents in the area by following through with promise. End of comment. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. So I want to thank our resident that called in and wrote in, and all the 49er SBL ticket holders. But I'm concerned, Vice Mayor, you said you had the emails from these people. I don't have them. So who did you get those from? Because I don't have any of those emails from the people that spoke, and I want to make sure I get them.
I can forward you, Mayor.
Okay, so, all right. That would be nice if we were all getting them.
Sure.
All right, thank you. There's another member of the public that would like to speak. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just unmuted myself. Yeah, I live behind the stadium, and for months I volunteered for Mr. J. And that was one of the promises I made to the people that were concerned about the noise coming from some of these future concerts and other events, that there would be a time restraint placed, and that they wouldn't have to worry about it. That was part of the agreement with Measure J. So I'm hoping people will keep to that agreement. I'd feel pretty bad lying to these people about and going back on my word that they wouldn't have to worry about extended hours for concerts when they have to get to sleep maybe the next morning. And of course, some people do work on the weekends. But yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. All right. Okay, I'm going to go back to the council now. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so first off, thank you to everyone who called in. Thank you for all the comments. And, I first have to say thank you to Councilmember Jane for doing a lot of research and also doing a lot of, I guess, on top of the research and a lot of investigating to provide a lot of examples and proof of things. So I was really pleasantly surprised at this information. But going forward, I mean, looking at the process allowed for a limited number of curfew waivers that were approved by the city manager without requiring any action by the city council. That was consistent with the text of the intent of P23. This is going and looking at November 9th, 2010. At the same time, in 2010, the city staff and the 49ers worked together to establish that condition of approval. The curfew decision was left to the city manager rather than the city council, primarily because touring concerts need quick answers. So 48 hours for a quick turnaround and to help set up their their tours for their concerts. When I see the noise issue, when I was up there a lot up in the north side campaigning in 2018 before, it was nothing but noise from the airport. Every resident I've spoke to about concerns about the stadium, yes, there was traffic concerns. Yes, there was concerns about the things that happened after the concerts, but there was never an issue about noise. I've heard all the noise clippings that's basically, to me, makes this seem more and more like the noise from the concerts is another red herring. This is it's a concern to have noise, but at the same time, when you have nonstop noise of airports basically drowning out the sound of a concert, it makes no sense. Go to 3-4 years ago when I went to a football game. That football game, all you could hear was jets flying over. So that's my major concern is, the data proves that, it's not concert noise, it's the problem. The real issue is the jet noise from the airport. And that is a quality of life killer, to be honest. Looking more at the data, especially hearing all those actual clips, that makes a major concern to me that we continue to sit here and we say, oh, it's just noise. It's the noise problem. There is many issues of noise up in the north side. I've heard many times up there about sideshows. You have noise that is actually excessive on these decibel charts. Looking at more information, doing my research, looking at what the staff is basically trying to recommend is maintaining a status quo and continue council direction to the city manager relative to CO conditions of approval P22C, and remove the former council direction to the city manager to adhere to conditions of approval P22C. Well, options 1 and 2, they leave us exactly in the same position. no weeknight concerts, no extra revenue for the city. And here we are in deficits. Consider, there's the quote of consider a pilot program to observe how other important policy topics are impacted by directing staff to return with a draft policy for a Levi's Stadium non-NFL event curfew exemption pilot program. The pilot program would allow for exemptions based on a number of events established by the EIR and council direction as follows. Well, this just proves to me that there's going to be more, untold administrative hours. There's going to be more time wasted creating a draft policy, for any Levi's Stadium event or non-NFL event exemption to the pilot program. So that doesn't make any sense to me. To me, it just seems like a stall tactic. The stadium manager to cure any other violations with the existing agreements. Stadium manager to ensure noise levels are under the target DBA outlined in conditions of approval P23 for non-NFL events. They have, to be honest, the condition of approval to me seems very muddled. There's no ensuring offsite noise. And then looking forward, the pilot program is to be established during the summer 2022 when school is not in session to mitigate sleep deprivation of youth, with a public evaluation in fall 2022 determine next steps for summer 2023. The ERA has no such restriction. Fewer concerts, to me, it's more administrative waste. Pyrotechnics to be planned for no later than 11 p.m. Yeah, that's fair. That's perfectly fair. No weekday event should exceed an 11 p.m. curfew. Yes, that's perfectly fair. 11 p.m. is fine. But according to the conditions of approval, P23 says scheduled to end at 11 p.m. Any events booked during the 2022 for future years outside the pilot program term will be authorized and must meet the terms of the pilot program. So basically it comes down to this. The pilot program, I think, is silly. This is an artificial, notion that we're coming up with. The staff's report suggests this, that a curfew waivers only be provided if the event passes a financial feasibility hurdle that our current city manager would create. And that means no pilot events can be money-losing events. That is impractical and also unnecessary. I mean, it's almost like we're setting ourselves up to fail. And frankly, I don't want to see us fail. I want to make our city some money, okay? So the financial feasibility of the event, including but not limited to generating revenue for the stadium authority and falling under a category of profitable non-NFL events, which is no pilot events can be money-losing events. Once again, this is what I was referencing to. Concerts are not going to lose us money. I don't want to, I don't want financial feasibility, constantly a runaround. I want to see, there is always no guarantee of profit, but I think this is an opportunity for making that profit. I think, advanced coordination, looking at this, it says under another recommendation, advanced coordination as called for in the legal agreements to ensure that there are sufficient event and public safety staffing resources to accommodate the extended hours and proposed date of the event. Well, from what I know is the Niners actually coordinate public safety. That's what I get. So I don't know why there has to be more checks and balances on that spot. Stadium manager agrees to work collaboratively with the City of Stadium Authority to mitigate any additional traffic, parking, and pre and post disruptive behaviors such as loitering, security enforcement, and noise control associated with the extended hours of the event. Oh, I 100% agree. We want to make sure that's followed through. When it comes down to collaboration, this is what collaboration is. This is me trying to work with the city council, trying to work with our business partners, and trying to come up with better solutions for our city and better revenue. But, it comes down to a lot of this, there's, the quotes of, the mayor's music ban and, using a lot of those quotes. Well, there's a lot of other quotes being used about me too, called the 49er 5, and that is used often by two certain council members, or a mayor and a council member on the city council dais.
I don't think I've ever said the 49er 5. That's not fair.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. That's your blogger. My apologies. So anyways, it comes down to, I see this as a lot of micromanagement that, we do have a specific duty to uphold here. We are looking to make some money. We are not going to go against the curfew, but what I'm feeling is we have an opportunity to make some money, because if you look at that chart, in which I really do thank Councilmember Jane for asking those questions, you look at the chart, we were making money, and then suddenly now we're not making any money. And the money started as soon as we started doing the major micromanagement and political vendettas. So I'm here tonight to say that I'm tired of the political vendettas. Just recently I heard a story in the San Francisco Chronicle, which two of our members of our council, our mayor and our Councilmember Watanabe, were quoted in saying that we are committing illegal activities, meeting with our business partner, and we're not actually saying what we're doing and meeting with them. Actually, you go to my calendars, it says everything we actually talk about. But it's kind of sad, because you want to know why we aren't getting concerts? Exactly what I just said right now. People consider the city of Santa Clara toxic. People I know that work up in San Francisco with AT&T, or sorry, it's a new part, Oracle. They all tell me Santa Clara is a laughingstock to a lot of people. So it comes down to toxicity. And what I'm trying to do is trying to change that. And I respect you, Mayor. I respect you, Councilmember Watanabe. But when I read things in the media that are very false and accusations, and then we go and do something tonight. So for an example, if we go and try to do something tonight about curfew, what's going to happen tomorrow is in that blog and everywhere else on Stand Up for Santa Clara, we're going to be ridiculed as the 49er 5, or whoever decides whatever they're going to do tonight. We're going to be ridiculed because of our decisions and trying to make the city money. Things are going to be taken out of context. And I know everyone thinks it's funny, but to be honest, it's true, because, that's hateful what people are saying and what people are doing. So I come to this conclusion that I want to make a motion, and my motion is, because I know in the holds that discretion to change.
Hey, Anthony, you froze for like 15 seconds, so go back.
Sorry about that.
So I want to make a motion, and that's the last I heard.
Sorry about that. Okay, can you hear me? My internet was going in and out. So going back to when I was running for office, I said about not changing the curfew. I said the city manager holds the power to change that exemption. She holds that power to change the curfew. I've said that many times. Well, what I want to do is I want to continue to hold the curfew, but I want to have this option. And this is part of my motion. 1, direct the city manager to provide exemptions under the conditions of approval P22C for up to 5 weeknight concerts per year, including pyrotechnics, that are scheduled and not to end no later than 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. 2, direct the city manager to provide those exemptions with 48 hours of a request by the stadium manager. And 3, if there are additional requests for weeknight concerts beyond the 5 exemptions, the city manager shall bring them to the city council for consideration, where we will weigh the pros and the cons. So that is my motion. And now, before anyone really dissects that and really kind of politicizes it, 5 weeknight concerts per year. There's 365 days in the year. There's only 5. So that is my motion. And thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak.
Can you repeat that, Councilmember Becker?
Sure, absolutely. So number 1, direct the city manager to provide exemptions under the conditions of approval P22C for up to 5 weeknight concerts per year, including pyrotechnics, that are scheduled to end no later than 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. Direct the city manager to provide those exemptions with 48 hours of a request by the stadium manager. And 3, if there are additional requests for weeknight concerts beyond those 5 exemptions, the city manager shall bring them to the city council for consideration, where we will weigh the pros and the cons.
I will second that.
Can I just clarify something? So she actually doesn't have any discretion. If you're telling her, does she have to provide the 5 exemptions?
Yes.
So why have the city manager involved? That's just my question. I'm just wondering if you're telling her she has to do it. There's no discretion according to the conditions of approval. So I just wanted to clarify that because that'll be sure with the city manager might ask city manager, I'll go to you because I think you had something to say anyway. So just, let's clarify this motion. You're muted, city manager.
I do, and I just want to make some additional comments in that I don't know where I feel as if the sentiment on the recommendations are coming to me, Councilmember Becker, and I'm sorry if you're upset, but I was following the council direction in that the council asked for information about a summer and weekend events only option. It asked for curfews once or twice a year. The conversation that had been held had been with respect to the summer. And the policy options are general policy options that always follow maintain status quo, remove the council direction that had been issued to the city manager. And then it was a list of issues that were of concern for the council that had been expressed. So it was a reflection, frankly, of the direction that has been provided to me to bring back some options for summer and weekends that generate revenue. There was 2 triggers: generate revenue and more events. And so that's the policy direction. So I literally am just restating the directions that the council wanted. And I have some concerns with the motion in that a condition of approval, as I know we have planning commissioners on previous planning commissioners, is a land use decision. And so we want to be very careful because we are creating a record both through the motion as well as any comments that I make with respect to a discretionary act that departs from a land use decision. A land use decision that goes back to change a condition of approval that removes discretion from the city manager as approved and places it in the city council is a land use act. It's in fact required to go back for approval through the PD rezoning process. And so I'm not sure that's the motion you would want to make. Because the motion is based on change in actions to a condition of approval. I don't know that that's the can of worms that you want to open up. And certainly you want to limit your comments because you don't want to create a record that would go back then through the process for the final action. So that is why a pilot program was presented to stay away from land use actions and not have to go back and reopen the project. And the council could provide guidance to the city manager for how to proceed with respect to the provision that's contained. I also want to state that I apologize with all due respect, but you are absolutely wrong. I was directed by the council. The former acting city manager was directed by the council. I inherited that direction. The city manager under the charter has no authority to change the council direction and act apart from the council direction. Those are terms of termination. And I have been very clear within that process that that was not anything I can do. And so with all due respect, I know you stated that I can change it or I could have changed it. That's not the case. The council directed the former acting city manager. It's a direction that I lived with. And so I just have to clear the record on those 2 issues, that the motion should be reconsidered to remove it from reopening the project and it go back to reconsideration as setting policy for which the council can do and provide the city manager with guidance. And I just want to say for the record, once again, any comments that you make begin to create the record of a discretionary act.
Thank you. Do you understand that, Councilmember Becker? That's why I wanted to clarify.
I understand that. And I think my motion was pretty clear. I am directing the city manager to approve 5 weeknight concerts a year. That's 5 weeknight concerts a year. And that's in the motion that I just made. So I don't know what else, needs to be said on that.
Okay. All right. And there was a second. Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. I'm having.
Do you want to turn off your camera? Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, no.
We're hearing a little
Let me
echo.
give me 1 second because my Surface was having some problem. Let me take off my iPad. If Councilmember Jan wants to go ahead.
But yeah, but he's not next. So we'll just wait for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I just want to touch, today we are talking about condition of approval P23. And the perspective today was the policy
P22.
decision about the curfew.
P22.
I know.
P22C.
P28C, right? P23C, right?
P22C.
22C, right? And that's pertain to basically the curfew issue, noise issue. And I know there's multiple things have been brought forward about the financial aspects of it. And I think those fall in the purview of the Stadium Authority management agreement. But those were brought forward even under the land use, which I think was not appropriate, but that has been discussed anyway. So as per the EIR, I'm trying to recap. I know Councilmember Backer spoke very eloquently on many of the aspects. I'm going to touch base. So we are not violating any EIR condition, basically. Out of 48 large-scale events, we are not even touching that 48. So we are good from that perspective. We don't need any CEQA analysis now. EIR does not fix the limits on the permissible hours, and so COA does not violate that. So when we talk about the survey being done in 2018 by what was EMC Research and Council, basically, that was the time when we asked about, okay, what about that survey started with the noise issue, basically, primarily. That issue started with the noise. And the survey clearly found traffic and what else? The top 2 or 3, basically. Traffic, parking, littering, they were the top most issues because of the stadium. Noise was 8th in that sequence, 8th on that. And I did not support the stadium for Measure J. And the people who did not support the Measure J clearly mentioned that these are the problems we'll be facing. And I know some of my colleagues supported the Measure J. They are on the dais. And they brought the stadium here. At that time also, the $4 million were spent on Measure J elections. And these apprehensions of opposition for Measure J were counted down. No, nothing like that will happen, but we will get millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars as a general fund revenue. What happened? Here we are. We got millions, few millions, and where we are right now. The survey clearly mentioned only very few percentage of residents in the vicinity of the stadium have issues with the noise. And our noise monitoring devices clearly showed that the noise from these concerts is secondary because there is already overriding ambient noise from the aircraft, which is much above the 60 decibel, much above the 60 decibel. So that problem, that ambient problem is already there. And to go back to Councilmember Becker's motion, if 5 days can be given, which can make maybe $5 million, maybe $3 million, there is no harm in, because we are already having that aeroplane noise issue in that. The day we solve that aeroplane noise, I think that time it would be a major problem about the stadium concert noise. And we can revisit that at that time. Let's bring it back. If that ambient noise can be curtailed, that can be solved, then we can revisit it. Now, almost on that survey, almost everyone supported the economic and entertainment benefit of the stadium. And a lot of the concern what the resident for that survey was that there is not, and we are not utilizing the stadium to the best we can. We have a stadium now. There's a $1+ billion stadium over here. And we are talking about 5 days an year. And we are basically debating on that as a policy matter. And even on those 5 days, we know that ambient noise is already there. And let's go back to Great America. We gave them permission, like they can operate all their rides throughout the year from 9 a.m. to midnight. All the rides, they make noise. And this was discussed, I think this was discussed in a council meeting on, what was the date? January 24, 2017. And some of our colleague council members, they approved that. They said, no worries. And there was opposition from the resident. And 12 nights, they can go from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. 18 nights, they can go from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday to Sunday. So there is cherry picking among Great America versus the stadium. So I'm just talking about how we can be have the same decision for these two different entities. So I would like to read something from the survey report. On page 44, it says a majority support from residents the general idea of limited exception to the curfew, and when asked about specific options, 56% support 3 to 4 exceptions per year, and 60% support 2 to 3 exceptions per summer. Opposition were consistently just about a quarter. And one more thing I want to add from the same survey, page 47. While curfew issues receive significant media coverage, stadium-related noise and the curfew are not primary issues for your residents. The following are traffic, parking, littering, loitering. So if we can make some revenue by giving benefit of 5 days, why not do that? And that's exactly what the motion says. Basically, we should be looking at that, and I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make my comments, City Manager, I have a question. What year did the 49ers try to reduce their own rent?
That action precedes me, Councilmember Watanabe. I started in October 2017, and the rent arbitration matter was already underway. It was, however, closed in 2018.
Okay, thank you. And based on the chart, page 10, I won't ask you to pull it up. But I think we all have a good idea of what it showed. And so basically, the revenues started to deplete around I would say the 2017, 2018 fiscal year period. Would you agree to that?
The decision on the rent arbitration took place in 2018. And so there, you are correct that the changeover did take place in 2018.
And were you here before the Harvey Rose audit was implemented, or after?
I came in right when it had been issued, and we were supporting the ad hoc committee on its implementation.
Yes, which was one of the recommendations brought about by the rent reset to be able to look at the financials the financials of the stadium.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So after the rent reset, things money's revenue started to decline. Yeah, but yet some people are trying to say that what has to do with the music ban, and it had nothing to do with the music ban. I've got a couple of comments to make regarding some statements made and regarding events that impact my neighborhood, that impact my district. And that is that every single game, every single NFL game, every single event, I get complaints from neighborhoods, and Assistant Chief Rush knows very well how many times I reach out to him because the residents reach out to me instead. And then I put them in touch with him or give him some pass the complaints along. And there was a comment made that people are just upset for one day. No, I'm sorry. People aren't upset for just one day. They're upset for multiple days, because I can tell you right now, after the Beyonce concert in 2016, which went until midnight, and people couldn't get home to their houses. There was a Warriors game that night, and people couldn't get back from San Francisco to Santa Clara because people were dancing all over the streets, walking through the streets at midnight. And we were receiving emails for days and days, which is why I actually asked the then acting city manager to install noise monitors in the Fairway Glen area, and also the Cheney Street area. And so that was the start of the noise monitors, which has been a big help in collecting data and noise impacts to the neighborhoods. Pyrotechnics. Okay. Councilmember Beck, you're making a motion about pyrotechnics not going past 11 p.m. Currently, even Great America does not have pyrotechnics past 10 o'clock. And I will tell you that when there are pyrotechnics at any hour of the day, there are a lot of concerns and complaints, because pyrotechnics bring about a lot of issues for folks that may be experiencing PTSD. You have pets that disappear, are shaking because they don't know how to deal with the noise. And it also upsets the residents. This is a serious concern. And frankly, it was one of the reasons why the Rolling Stones had issues, because they waited until the last minute to bring their request forward to our fire marshals for their performance, their stage setup to be approved. And it couldn't be approved because the things that they wanted done, including pyrotechnics, and it had a big impact on them being able to put on the show that they wanted to, because they waited until the last minute. There are a lot of reasons why decisions were made, the decisions were made that were made. And it wasn't because people wanted a music ban or anything like that. It's because promises were made to the residents to the residents, the constituents of my neighborhood, my district, and they weren't being upheld. And so the management agreement was taken away because for those very reasons, because promises were not being kept. Let me see. So my points are that events never lost money until after 2017. And there's a reason for that. Vice Mayor Chahal, you made a comment about members on this dais that supported the stadium. Yes, I did support the stadium. But what I will tell you is that I didn't support lies. I didn't support broken promises. I didn't support wage theft. I didn't support procurement policy violations that we're still waiting to have taken care of. And those are just a few things. I'd like to add a friendly amendment to the motion. You want to change the curfew? Let me propose, you just don't change the curfew for District 1. Let's change it for the whole city. Let's change the curfew in your districts. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's see how your constituents react to having noise until 11 o'clock at night and 12 o'clock at night. You want to ruin my district? You want to ruin the constituents' quality of life in District 1? Well, let's see how the districts in 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, how those constituents would appreciate having the curfew changed in your districts too. So that is my friendly amendment to your motion, Councilmember Becker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. With all due respect, I'm going to deny you. And weren't you at the football game last night?
I'll second her friendly amendment. And I don't know what the football game has to do with it, but I'll second her friendly amendment.
The amendment was rejected by the maker.
I rejected the amendment. So
I still think we get a vote on that. Don't we, City Clerk?
No. We take a vote on the motion on the floor.
She was making a friendly amendment, which is not an separate amendment.
You may want to restate that, council member. I'm not sure it's going to pass, but let's just move on. Are you finished, Councilmember Watanabe? Good point. Good points.
I'm all done. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, your hand is still up. You've had a chance to speak, but on the motion. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to read COA P22C for the public and for our council members. Night outdoor non-NFL events shall be scheduled to end no later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, unless otherwise approved by the city manager or their designee. There is nothing here that I see 4 events or 5 events or anything. But then later, council basically took away authority from the city manager. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Now, it's interesting that Councilmember Watanabe is talking about how she hears complaints for every single event, and yet she was a supporter of the stadium, and it was for these exact reasons that I opposed it. Traffic, parking, noise, public nuisance. I was also opposed to subsidies for private entities. But what my main concern right now is that what I hear from the city manager is that extending the curfew is an issue of staffing, and that's her main concern. And it seems to me that if these concerts were scheduled on the weekends, that curfew would be at 11 p.m. anyway, and it seems like it would be harder to get city staff to work those weekends than it is to get them to work the weekdays. I don't know if we have to pay them overtime or not for weekends, but you know, in the EIR it talks about 22 NFL games and 26 non-NFL games. That's 48 large events. And if staffing's an issue, it will always be an issue. And I just don't understand how it makes any difference, the curfew or not, in terms of staffing. So it seems to me that, you know, returning authority back to the city manager, you know, the 48-hour approval, I wouldn't say it's a 48-hour approval. I would say a 48-hour review, so that the city manager could then, you know, have a dialogue with the stadium manager. And then I do support the additional requests would come to the council. So I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So it seems that staff is lumping many of the issues together to muddle the curfew discussion. I mean, many of the other issues like traffic, parking, noise, financial feasibility are tangential, related, but should not be limiting when considering curfew. I think that maybe staffing is there, and I'll address that in just a moment. Like if we want the facts to speak for themselves, Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Watanabe looked at the net revenue for the non-NFL events and noted the drop once the city's relationship with the 49ers soured. And the apparent reason, even with the drop in non-NFL football and soccer profits, is the reduction in the number of concerts and perhaps in the drop in miscellaneous events. But that's just what the data show. Like I'm making an argument about the cause, but it's very clear the reason that we have, you know, less profits is because we had fewer events. We had one event in 2019-20, and you know, 3 the previous year and 2 the previous year, when we were having 7 for, you know, prior to that, when we were making $4 million, you know, $2.5 million profit from the concerts previously. Curfew may not have a lot to do with the profit or loss for the events that were booked, but the question is, does the curfew affect the desire for events to book in Santa Clara? And I think that is true, right? Financial feasibility for every event, that's a little like supporting R&D in engineering, right? Having R&D, a loss activity, have to justify its losses with its own profits is a little narrow-minded. That's not how it works. That's why we have to look at the entire system. Many events that are losses are there to support the event groups and provide events to ticket holders that they may never get to see otherwise, subsidized by the more successful events, right? And I think that even without documents, the fact seems clear: 0 events make 0 profits. City manager seems to suggest that with reduced staff, we should not have any events. And I think as Councilmember Jane pointed out, like this would hold true regardless of when those events were held, or even regardless of how late those events were. As Councilmember Jane suggested, we could use some of the increased profits to pay for additional staffing. City manager also suggested that changing the conditions of approval would be a land use decision, not to be taken lightly. My question is, how did the original changes to the former acting city manager get made? You know, why is there no outcry about those changes? I mean, if we really want to be correct, I think that we should look at policy alternative number 2, which is just remove the former council direction to the city manager and adhere to the original conditions of approval, P22C. I think that that's what we should do. I don't think there should be any additional conditions on there at all. If we were gonna ask the city staff to do anything in addition to that, I think that we should ask the city staff to look into traffic and parking mitigation, look into littering and loitering, look into what is required to restore trail usage or alternative trail paths, right, that do not cause the people that need to use those trails too much, you know, too many problems. and I really hope that the related project helps mitigate many of these issues. But until then, I think that these are the issues we need to be looking at, and their curfew should be managed exactly the way that the conditions of approval, COA P22C stated. And as Councilmember Jane stated, I think that would do it. I don't understand why we have to make any kind of limits whatsoever. I think that the original conditions of approval would get away from, changing land use decisions, causing other problems, and we could spend the additional time looking into the actual issues around the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. Who hasn't spoken? All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I was convinced that a curfew ban or a unreasonable curfew could cause problems when I read up on what the city of Pasadena had to do to get concerts back in the Rose Bowl. And they did exactly this, is they allowed some waivers. I heard and read very carefully what the policy alternatives were. And this motion is based on alternatives E, F, and J. So I don't understand why staff would be concerned when that was on their list. And that's why I seconded it, because if Councilmember Becker hadn't done it, I would have. No one fought harder against the stadium than I did. I was on the policy making committee that fought against it. And this is part of what I worried about. Well, the reality is it's here. I lost that, and we have to make it work. And I'm realistic about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, your hand's still up. Okay. Councilmember Becker, your hand is up. Do you have additional comments on your motion?
No, I just wanted to say, I want to clarify that, Councilmember Watanabe, I do care about your neighborhood, 100% care about your neighborhood, as well as I know many on this council that I actually work with oppose this stadium, as Councilmember Hardy just said. And at the end of the day, you voted to put a stadium there. So we have to deal with it. And as Councilmember Hardy said, it's like taking lemons and making lemonade out of it. So
so did over 6,000 people, not just me.
Yeah, well, okay.
That's
it's
okay.
built there.
I don't want to do that. Okay. All right. So I have some comments. First of all, it was a good point about the rent arbitration, because in that 2016-17 timeframe, we found out the 49ers stopped paying the rent and wanted to reduce their rent dramatically. We went through almost a year and a half, 2 years of rent arbitration, which also triggered the Harvey Rose audit. And that's the time the 49ers just completely shut down, and our revenue went down to virtually nothing, in fact, less than nothing. So it had nothing to do with the curfew, because they seemed to work with the curfew just fine prior to that, because nothing's changed since 2010. Nothing's changed. Councilmember Watanabe mentioned the Beyonce concert. In that particular concert, the city manager at the time apparently had lifted the curfew without the knowledge of the city council or the public, for that matter, because that was allowed. There's no disclosure to the public. And she's right. I've never heard more complaints for days after that concert. So everyone can say that it doesn't affect the residents that live in that area. Just talk to the residents that live in that area. I mean, it affects them. And yes, many of you were against the stadium. Oh yes, so let's then pile on the nuisances because you were against the stadium. So now you're gonna go the exact opposite way and pile on and take away the neighborhood protections. So I just think that if this is going to happen, that we need to be responsible about it. So I have a substitute motion that I'd like to make. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4, it has 7 parts. So I'm gonna make for time purposes, I'm gonna make a substitute motion with these 7 parts. First of all, we can add everything that Councilmember Becker put in his original motion, subject to these 7 items. Here's number 1. Before a new curfew policy or pilot program goes into effect, the stadium manager must cure all legal agreement violations. That's number 1. Number 2, before a new curfew policy or pilot program goes into effect, the stadium manager must demonstrate that they have complied with all state and local labor laws, including wage theft violations. Number 3, curfew violations shall result in a fine that is sufficient to deter violations and shall be increased for repeat violations. And city staff, this is referred, city staff should research effective fines and policies to enforce the curfew. Number 4, this is an example, 3 curfew violations in a 1-year period result in a return to the original curfew policy for 1 year to demonstrate that the stadium manager can effectively manage its events. Next, the stadium manager cannot book events that lose money and are a financial burden for the stadium authority, the city's general fund, and the Santa Clara taxpayers. And finally, the stadium manager must pay for specific public safety resources for all events, as that no Santa Clara neighborhood sees a reduction in police patrol during stadium events. And that's my substitute motion. I'm hoping someone will second it.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'm going to say no to your substitute motion because this just seems like it's more and more filibustering. So just get to, just get to it.
Filibuster. Okay.
No.
All right. All right. So is there any other comments on my substitute motion, city manager?
Well, I don't have comments, but at the appropriate time, I would like to make some comments about in response to some of the council member inquiries. Comments.
Mayor, I haven't finished my comment yet, which was, you did make a mention about, things about with, the 49ers and their agreements and being in court and everything. Those things are being taken up in arbitration too. So, like I said, I think this is just another tactic of filibustering, and the other things mentioned are already in the agreements.
Okay, so Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
So Madam Mayor, just as a reminder, with a substitute motion, you must have a vote to take that substitute motion.
Right. That's this vote to accept this substitute motion.
Just a moment here. Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember James.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, there'll be no protections. City manager, go ahead.
I just wanted to make some comments because I understand that the council has very strong positions on this, and in the course of making comments, it's easy to attribute comments to the city manager or assumptions. The comment was made that the city manager suggests that there should be no events at the stadium. I was very clear under the naming rights agreement that this is a stadium that needs events, and the council has already established and directed me to come back with what is a process for putting in place more events that generate more revenue. So I would just appreciate as you all go through your decision making and policy deliberations that comments like that not be attributed to me. I think it's very unfair. I also want to acknowledge on the staffing. It is correct that the problem exists regarding staffing, whether there's a curfew or not. My only concern is that all of this takes time to plan. I've already mentioned, and we're doing this right now with staff. What is your plan for taking time off over the next quarter? Because we are short of staff, and I really have to emphasize how difficult it is to reduce an organization of 26% capacity and still try to function with a council that hasn't really acknowledged that or reduced the workload. We are scrambling to find resources and assign resources. And so my comment was within the context of the curfew and the staffing and the ability to pre-plan is the most appropriate way, and the way that we have began to practice of what's your time off, how do we schedule it, what's the workload. And so that's the context, and I thought I was very clear. I spent some slides on it because burnout and exhaustion and workload and things piling up and things getting delayed is real. I've communicated that with the council, and so I don't want to be accused of muddling up what my assumptions were or why my comments were on staff resources. And you the council set the goal for me to come back with generating revenue. If that's not something I'm being accused here of, administrative bureaucracy and this and that, that was your goal. You put that to me, and I'm assuming that you would have wanted it reflected in the action that you took, and the ways to get it reflected. I provided you with the tools in the management agreement to make sure that it's reflected. And so, you guys can continue to deliberate on your policy, but please do not attribute comments to me or suggestions or assumptions that I have not spoken to this evening as part of the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you for that clarification, City Manager. Councilmember Becker?
I'd like to make a motion, my original motion.
Your original motion is on the floor.
Okay, so let's take a vote. Thank you.
Okay. Original motion on the floor. Go ahead, City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
I'd like to repeat that back.
Okay.
So it's direct city manager to provide exemptions under conditions of approval P22C up to 5 weeknight concerts per year, including pyrotechnics ending no later than 11 p.m. through Sunday. Number 2, direct city manager to provide those exemptions within 48 hours of the request. And 3, if there are any additional requests for weeknight concerts beyond those exemptions, the city manager should bring them to council to weigh the pros and cons. Is that correct, Councilmember Becker?
You broke up on number 2, but from what I had on number 1, direct the city manager to provide exemptions under the conditions of approval P22C for up to 5 weeknight concerts per year, including pyrotechnics that are scheduled to end no later than 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. I think you just said Sunday.
Yes.
And then 2, you broke up on 2. It's direct the city manager to provide those exemptions with 48 hours of a request by the stadium manager. And just for transparency, number 3, if there are additional requests for weeknight concerts beyond the 5 exemptions, the city manager shall bring them to the city council for consideration, where we will weigh the pros and cons.
Okay.
Okay, roll call vote, City Manager.
So I want to put in the record again that the conditions of approval were attached to the plan development rezoning, and so an amendment to the conditions of approval will necessitate an amendment to the zoning. And so this process, in order to implement, would first need to go through that, do that review. And so I've said it, that's what we'll have to do, and the council can proceed with its motion.
Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 4-3. Okay, it's 10:48. We're going to take a break until 11 p.m. and resume then, and hope to conclude by midnight. City Manager, your hand is up. All right. Guys, it's hard to shovel a salad in at 11 o'clock at night. All right, I have energy now, ready to go. Okay. We're gonna move on. In fact, I got a request from the staff to move up item number 8 for this evening. And I think the rest of them, well, let's see how long this one takes. Item number 8. I wanted our city manager to be able to weigh in on these items. And I don't know if everyone knows, but it's her birthday today. So we'd like to give her 10 minutes with her family, maybe before the end of the day.
They're long gone.
Or at least keep her awake till the end of the night. I just want to double check, city manager, any other items that are.
So there's item 8 that's on the agenda, and I'm not certain if Brian Doyle is here. I know that he had sent an email. Nora can give us his current status. And then items.
Email said he was not going to be here. So,
okay. Okay. All right. So
to be read that he wasn't going to be here. What about the other items? I know we have we've continued those. They could be.
So it's the council's discretion as to how you would like to proceed.
Okay, well, let's do item 8 first, and then we can go back to the others. I'd like to, we still have a whole hour, so, okay. So I'm gonna talk about written petitions, item 8. We have 2 items and they're both related. So one is item 8A, action on a written petition, policy 030 submitted by Brian Doyle, requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss FIFA negotiations. This was deferred from November 9th. Do we have Brian on the phone or on Zoom?
Madam Mayor, I don't see Brian online. He did say he may not be available at the time that this item came up, but he asked that I read his email into the record.
If you read his request, and then we'll go to B. Thank you.
Sure. On September 17, 2019, the Stadium Authority Board terminated the stadium management agreement with the San Francisco 49ers. Although the 49ers sued the Stadium Authority in an attempt to prevent the termination, the litigation has still not been resolved. The 49ers breaches, which gave grounds for the termination, are serious and remain without remedy. They involve self-dealing, breach of fiduciary duty, and violation of conflict of interest laws. Without the management agreement, the 49ers have absolutely no right to book non-NFL events. Despite the fact that he has no right to obligate the Stadium Authority, Al Guido has been representing to FIFA that they will be able to use Levi's Stadium as a venue for the 2026 World Cup matches. Despite the fact that the management agreement has been terminated, Mr. Guido has never consulted the Stadium Authority Board about whether he is authorized to grant a license to use the publicly owned Levi's Stadium. I hereby request that the City Council and Stadium Authority Board place an item on a future agenda to explain to the public how Mr. Guido can proceed with misrepresenting his authority to FIFA officials. The report to the board should include answers to the following questions. Has Mr. Guido informed the FIFA officials that the Stadium Authority Board has terminated the management agreement and that therefore he may not be legally authorized to book World Cup matches at Levi Stadium? Have Mr. Guido's negotiations included potential deals that would benefit entities in which Mr. Guido has an interest? What conversations have any board members engaged in about use of Levi Stadium for the 2026 World Cup? And under what authority have these conversations occurred? The public deserves to have public discussion of whether a major world under these extreme disturbing having a major world sporting event ought to be held at publicly owned stadium in Santa Clara under these extremely disturbing circumstances. That's the end.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to combine this with the second request since they're both FIFA, and if they go on the agenda, that'll be under a FIFA item. But Councilmember Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems to me that we're currently in arbitration or litigation about the management agreement. So it's not exactly clear whether we can discuss what is legally acceptable. And so I don't think it's appropriate from what I understand. And it seems like the other two items should just be PRAs. I think Mr. Doyle is just asking for information. So it doesn't actually, I don't know. It doesn't seem maybe right to agendize the first item.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
I'll make a motion to deny the petition.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion to deny and second. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, obviously, I'm not going to support the motion. I think Mr. Doyle is bringing forth some very important information and facts and that are relevant to events taking place at the stadium going forward. So I totally understand his concerns and wanting to bring this forward. And so I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
I will be supporting the motion because we are under litigation and these things are to be discussed in closed door. And that's why I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becker, did you speak? Yeah, I think Councilmember, okay, Vice Mayor spoke. Okay, I'm gonna go to the public on this. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Boy, I think it's kind of ironic that the excuse to not put this on the agenda is the board that is talking about this, the Stadium Authority is actually on the kind of questions of whether or not there's been discussions about that and what those are, and whether or not this body, this governing body, thinks it's appropriate on whether or not the manager, the managing agency, has the right to do that, given that there is arbitration and they might not have the authority in the future. Yet the question is, was that extended? And if so, what was communicated? So I don't know why the governing board would not want to know that information. And I know the public would want to know it, as you heard from one of your residents, that they want to know. So why would you want to just kind of dismiss it and kind of say, oh, well, it's under arbitration, so we can't talk about that? Well, you can talk about what is important to you as a governing body and what is important for the public to know about what's being said or not said, and what's being said in those meetings, and is what's being represented, and is that legal? So rather than just dismiss it, why don't you refer it to an agenda item and have your legal counsel weigh in on it? Granted, your legal counsel is compromised a little bit because they don't have as much staff since you fired them, but you do have legal counsel. You should use them because they're the experts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other member of the public like to speak on this issue? Okay, Councilmember Becker, your hand is up.
And I just wanted to clarify. So I know that he did in his petition ask about public records. I think that's going to have to go its appropriate channel, I think, through the city clerk's office, which I'd be gladly to comply for any public records requests. Looking at this is a lot of arbitration and a lot of this is confidential. So that's why I do not want to continue to talk about this. But, considering what Kirk Vartan just said, I find it kind of ironic because recently I was at one of these things I heard him speak at, and he introduced himself as the Mayor Lisa Gilmore's advisor. So, that kind of has some concern to me, coming from that branch. But then again, it is what it is. So I will be supporting this motion.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
So concerning regarding releasing the information about the conversation regarding FIFA, there's a PRA and there is already a PRA request on that. So that information will be Mr. Brian Doyle is very readily can get that information. And there's another one which another citizen has already requested that information. So that should always be in the public domain, and everyone should be giving that. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, I find it kind of ironic that we just come off an event, come off a council item trying to support more events at the stadium to this. And I think that, again, it looks like there's A and there's B, and they seem to be related because they're FIFA, but they approach this from very different aspects. One's supportive, one's not supportive. I think that if later we support a resolution and the state manager supports a resolution to support a FIFA bid, no problem either way. I don't think that that matters, regardless of what the litigation outcome is. I think that that would be a good outcome. And again, I think that this is where Santa Clara, the city, needs to realize that it is one of many entities in the Bay Area. And if we don't learn how to pull together to support an area, a region-wide event or a region-wide bid, then, I think that the rest of the region can kind of just write off Santa Clara as important to the region because, well, we're just going to do things by ourselves. I think that we need to find ways to support activities and events for the region, for the good of the many, and it's not just us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have a hard time following any of those comments that were just made. And just for the record, Kurt Vartan is an advisor to me and the city. He is our expert on worker co-ops. So yes, I have, and the city has worked closely with him on that. So thank you, Councilmember Becker. We'll give a shout out to worker co-ops. We're going to be discussing FIFA, whether you deny this on the agenda or not. It's going to happen. It has to happen. It's a huge event that could possibly be coming to Santa Clara. So even if you turn this down and you approve the next item from our colleague, Councilmember Hardy, it's going to get on the agenda. It's going to be discussed. The public, including Mr. Doyle, is going to be able to come and make his case. So there's no way that any of us can stop the public requesting to speak, at a public meeting. And I think we should support it, just like I think we should support putting the next item on the agenda as well and make an overall FIFA item. So if you're going to vote this down, but then vote the next one on, that makes absolutely no sense to me because we're going to hear them both anyway. So there's a motion and a second to deny this petition for a resident to request placing an item on an agenda about an event that's possibly coming to Santa Clara. All right, Assistant City Clerk, go ahead.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. 5-2, it passes. All right, next item. Action on a council written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Councilmember Hardy to place an item on a future council meeting to consider a resolution to support the bid to FIFA for the 2026 World Cup and related events. Councilmember Hardy, please explain your request.
Yes, recently there was a bid. 22 cities are in the running, and I think we need to make a decision as a council if we're going to publicly support this or not. So all that's on my request is to place this on an agenda so we can have a discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, after meeting with the FIFA delegation to San Francisco, seeing the positives that are in this, I will. I don't know if Councilmember Hardy made the motion, but I will make a motion or second it to put this on a future agenda.
So I'll make the motion and you may second. I'll make the motion to put this on the agenda. Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Park.
I was going to make the motion to put considering a resolution to support the bid to FIFA, but don't need to do that anymore.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I think that as some people have said, Santa Clara has a reputation of possibly not being that friendly to some events. And I think that we need to send a message to FIFA that we are enthusiastic about bringing an event like this. And of course, we need to talk about protections to the city financially for such an activity. We obviously want to make this an event that fans would be proud of and that our residents would be proud of, and it would help our treasury.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion because, as mentioned, we need more activity in the stadium. $1 billion stadium has to be used appropriately, and it can generate some money, not only for the city, but overall economic activity in the region. And if we get an opportunity, we should be doing that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? So I understand that 5 council members have met with the 49ers about this topic. But our city staff has no information. And that's unfortunate because it's not typical of the way Santa Clara or most cities operate. So I have some questions from the proposer of the motion, Councilmember Hardy. Can you tell us and the public the details of the proposal that you want us to support? Because you asked us to support the bid. Specifically, I'm wondering if you can answer these questions specifically. Is FIFA asking for any fee waivers? Is FIFA asking Santa Clara taxpayers to assume any liability? Who will commit in writing to repay Santa Clara for city services as required by law? Is that FIFA or the Bay Area Host Committee? And if you don't have answers to these questions, do you think it's premature or irresponsible to suggest a resolution of support for a bid? Wouldn't it be better to have staff evaluate the proposal so we know what our general fund and our Santa Clara make sure that our taxpayers are protected? Because you're asking us to support a bid. I haven't seen a bid. I don't believe. I'll ask our city manager if she's seen the bid. Apparently you've seen the bid, or 5 of you have seen the bid. So have you, what do you say, Councilmember Hardy, about the bid that you're asking us to support?
All I put on the agenda for tonight was to talk about this afterwards. So the motion is just to put this on a future agenda so we can talk about it. That's all.
You didn't, you said to support the bid. So you're in a position of support for the bid. So you've obviously, have you seen the bid? Councilmember Hardy, have you seen the bid? I'm just asking you a question. Have you seen the bid?
I heard I guess you would call it a verbal pitch, and that's all I've heard. But
from
we
who?
need to have from Al Guido to the FIFA. So I will tell you, I want to just talk about this. That's all I'm doing tonight is putting it on the agenda.
So could we put this on subject to us getting a copy of the bid? Would you put that in your motion? So we have something to discuss?
I would like to just put this on the agenda so we could talk about it.
How are we going to talk about something that we don't have or our staff doesn't have? So I'm just, for practical purposes, what are we going to talk about?
Whether we support the idea.
An idea. I wrote a letter back in 2017, 18 to express Santa Clara's interest, which the council approved in World Cup. So we've done that already.
So we need, then we need to reaffirm that if we still feel that way.
We can feel that way when we actually see a bid, but you haven't seen the bid.
I don't think there is one yet. I don't know.
There is no bid.
That's why we need to put it on an agenda so we can have a discussion.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear what information that you have been given. Okay. Who hasn't spoken? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. It seems to me that Alguido's got some major conflicts of interest. And let's see, we've taken away the management agreement, and he's out there having verbal agreements or discussions about FIFA. Why don't they come here and become before a council meeting and present the whole thing instead of doing it, sending messengers, using our council to bring their messages forward? It seems like if we know that they don't want to lose the management agreement, you think that they would put in a little bit of effort to come and present and share whatever this is, whatever this is about. And it seems only fair. And so those are my thoughts. Why do we have to consider putting a resolution on an agenda when they can just ask to be put on the agenda and come and speak? Thank you.
City Manager, I know you have some comments. I saw a letter in the back of the packet that the 49ers sent us today on Levi Stadium regarding the outdoor curfew. I saw a letter attached that talked about FIFA, and it appeared to be some confidential information that you had given the stadium authority. City Manager, I'd like you to.
I just want to say for the record,
letter as well.
Unmute. I want to say for the record that if asked to provide a resolution in support of the FIFA bid, despite my efforts to get information in writing, which the board has been copied on, I have not had any communications from the stadium manager or the host committee with respect to an update of commitments to the stadium. I want to take issue with the comments made in the email attachment from Mr. Rahul Shandak, because it is reflective of some of the concerns that I had expressed earlier. The comment says that the city staff basically here, the 49ers have made no request of city staff with respect to 2026 World Cup because we don't need anything from them. To be clear, the City Hall plays no role in booking or operating events at Levi Stadium, nor should they. And so we checked to see if we have any records. And I know I had this conversation with my concerns with Councilmember Hardy of what we don't know. But I did find the FIFA document on overview of government guarantees and the government declaration. I'm putting this in the record because I'm happy that I already heard there is concern for protecting the city. This is what my efforts are to try to protect the city. And this is, I'll talk about the letter after, but government guarantee number 4, safety and security. Security operations, and this is reading from the document overview of government guarantees. Security operations for the competition are not limited to the stadium, but extend to any further location used for the competition right throughout the host countries, such as training sites, team base camps, official hotels, accreditation centers, media and other event centers, the International Broadcast Center, FIFA Fan Fest sites, airports, trains and bus stations, and other transport hubs. In order to achieve the best possible security environment for the competition, the government is requested at its own cost to assume full responsibility for safety and security at the competition and competition-related events. This includes developing security strategy and concept in close cooperation with state, regional, and municipal government law enforcement, that's us, and security authorities in the host countries, implementing the necessary security measures and assuming liability for safety and security incidents. And so I just say that because this has been the issue of what we have been trying to seek clarity on, is what are the commitments that have been made on our part? What's the relationship with the host committee? Because we know they have no legal authority. I also want to share, and I don't know whether to just put out there as this is a whistleblower issue or what, but I am very concerned here, and I continue to express my concern that Miss Emily Matthews, who has no relationship to the stadium authority, she is a registered lobbyist for the 49ers, is now in possession of a confidential email that this email attachment is in response to a breach of confidentiality of my efforts to seek information from the board on FIFA. And this is what happens when confidentiality is breached. My email was shared. This is Rahul's response, which was provided to me about an hour and a half later. And I am concerned, for the record, that it is reminiscent of some of the words that we've heard with respect to issues of my status of employment. As a practical matter, Rahul goes on to say, until that changes, the 49ers remain deeply concerned that any involvement in Levi Stadium by Ms. Santana and her staff will remain counterproductive. It sounds like they want me gone. And I'm bringing this to you because in the same email, they tell you that the city has no responsibility or action, or I'll use his words, we don't need anything from them. And yet that's not what the government FIFA document says. And so all I've been trying to do is get to the bottom of this so that we can protect the city. And I wouldn't know what to do in a resolution. And I am highly concerned that an email that breached confidentiality has now made it into this agenda packet. And that's exactly what I was trying to prevent.
Thank you. I share your concerns, as do many. All right. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so it reminds me of a saying. In my culture, we have a saying which says that a thief thinks that everyone steals. And I think that is very true of shifty politicians as well. I'm going to read the council policy manual for adding an item on the agenda, procedure for written requests from City Council. All written material will be submitted on the agenda in the form of substantially provided by the requester without any staff analysis, including fiscal review, legal review, and policy review until the City Council has had the opportunity to provide direction to the manager. At the meeting where the item is first considered, if majority of the City Council supports further study of the item, then a full staff analysis shall be prepared within 30 days unless otherwise directed by the City Council. Discussion should be limited to whether an item should be added to an agenda and a date, not the merit of the item. And I think that what we have here is we have, again, somebody used the term filibustering, but I think this is just bad process for trying to deny something that should have just been put to a vote. I would like to call the question. I would like to put this to the vote. Thank you. Put this to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the same issue, basically. Time and again, whenever this 030 comes, we start a discussion on that. And that's not what it should be done. It should be an up and down vote. And the time for discussion is if the council decides it is to be on the agenda, that's the time when we discuss about details, whatever details. That's the time we should be discussing about it. Not today when we are bringing 030. And Mayor Gilmore, you mentioned that you sent a letter for accepting this bid or accepting them to have an event. That's very contradictory to what you are telling Councilmember Hardy. If you sent that in advance of without any documents, and now you're asking her the documents and not even asking for a discussion on that. So it's a very contradictory statement by you on that matter. Thank you.
Since you made a charge to me, I feel like I need to respond to that.
Please.
This letter was requested by the 49ers of me back in 2016 or 17, when FIFA had determined that the World Cup, it was part of the bid to try to get the World Cup into the United States, Canada, and Mexico. So I wrote the letter with the city council's blessing at the time. And it was a general letter saying we were interested in having the World Cup at Levi Stadium. Yes, it was a general letter of interest, of course. Yes, and I sent that. So I don't know what's contradictory what you're talking about. The reason I had asked Councilmember Hardy put something on the agenda that was very unclear to me. She wanted us to put on the agenda the support of a bid that wasn't included with her request and that I've never seen, but apparently 5 of you have seen. But I haven't seen the bid, and neither has, I asked the city manager, have you seen this bid that Councilmember Hardy is requesting that we support? And she has not seen it, and she's been asking for information. So please explain how I'm contradicting myself in this respect.
So doesn't your letter supports the bid too? Your letter means that you're supporting. Yes, your letter means that you want to have a FIFA game here.
No, maybe it's, I'm sorry.
Your letter.
I don't mean to.
No, let me complete.
No. I don't mean to interrupt you, because see, I've been through the Super Bowl. I know how these things work. And when the bid was for the United States to get the World Cup, it wasn't for, I said Santa Clara. Well, in fact, we should get a copy of my letter to everyone. This is the actual bid where there's the nuts and bolts. When you look at our Super Bowl binder, it's this big, and there's millions of agreements in there. Our city council we probably had a dozen meetings talking about the negotiations for Super Bowl. This is equivalent or bigger than a Super Bowl is what we're talking about. So it wasn't this bid. It's not this bid that I wrote the letter on, because this bid didn't exist back in 2016, 17. So maybe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you. You just weren't aware, and I'm sorry about that.
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
Even I don't have the bid details. Even I don't know, I probably nobody has the bid details.
There's a bid. Yes.
No. I said I don't have the details. So just like you wrote a letter in 2016-17 for entertaining the FIFA, this is the same request from Councilmember Hardy.
I asked her, for all due respect, she wrote the memo. I asked her to explain what she wrote. I don't want you to speak for her. She can speak for herself. I asked her why she wanted us to support a bid. I asked her if she's seen the bid. Apparently she hasn't seen the bid, but wanted us to support something we haven't seen. That's why, don't speak for her, speak for yourself.
I'll speak
She
for
answered
myself.
my questions already. Thank you. She's
Yes,
answered.
I speak for myself, and the reason I'm supporting this motion, because the way you supported that with that letter that we should have FIFA in the United States or wherever in Santa Clara, and same reason I'm saying it will bring so much economic activity, not only to the city, the hotels, to the whole region, to the so much sale tax, and that's the reason I'm supporting it. And
Very
it's
good.
up for a
That's
discussion.
great.
And it's up for a discussion.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That's
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
I agree with Councilmember Park that, we shouldn't be going too far into these details, and we should be having these detailed discussions when we discuss Councilmember Hardy's petition on that specific date, considering the resolution to support the FIFA event. Looking at, which is kind of a funny thing, here we are, we continue to delay this over and over again, stalling. And I think Councilmember Park hit it nail on the head again. Filibuster, I said that earlier in the middle of the night as well. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that one out. At the same time, we start to wonder why nobody else was invited to this. Consider the toxicity that's happening right now. Maybe that's why certain people did not get invited. At the same time, I think that same day we were actually in San Francisco to have that meeting for FIFA. I think Mayor Gilmore, you met with Al Guido and a few others for the Silicon Valley Business Journal that said you were excited to host the World Cup. So this is very kind of change of face, I think, from what I've heard. At the same time, I want to know from the city manager who breached this information, because it seems like we're having a lot of leaks lately. And I know that we had leaks recently in a recent news story that came out from the San Francisco Chronicle. So I want to know, who is the breach? Thank you.
City Manager, do you want to answer that, or do we just leave it? Because it could be anybody, but yeah, I don't know if you.
I will just leave it as a council member. It's a matter of public record. I've sent it to the full council, the email stream where it was breached in my efforts to get confidential information. The 49ers confidentiality was prioritized over the stadium authority's confidentiality, and my email was leaked. And the attachment is Rahul's response to the email that was forwarded to the confidential deliberative process email that was forwarded to Rahul to respond to. So in this case, it's well documented. You have it in your email. I'm not going to name names out of due respect to the council, but it was a council member.
And the email from Rahul Chandak was to Suds, Jane, Anthony Becker, and Kevin Park. Because I never got this before, so thank you. Councilmember Park?
Discussion should be limited to whether an item should be added to an agenda and a date, not the merit of the item. I want to call the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay. Kirk, go ahead, Kirk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so let's see. Becker, Park, and Jane. Those are the three listed there. Does that mean it's down to those three? And sure, call the question. But if this is public record and it's already in the public record, why doesn't one of you just kind of fess up to it if it's one of you three? If it's one of the council members, you know, it's pretty cowardly not to just say it and just get it out in the open, especially if it's in the public record. It's already there. So just fess up to it. Take your admonition or censorship that you're going to get and move on, because breaching confidentiality is pretty serious. So it would be nice if Becker, Jane, or Park actually fessed up to it, have a little bit of integrity, and just admit it. Whatever it is, it's in black and white. Why hide from it in plain sight here? So it's pretty disturbing that one of you three would sell out the city like that. It's pretty disturbing. And ironically, those are the three that just got elected. You know, it's really, really, if that's those three. And I'm based on what is on the email that was just shared. If it's one of you three, you should really speak up and not just let it sit, because that's a pretty cowardly position. And I hope you speak up and just take the lumps, because lumps is what you should get for doing something like that. It's pretty low. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? Do we have any e-comments on this, Assistant City Clerk?
We do not.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's funny coming from somebody who says that they're the advisor of Mayor Gilmore. And at the same time, maybe you should be a registered lobbyist yourself, considering what the city's spending on things that you're working on. Moving forward, looking at, some of these accusations, of the breach, I didn't breach anything. There's zero proof. So provide me zero proof. And in fact, I want a full investigation on why things are being leaked to the San Francisco Chronicle and why all these other accusations of leaks are happening. So a full investigation for the city staff, as well as all council members. I want to know who breached, and I want to know who's leaking information, because I know it wasn't me and I know it wasn't the other two. So I think these are just false accusations.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to put this 030 policy on. I am going to support the motion. I think it should be on the agenda. I think that it's time we talked about FIFA. I don't know where some of the council members got the impression that I'm against FIFA. I'm the biggest soccer supporter in the world here. And I think it's great. I just want to see the devil's in the details of the bid. Again, I went through Super Bowl negotiations. I know what they're about and what they ask for, and it's pretty incredible. But I did read this letter from Rahul Chandak that said they're not going to ask the city for anything or to pay for anything. So I'm going to hold them to that. And I'm hoping that when this does come back, that we have some, because if it's like tonight, we have nothing to talk about unless we see the bid. we have to have the bid. You can't prepare a resolution without a bid. So we have to have something to talk about or what's in the resolution. So I think, that's important. So yes, I'll support the motion, but I'm just going to caution that without a resolution, or without a bid that Karen Hardy wants us to support, I don't know what we're going to talk about. So Assistant City Clerk, call for the vote, please. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. So we will be talking about FIFA in the future, and anybody that wants to talk about FIFA will be perfectly welcome, members of the public, to come talk about FIFA. All right, let's go back. We have a little more time. I noticed there were.
Was there a date on the? Sorry, Mayor, but.
Well, it probably a lot will depend if you get information to talk about.
I will work with Councilmember Hardy. I will work with Councilmember Hardy.
Right, to get whatever she knows. Okay, thank you. All right, and I noticed we had some housing advocates here in the public. So do we have the housing issue? Which one is that?
7B.
7B. I'd like to get that one to be the last item of the night, 7B. And that is action on approval of various boards and commissions and committee governance items. Waive the first reading. And is this the right one? Yeah. Take action on the introduction of an ordinance to amend chapter 22.120 entitled Boards and Commissions to update board and commission members' qualifications and create the city's housing commission and establish the powers, functions, and duties of a commission and direction about the formation of a homelessness task force. City manager.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge that Andrew is covering this item as Jonathan Beach is on paternity leave, as he was last time, and we didn't want to bother him for this item. So Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. As you've just read, this is an introduction of an ordinance to create the city's housing commission and direction about the formation of a homelessness task force. This is my first time sharing a presentation from my screen. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
All right, very good. So really there are two items here that we're asking for council action on. One is to give direction to staff on the formation of an ad hoc task force to address homelessness. And the second is to approve an introduction of the ordinance to establish the City of Santa Clara Housing Commission. And these are two different items. The Housing Commission has sort of been in process for a little bit longer. And then more recently, the idea of forming the ad hoc task force came up. So these two items have a relationship to each other, and that they both would be potential places where there would be people appointed by the City Council addressing the issue of homelessness and what the city should do about it. But they kind of have a different structure and a different, potentially different purpose as well. So some considerations and how they might be different. The Housing Commission, which follows direction we had from the City Council in the past, is a more formal type body like other city commissions. And it's really appointed and serves on an ongoing basis. And the intent was to really use the body to provide input to the City Council on a variety of housing issues, including the city's administration of its various programs funded with money from HUD, the Federal Government Housing Urban Development Department. The task force would be different in that it's more responsive to current council interest, do something in the near term, more informal, and very much focused on what the city can do to address the needs of the homeless. And so they have sort of emerged with different goals or purposes in mind. some considerations for the council is to understand that if we were to try to do both efforts at the same time, there would likely be an overlap of their scope and potentially some confusion around that as they both try to address some of the same issues, as well as staffing concerns. Really, it would be a lot for staff to take on to try to have both bodies up and running at the same time. It would be the same staff trying to support both groups. We did provide information. We looked at sort of the neighboring cities and their approach, and there's really a wide variety of different types of task forces that have been employed. Some are composed of staff or community members or outside stakeholders. It can be a real mix. They can meet different time frames, meet several times over a short period of time, or they can be more ongoing in character. We also want to note, just as background, that there is a county community plan to end homelessness. Homelessness that was previously endorsed by our city council, that we would support that. So we kind of have an overarching framework that we can look to as we undertake this work with either the task force or the housing commission. And there's also support from a nonprofit outside consultant firm, Homebase, that can help us conduct those meetings. So staff is seeking direction from the city council on the proposed term and goals for the task force, meeting agendas, frequency of the meeting, and so forth. Here's some possible membership for the task force. The city council could consider some of the local agencies that we partner with or nonprofits that provide these types of services for the homeless or in this community. So those are some ideas about who might be on the task force. And we're very open and seeking council input and direction as to what specific goals the council would like in this regard. So with that, staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. And I think there's some questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I'm very eager. You could tell from our recent council meetings how much interest there is in supporting the unhoused and really to quickly get people housed in interim housing. Pretty much everyone who opposed the White Oaks project said that they were very concerned about homelessness. So we had hundreds of people come out and comment. So I'm eager to get something started quickly. I like the idea of a short-term task force that would roll into the Housing Commission eventually, but I'm eager to get something going quickly and something that's really focused on the unhoused. So I like the idea of employing Homebase. I think it'll cost us $75,000 to have them facilitate all of these meetings. They have a lot of expertise. I just wanted to compare that to what Mountain View put in their fiscal 19-20 budget. They put $833,000 in for basically homelessness. 551,000 of that was for enforcement. 250,000 was for permanent supportive housing and safe parking, and 32,000 was for waste management. So I think that considering what other cities have committed to handling this, I think we need to get started quickly, and I'm in full support of a homeless task force that has different agencies that have lots of experience with this, a few of our residents that are really deeply committed to solving this problem, and some staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I want to be clear. I'm trying to understand. I understand the concern about doing this quickly, but the formation of a homelessness task force, would that then morph into the Housing Commission, or are these completely separate? would it be a housing commission and then they have a subcommittee? Or I want to make certain I understand the overall plan, because as Councilmember Jane said, we need to get moving, especially on the homelessness task force. I want to make certain that I understand what, would that go away after a while, or would it morph into the commission? Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the council? I had the same question. I wanted to know, the task force is temporary until we get our housing commission going. Because I think it's our housing commission that should deal with this, since it's about housing. I'd like to see more residents. I know that we've had a lot of residents that have expressed really strong interest on being involved in it. So I just don't want this to become, you know, although important, just agencies involved in this. I want to make sure that Santa Clara itself with our residents are represented, because there is such a strong interest in being involved. So I, again, just don't want to make it an agency driven completely task force. But my question to the city manager is, what's the approximate timeline for, you know, taking this task force, and when can we get our housing commission going? And I know it takes us a while to appoint members to the housing commission, but are we taking the neighborhood rehabilitation loan committee and turning some of those members into housing commission members automatically? I don't know what we're going to do. So those are my questions. Councilmember Park.
So I understand how an informal near-term task force focused on homelessness would be useful, but I guess my question is, how would the Housing Commission differ substantially from the Planning Commission, or the Planning Commission with the study session working with the task force? Meaning, I have no problem with it. I would like to deal with the homelessness issues, but at the same time, I'm questioning: do we actually need a full commission to do that? Like, how wouldn't they like overlap the jurisdictions of several other commissions? And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. So we're talking about two different committees, the task force and a commission. I know we hear that there are staffing concerns. Is there staff to take on the task force, or would home base be responsible for overseeing that?
Okay, are those your questions?
Oh, okay, yep, no, okay, and then there's the cost of the $75,000 I heard. So I want to know if that's budgeted. And then my last, I'm gathering that this is a follow-up to our August study session about homelessness that we talked about when we came back after break. So those are my three things.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, I think we have all those questions in now.
Yes, I'll start, and then Andrew can obviously add to the responses. This is the Mayor, you had asked the question about the Housing Commission. This is the follow-up work that after we looked at our boards and commissions about 2 years ago to restructure them and modernize some of the task and missions of these commissions. And so we would go through a new recruitment, as it has a different charge, and do the recruitment process and bring the applicants forward to the council for the council to interview and appoint. The idea too, as mentioned, is that the homelessness task force would be the short-term group to help us with the short-term areas of services that the council has identified that we spoke to at our last meeting, and just provide guidance and expertise as well as resident input on how to proceed. And so that was kind of the idea of how to make this all work. I do think that Councilmember Park's comment on overlap, we'll need to make sure that through the mission as well as through our own staff work that we are very clear with each of the different commissions what their area of seeking advisory input for the council is made also very clear. In terms of staffing, Councilmember Watanabe, if you would have been talking in a room with Nadine and I earlier today, we were able to name 8 new ad hoc task force or commissions that the council has added without staff. And so I know I sound like a broken record, and I'm dating myself by using record, of course, but this is one where we're just at a point where if the council wants to continue with adding commissions, task forces, and things of that sort, we need to ask for more staff. And so that we are too struggling. We were talking about this item, who would staff it and how would we have the support? And so we would certainly seek some addition of staff. Andrew, I don't know if you have any other comments with I believe the 75,000 that's referenced is not budgeted. And so we need to come back with a budget action for that. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered everything. So.
Oh, the timing. I asked about the timing.
Oh, the timing. So this is the introduction of the ordinance. It would go through a second reading and then it would take effect 30 days after. So we're looking at sometime in January so we could catch the application process that the clerk's office normally does early next year. For the Housing Commission, on the other part, we'll have to work with to put the homelessness task force in place in a shorter term.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody miss a question? Councilmember Jane, did a question get missed?
Yes. When I was reading the packet, I saw that the homeless task force would probably meet monthly, but I didn't see, because we're establishing this housing commission. And generally, when we establish commissions, we write down a meeting schedule 4 times a year. I didn't see anything for the Housing Commission.
I think that's just an oversight. We can bring the frequency back as part of the second reading. And I believe it would just be monthly.
No. The Housing Commission would probably not meet monthly. The loan committee met quarterly. And I think our intent was to follow in that vein where maybe 3 or 4 times a year, really when there's an opportunity for that commission to weigh in on something related to the administration of HUD money, such as how we support the public service agencies. Have that body could be like a recommending body on that, or on other policy things that the housing division is working on, where they're looking for input from groups. So it's different than the planning commission role, where the planning commission is really has a codified role in our zoning ordinance to weigh in on certain land use permits, and this would be more of a group that provides input on policy development within the housing program.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park, your hand's still up.
I'm willing to make a motion if that's appropriate.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go to the public.
So I'd like to move to create a task force responsive to the current council interests and to cross the bridge on the Housing Commission once the task force is complete. I'm basing that on the considerations of the potential overlap of scope and staffing resources, which indicate that task force should be concluded before convening Housing Commission. And I think that with the staffing and funding concerns, getting the task force to work on the issues seems like an immediate thing that we could and should work on. And whether or not, what the Housing Commission, how it should be implemented, what it does, what the overlaps, how it should be managed, I think that we would have adequate time to consider that as the task force comes up to speed and starts giving us feedback. And during the meantime, I think the task force could work with a number of other commissions, including planning, maybe having a study session with planning to get that accomplished.
Okay, do you understand that motion, Assistant City Clerk? I just want to make sure.
I did not. I didn't know when it
I
ended.
didn't either, so maybe
So
make
can I
it
just
more
read back what I think was
Yeah.
the motion? Because then he continued on. Create a task force responsive to the council interests and to cross the bridge on the Housing Commission once the task force is completed. And
Yeah,
then
or at a later time, yes.
Okay, did you want to add more to that, or was that pretty much, that was?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there a second to
Yeah,
that?
I will second that.
But
Hey, can I ask for a point of clarification if that's okay?
there's a reading here, so
That's my question. So is the motion when you say, Councilmember Park, when you say cross the bridge relating to the Housing Commission at a later date, does that mean for recommendation number 2 that you do not want to approve the introduction of the ordinance at this time?
That is correct. I do not want to approve the introduction of an ordinance at this time.
Can I just clarify that the council's action in the past has been to proceed with establishing the commission and then activating it at the appropriate time. That was the model that was used for the International Exchange Commission, that the council expressed a desire to establish it, and then has recognized that through COVID that we've been limited and travel really hasn't been happening at that level. And so it's just inactive right now. That is another option the council can take.
And that is not the motion on the table. Thank you.
So your motion is to not create our housing commission.
My motion is at this time to give direction to staff on the formation of an ad hoc task force to address homelessness. And, you know, we can, as I said, cross the bridge on housing commission at a later time.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I'm supporting the housing commission. Councilor,
okay, but the housing commission approval is not on my motion right now.
I agree. So I will not be supporting your motion because I would like the task force, but I would like us to create our housing commission. Councilmember Jane.
There were about 4 responsibilities of the housing commission. And I wanted to, from the original commission, they dropped one thing because that's being done by staff. But there were other things, and I'm curious about whether some of those decisions need to be done in a certain timely fashion, like oversight of the city's neighborhood conservation and investment program, tenant-based rental assistance. So I'm just wondering if not having the housing commission and not having the original commission, I forget what it was called.
Neighborhood Rehabilitation Loan
HRLC,
Committee.
Yeah.
It was a committee, yes.
Yeah, so we've taken out one of the responsibilities of the HRLC, but there's still the other responsibilities left in there. I'm wondering if we would end up with a problem of not being able to approve certain things by not having a housing commission. I understand the shortage of staff, which is why we really need to increase the revenues for the city, which is why, I'm very interested in all of the measures that we've talked about to increase revenues and the money for the city so we can get the staffing up. But, and then I wanted to know is, do we need to provide any direction to staff on the 75,000?
So the previous discussion leading to the establishment of the Housing Commission was at the request to continue with the oversight function that the commission had played with respect to the categories named in the report. And so that's of course what would be absent. And if there is interest in proceeding with the 75,000, you should direct us to come back with the budget amendment and present that to council to get started.
And just
I'd
add
like
that
to make that as a friendly amendment to Councilmember Park's motion.
I just want to note that the ordinance that was attached to the packet sort of lists some of the responsibilities that the the commission would have, and that there isn't anything, there's nothing that we're legally required to do. So it won't, the presence or the temporary, if we wait until after the task force work is done, it's not going to prevent staff from continuing to provide the services that we do.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to make an amendment to Councilmember Parks to direct staff to recommend a funding source for the home base or any other provider that would be facilitating.
I will accept that. If the seconder will accept
The
that.
second concurs.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to a friendly request to Councilmember Park. As in the past, like as example given by city manager about the International Exchange Commission, it will save us some time to establish the commission, and we can activate when we need it. But and we can always change some of the guidelines if there were some changes to be made to the commission's duties and job profile. We can always do that. But at least we will get the ball rolling, and we will have a housing commission on paper, and then we can save some time down the line. So I would add, if you can include the recommendation number 2 also in your motion. I know you took recommendation number 1, but if you can take 2 at the same time too.
Yeah, I feel that, if we have to, put them online, we would go through this kind of discussion. And I think that it would be really quick if we, and I feel that the Housing Commission, the duties, the responsibilities would evolve as the task force does its work. And I don't know that an appreciable amount of time would be saved compared to what we would get by doing a little bit of the task force duties and finding out what we actually need to do for the Housing Commission. So I'm not interested in that at the moment. I just don't see that as a tremendous savings.
Okay. Thank you.
I think this motion is really, really short-sighted. We all talked about wanting a housing commission here in the city, and to deal with it's not just homelessness, but it's other housing issues, that are tremendous that we have to deal with on almost a daily basis here in the city. So to not have a housing commission and just have a homelessness task force, and that what did the maker of the motion say? When we cross the bridge, I don't know what that means. Then we'll look at having a possibly a housing commission in the future. I don't know why this change of direction all of a sudden. I don't understand it. I'm not supporting this motion because I want to get our city's housing commission established. I want to get it established and ready to go. Housing as well as homelessness, they need to work together. So I think it's really short-sighted and against what the direction we've given in the past. So I'm not going to support this motion unless it includes establishing the commission. So anyways, okay. Let's go to the public, or unless, who hasn't spoken? Councilmember Becker, have you spoken?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I do agree with you, Mayor, on that. I do kind of want to see the housing commission. I actually want to see both because I understand the need of housing. As a renter, that is a major thing that I think a lot of people need to work on. At the same time, I am 100% behind the homeless task force. So for me, it's a very equal draw for me where I want both. If you can have your cake and eat it too kind of thing. So, I would hope that maybe the maker of the motion would be interested in having a housing commission at the same time of a homeless task force, because I think both can work in conjunction and actually help each other out too in some ways. I'm just spitballing and thinking right there though.
Well, that is staff recommendation, Councilmember.
Yeah, so
that's staff recommendation, both. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to make a substitute motion, and that would be to put forth staff recommendation, which is to give direction to staff to approve the formation of the ad hoc task force and approve the introduction of an ordinance to establish a City of Santa Clara Housing Commission, and also direct staff to proceed in establishing funds or for the formation of the task force and the commission.
I'll second that. Get it moved. Do we have to take that now, or can we continue on? I'm not sure with testimony. City Attorney, Assistant.
We would, sorry, Mayor. We would take the substitute motion first, but we should ask for public comment on the substitute motion before we vote on it.
Motion for
exactly
recommendation for both the ad hoc on homelessness task force and the final permanent housing commission. All right, so I'm going to go to the public. Jeff, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Cajal, esteemed council members. Please do establish an ad hoc homeless committee. It should consist of Santa Clara residents, local businesses, and regional organizations that specialize in helping our unhoused. The homeless committee should be separate from the Housing Commission so that it can focus solely on the problem of our unhoused and not be slowed down by other housing issues unrelated to the problem of our unhoused. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Caprice, go ahead, Caprice. You're muted. And it's late. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
You guys have way more stamina than me.
We're trying. I'm trying.
Up here in my PJs. Anyway, I'm part of Homeless Initiative in Santa Clara, and we are in full support of the Ad Hoc Homeless Committee and are ready to volunteer our time. I wanted to just, I agree with everything that Jeff said, and I wanted to, my understanding of the difference between the two, I'm of course for housing and the task force. I was understanding that the housing was more like for getting people into some kind of permanent low income type housing, where the task force for the homelessness, that's more of like a full program of housing and medical and rehab and, you know, getting a job and all of that. So they kind of go hand in hand. You guys sound like you're very well informed, and I hope that some aspect of this passes tonight. We're so anxious. I live in a neighborhood that's highly impacted on an hourly basis practically. My phone was going off right now with something happening on the other side of the building, and that's the third incident today. So anyway, I'm hopeful tonight that something will happen here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this? Any comments, Assistant City Clerk?
No.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation to direct staff on the formation.
No, Mayor Gilmore, this is the motion to substitute.
I'm sorry. Well, they have to know what the substitute motion is, right?
Well, it's the motion to accept to take a vote on the substitute motion.
I know that, but do you want to know what the substitute motion is? To whether or not you decide whether or not you want to vote
yeah,
on it?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
It's not just
all right, I understand now.
Motion if you're not, I have to describe what it is.
Yes,
Okay.
You're right. I understand now.
Recommendation, waiving the readings and direct staff on the formation of an ad hoc homelessness task force, and to waive first reading and approve the introduction of an ordinance to amend chapter 2.120 entitled Boards and Commissions to add the city's housing commission and establish the powers, function, and duties of the commission, with the commission to begin activity after conclusion of the ad hoc homelessness task force. That is the substitute motion. So that's whether or not to accept that motion, which is staff recommendation. All right.
Madam Mayor, Did that include the budget amendment
Yes.
for 75,000?
Is that part of the staff report of the recommendation? Okay, so the substitute motion maker said yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, just a moment. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, that substitute motion. So does
4-3.
4-3. I'm sorry. You guys, I'm so late. I'm tired. I'm trying. I'm crumbling at the end. 4-3. Thank you. Does that all assistant city?
Now,
Now
because
what?
that's the substitute motion, we have to actually vote on the motion.
Which is the same thing.
The exact same thing you just read.
Okay.
Is
All
that
right.
now it's the substantive vote on the motion.
Okay, so do we have to make another motion? Does Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Okay, make a motion again, Councilmember Watanabe.
Oh,
Same.
okay. Okay, thank you. It's staff recommendation. It's staff recommendation, and with the addition of the budget amendment of $75,000, and I think that was it.
Okay,
That
and
was it.
I'll second it again. Okay. Roll call vote, Assistant City Manager, City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Y'all confuse me, but yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Now this passes 6-1. Better. Okay. Thank you. So are we done now with this item?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, this is wonderful. Now we're gonna get started with our ad hoc on homelessness task force, and then also get going on our housing commission. Yay, thank you, council. All right, could I please have a motion to defer the rest of the items until later meeting?
Motion to defer the remainder items to a later meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. All right. Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. And may I please have a motion to adjourn? Oh, and I wanted to say this earlier in the evening, is that I don't know who's listening right now, but Wilcox High School's football team won their first game in the playoffs. They beat Santa Cruz, and this Friday at 7 o'clock at Wilcox, they are going to be playing St. Ignatius in the next round of the CCS playoffs. So hopefully everyone can be there. Councilmember Becker, do you have a motion to adjourn?
I do, and right before that, I have a question really quick on the ones that we just delayed to another meeting. Will those be before the new year, or will they be after the new year? Would you happen to know anybody?
We'll just bring them back on the 7th, and the council can decide how it wants to sequence the agenda items.
Cool, thank you. And I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Sorry about that, I was typing. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Happy birthday, City Manager Santana.
Happy birthday.
We're
Happy
glad
birthday.
we got to spend your whole birthday with you. Good night, everyone.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night.